Broadcast authorized by Project Maker. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hello, and welcome to Late Night Conspiracy TV. I'll be your host, Maker. Tonight's programming includes features from the Y-Files, Mr. Mythos, and many more. We'll be covering topics like Elon Musk joining the Black Eye Club, whether or not aliens might be edible, and a real-life deal with the devil. All that and a whole lot more. We'll kick off tonight with some curated conspiracy clips to warm things up. As always, you're encouraged to browse tonight's schedule via the timestamps provided below. If something doesn't catch your interest, feel free to skip ahead. And without further ado, let's get into it.
Hey, we're camping in this beautiful state park in Texas, and it's been raining, and the water that's coming out of the sky is blue. And it's not this tarp, because it's happening on this tarp too. Look at that. This is crazy. Are they chemtrailing us in Texas?
Purple rain. Denver, Colorado, the 7th of May, 25.
And this is the water that's on top of my hot tub. And then also over here, we have this little bowl out here for our dog. Check this out. It's like purple. The rain. Anybody know what's going on? I'm going to show you again. Hold 1 second. Check it out. Empty glass. It's purple.
This is really big and terrifying news. Elon Musk just dropped a chilling take on where humanity is headed. He says right now we're sitting front row to the big bang of intelligence, watching artificial intelligence explode in power, evolve, and reshape everything. And here's what hit hard. Elon says we have to ask ourselves, are we living in a Gene Roddenberry future like Star Trek, where tech brings progress and peace? Or are we heading for a James Cameron future, like Terminator, where tech spirals into war, destruction, and collapse? Even Elon admits there's still a real risk of annihilation. And the worst thing we can do right now is get complacent, acting like everything's just going to turn out fine. Because here's the truth. This isn't just about cool gadgets or smart machines. We are living in the moment that could reshape or erase humanity itself. Elon's warning us. The only question left is, are we listening?
Hey, I'm the backwards dude, and I can talk in reverse. This app will take anything I say and reverse it. So what do you want me to say?
Say I'm not 100 bees working together. No way.
I'm not 100 bees working together.
What?
Yeah.
How does your brain work?
People are amazed when I tell them I can talk backwards and completely blown away when I do it.
Yo. 407 years ago.
I was reading the best net rocks rof 407 years ago.
Whoa, that is amazing.
People give me requests for really hard words. Here's an example. Anti-disestablishmentarianism. Anti-disestablishmentarianism. One thing that people like to challenge me to say is, how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood backwards? And that is, how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Not only can I read backwards and talk backwards, but I can also sing backwards, and that really throws people for a loop. The summer wind came blowing in
Real ID.
Real ID.
Real ID.
Real ID.
I'm not getting the real ID.
It is a federalized identification system that everyone in the nation will have to have in order to fly domestically. They've been trying to pass this since the 80s in China. They had already passed a nationwide identification system. So everyone has something very similar to the Real ID in China. The next step was the social credit score. They gave like a list of things that happens to lower your credit score. So court rulings, so like refusing to pay debts, criminal convictions, traffic violations. So I saw one thing, jaywalking can ruin your social credit score.
And those cameras catch it all too.
Then unpaid taxes or fines. If your credit score gets lowered, that bans you from flying on a plane, a train, sometimes even a bus. Keeps you from enrolling your children in private schools, applying for certain jobs or promotions. This one was a crazy one. They can slow down your internet speed. Just little inconveniences to make your life miserable. And then public shaming via government lists or media alerts. So I saw this one thing where they literally have like a LED screen board in this one city, and they just display faces and names like, this person jaywalked, they're just a terrible person. It's like public shaming. It's crazy.
Either time travel is impossible or humanity is impossible. And by that I mean, if time travel is possible, then eventually someone invents it. It costs billions of dollars to use it, but eventually if you keep going farther and farther in the future, like everything else technological, it gets cheaper and cheaper, and eventually it's accessible to everyone. And therefore we should see all around us like tour buses of people from the future, because
the UFOs.
Yeah, because eventually it becomes that cheap. So the fact that there are no tour buses from the future tells us either that time travel is not possible or that we wipe ourselves out before it's invented.
The government has allegedly spent over $21 trillion making underground bunker doomsday cities, and this was a claim made by a former Bush housing official. Not sure if you've seen the show Paradise, but this is the vibe I'm getting. It's literally about an underground city that only the elites know about, and they all rush to it because the world is basically about to end. Anyway, this claim is made by a woman named Catherine Fitz, and she said this on Tucker Carlson's podcast, and she was talking about this study where scholars uncovered $21 trillion in unauthorized spending by the Departments of Defense and Housing in the years of 1998 to 2015. She described these underground bunkers as having city infrastructure, so they're basically underground cities. And she said there's about 170 of them, and a lot of them are under the ocean. And all of these have a transportation system, and that transportation system connects all of them together. And then Tucker Carlson responds by saying he actually knew someone who was working on one of them. Of course, this is all a conspiracy and there's no evidence, but absolutely wild.
In 2024, something strange was seen in the skies over Missouri. Not a classic saucer, not a metallic orb. This one looked kind of alive. Some described it as pulsing, organic, changing shape as it moved slowly through the sky. Some called it a sky jellyfish. Others said it looked like it was breathing. If it wasn't a machine, what was it? Fortean wins. Not all visitors are made of metal.
You're welcome.
Right after Celine Dion released this demonic children's clothing line, her health rapidly declined. The commercial is insane. And here's where it gets a little Illuminati. People didn't know what to make of this. This looks very similar to the Illuminati eye, and why is it on her hand? Now here's some photos from the Instagram. Nothing else. These photos are for shock factor. Now you need to check out the insane commercial.
Our children, they are not really our children, as we are all just links in a never-ending chain that is life. For us, they are everything. But in reality, we are only a fraction of their universe. We miss the past. They dream of tomorrow. We may thrust them forward into the future, but the course will always be theirs to choose. I can't believe they called security. I mean, come on, I'm Celine Dion. I'm not spending the night in jail. Holy guys, relax, easy. I'm Celine Dion.
Yeah, girl, and I'm Beyonce.
What are the odds that her health declines right when this brand comes out? And you know, these are all paid models, but you can see in the comments, people are clearly not having it. They're calling it evil. They're calling them worshiping the devil. And she never addressed any of this. It's like it never happened.
Ariana Grande might have accidentally revealed the secrets about celebrities dyeing their hair blonde.
Oh, is it call for help?
Close.
Oh, okay.
Close.
Yeah?
Yo, usually when people start blowing up, they dye their hair blonde.
Yeah.
Ariana Grande, she was actually on the red carpet and she kind of made a joke. I don't remember.
You know what? They did the Brighter Days memory erasure treatment to me, so I'm having trouble remembering the details. They're foggy.
What she's referencing is her music video. People are speculating in this video she's trying to reveal the truth about dyeing her hair blonde. Now, that's a callback to a Jim Carrey movie. I forgot what it's called. But in the beginning of the video, she has brown hair.
Yeah.
Theory is the blonde hair isn't them dyeing their hair blonde. It's a result of going through the procedure. When you dunk your head into the liquid, they go through the memory erasure, or they go through the brainwashing, it changes the color of your hair.
What?
That's his theory.
Did you hear what they're trying to do in Edmonton, Alberta?
After 3 years of planning, city administration is presenting its vision to accommodate a population of 2 million people through 15-minute cities. 3 days of public hearings on the plan began at City Hall this morning. Shailen Skalski has more.
The 15 new district plans and corresponding bylaws will replace 54 existing planning documents dating back to the 1980s. Administration says the goal is to accommodate 600,000 new residents in redeveloped areas, with 50% of all new home units added through infill. The plan also calls for half of all future travel to be done by transit, and for residents to access all their daily needs within 15 minutes. Not everyone supports the plan.
My understanding is that this means I will need to stay within my district to meet all my needs so that the city can meet its climate plan objectives.
I don't think Edmontonians can afford to be part of a renovation experiment of this size so quickly.
I think unfortunately a lot of the district plan in particular have been derailed by 15-minute cities, conspiracy theories, World Economic Forums, etc. At the end of the day, this is about land use.
Now, they're selling it to you as this convenient, easy, awesome thing that makes everything more efficient. But there is a seriously dark, sinister agenda behind all this, which I can't even mention on video.
Have you guys ever seen these photos of what washed up on the shore straight off the coast of St. Augustine?
No.
In the late 1800s, this unidentified creature thing washed up on the shore. It's 18 feet long. But what's super interesting is they said it had 7 legs and a tail. But as research has continued on this creature, they're surmising wasn't a tail, it was the 8th appendage. And most of the octopus-like arms had been cut pretty short. But when you think about some of the earliest stories of creatures like this, or the pirate era.
Kraken.
Yeah, they're saying because of the size of this thing, and if it were an actual octopus, the tentacles could have been 100-foot long.
Oh.
Because they're you can see them in the photos, but they're this big around at the nubs. They took samples and they compared it to octopus, and they're calling it a giant octopus. That's what it is.
Wow.
But yeah, this is right off the coast, right off St. Augustine. So all those pictures we see of pirates and stuff, that is real. And for some reason, we don't know about it.
Oh my gosh.
Where's the rest of those suckers?
That aliens are on the far side of the moon, and they are not our friends. It's a very interesting story. Ingo Swan, very interesting cat.
So what took these photographs?
The moon surveyor, lunar surveyor, satellite.
And none of that stuff's ever been released?
Oh, they released a lot of images from the far side, but they release what they release. That's why we know there's fewer impacts on the far side, because we've seen those images.
But there's no images of these domes or whatever?
No. I've seen some that maybe are faked, that look pretty compelling. I forget what episode I just showed them in, but when I found them, it was mind-blowing. And I can't find them again for some reason. I wanted them for another episode, and I can't find the photos, which is always suspicious to me. It's like suddenly the thing is blurry off of Malibu. It's you just can't find the stuff. But my gut tells me something's going on up there. Someone's aware of it. I'm dying to know what it is.
It would be unbelievable if Mars was the first planet that had life before Earth was capable of supporting life. It reached a very high level of sophistication and then started seeding Earth.
Right. Panspermia theory.
Yeah.
I believe we have at least one rock from Mars that just landed here. I think we have one of those. So from maybe a giant impact or something through some of Mars over here.
But the idea, I think, is that their atmosphere was deteriorating, or that they were getting further and further from the sun.
Their magnetic field was weakening, strips away the atmosphere.
And so this would be the thing. If you were a super advanced civilization, the race would get so advanced that you could leave your planet.
Yes.
And that's the only way you're going to survive, because eventually your planet is going to move over millions of years further and further away from the sun, not able to inhabit life anymore.
Right, so maybe send your DNA or whatever to the third rock.
Or Anunnaki.
Or Anunnaki.
That's the good one.
Yeah, they show up everywhere.
That's the ultimate one.
That is the big one. The Anunnaki's the big one.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's one that makes you go, oh.
Because it shows up everywhere. It shows up in the Bible. It shows up in the Mahabharata. It shows up in ancient Chinese literature. It shows up everywhere. Not always called the Anunnaki, but the Anunnaki, and then they have their servile species that could be the Nephilim, could be the giants, and then they take these primitive humans, give them just enough intelligence to mine the gold. It's part of the lore.
So these new steak nuggets from Arby's are causing a little stir here online. Let's talk about it. Now, I'm going to start with my opinion about these, but we have been waiting for something like this. I can't tell you how many times I've been on the road and I just want meat, okay? I don't want bread. I don't want fries, nothing. I just want meat. So when Arby's came out with this, I was pretty excited, but then I started reading the comments about it, and I might have second guesses. So just like everything else on the internet, things immediately start getting roasted, and this is not exempt of it. So people started calling this like koala knuckles, raccoon meat, and even cartel member meat. And that's mainly because Arby's has chosen not to disclose the ingredients list for this, which I don't know why they wouldn't. So apparently this is supposed to be brisket. It's supposed to be a protein option, and it's about $6 for this right here. I think we're just a little traumatized overall by meat prices. $5 to $6 for this much meat. A little skeptical, but I will say, out of all the fast food restaurants, they're the only ones that say we have the meat. So I guess we should trust them. I mean, come on, guys. We trust Taco Bell with their steak and their chicken nuggets. I think we could trust Arby's. So I will probably be trying these at some point. So I'd like to hear in the comments below what you guys think, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye.
This year's already interesting. Yeah, do you want a six-figure job helping NASA defend Earth from alien contamination? The job could be yours. 6 figures to report to the Office of Planetary Protection, and I'm not making this up.
Another theory, another lie. You decide which is which.
Welcome back. Glad the appetizers didn't fill you up quite yet. Next up, we've got a video from Ian Carroll on how to debunk, debate, and research conspiracy theories without spiraling into nonsense. We've never covered his content here before, but his channel seems promising. Ian seems to be a fellow truth seeker, and his channel comes highly recommended. Let's get into it.
Today is a sick-ass day. We've been waiting for this day for a long time. Today, we're gonna talk about all the conspiracy theories, homie. We got a whole chart to go through. We'll talk about ancient extinct beavers with shells the size of small houses. We'll talk about the pyramids and how they got built by alien laser beams. We'll talk about all of this cool shit. We will talk about the moon landing. We're talking about all of it today, baby. We're getting to everything. But first, if we're gonna talk about conspiracy theories and get down into the fun, we gotta talk about the most basic principles of how to understand information, how to rationally judge your sources, how to think about thinking, first and foremost. I think this is the most important episode yet, and it's one of my favorite things to think about and to talk about. I think about this all the time, and this is fundamental to how I think about everything. This is thinking about how to think about thinking. let's roll the intro and get going.
American conspiracy theories are dangerous.
Information is the oxygen of a democracy.
With Republicans, with progressives, with libertarians, because this is not about right and left, this is about right and wrong.
It's so sickly we can't talk about it. It actually lifted up, and it could actually turn.
I'm gonna ask you to look away.
So, before we can get to deep state and George Soros and Jewish space lasers or whatever else is in here, we got to start with the basics. What is science and how does it work? And one popular misunderstanding about science is to insist that science is right, full stop, and that once we discover the truth about the world, we're done. And anyone who would deny such truth is at best stupid or at worst ignorant and anti-Semitic and racist and whatever else. But even a modest familiarity with the history of science offers many examples of science that was settled and then had to be reopened. You can't see the whole quote, but all great truths begin as blasphemies. George Bernard Shaw. So let's go over a few blasphemies real quick, like A, the earth is round. And don't worry, flat earthers, don't worry. Don't get your panties all up in a bunch. We'll give you a fair shake. We'll give it a whole episode. Just give it some time. Darwin's theory of natural selection and evolution. That was ridiculed. Germ theory of disease. The first guy to suggest that, or at least one of the first, was so shunned and ridiculed throughout his life, he finished his life in an insane asylum. Ludwig Boltzmann suggested that, hey, maybe atoms and subatomic particles have a lot to do with the nature of reality. And he was so ridiculed that he took his own life. Science is never settled. Science is a process of learning and discovery. And sometimes we learn that what we thought was right is wrong. And this is just a very quick refresher, a reminder to you that if you're gonna learn something, you must not presume to already know the truth. The full cup can only overflow. So, empty your mind out a little bit, relax, don't take anything too seriously, don't take things too personally. When we discuss ideas, the ideas are external to us. If I'm going to discuss the theory of flat earth, it's not because I am a flat earther. It's because I'm a person and the idea of a flat earth is an idea that I am capable of engaging with my brain. If you're going to discuss the idea that maybe the US shouldn't spend hundreds of billions of dollars on war and might spend more money on domestic problems at home, that doesn't necessarily mean that you believe that's true. You can discuss things you don't believe are true. You can think about things that you don't like. You can say things that aren't your opinion, believe it or not. So, just let's start this whole discussion with a quick reminder that thinking is a thing you do with your brain. Ideas are things we pass back and forth between each other, and we draw conclusions that can always evolve as we learn and get smarter. So, we're gonna start this episode with a really good, non-political, interesting example of a conspiracy theory that will help us unpack all of the things that I'm trying to unpack here. Namely, ancient civilizations in ancient Egypt. And to start, I just want you to imagine that you were an archaeologist, a historian, a researcher who had spent tens of thousands of dollars on going to school, 4 years at least, you got a degree, you worked really hard, you're working as an archaeologist now, you've dedicated 10, 20, 30 years of your life to advancing the study of Egyptology, and you have contributed to our general academic understanding of like that one king and that one tomb that had that one thing that you spent so much time researching all of the like historical texts and the religion, and you just were so specialized into that thing. You know everything there is to know about that one dude in that one cave in Egypt. You know what I mean? Like, you're an expert, and your expertise is inevitably couched into all of the greater academic understanding of ancient Egypt and of ancient history and of your academic field. And then imagine that someone new comes along, maybe someone that doesn't even have a degree in this shit, walks along and comes up with a theory that's like, actually, all of that is wrong. All of that is based on false assumptions, and all of the theory, like literally everything that you have done with your life's work is wrong. How do you think you would respond? Would you be so quick to just throw out all of your life's work and pack it all up and give away all your credentials and be like, yeah, I just spent my whole life on the wrong thing. Even if you knew you were wrong, imagine how it would feel to know that you were wrong, right? Like, you see where I'm going here? This is a bias that I call the expert bias, which is that when a human being spends their time in their life becoming an expert at something, the more time they invest, the more resources they invest in becoming an expert, the more invested they are in being correct. This is a thing that all social media influencers deal with every day. I deal with it every day. I started out this account, all of my social media accounts started out very clearly as like, I don't know shit, and I'm just a dude doing research, and I'm learning as I go, and I made tons of mistakes, and I still do. And every day I have to remind myself not to become an expert because I don't know everything, and it's so easy to fall into the trap of trying to tell people what's real and tell people what's right because I've done the research and now I know. But that's not true at all. I make mistakes in my research all the time. All of us do, even experts. And the moment you start thinking of yourself as an expert is the moment that the dude that walks into your surgery tent saying, hey, I think you should wash your hands because I think that there's these microscopic things called germs that are causing your patients to get sick and die. And you're like, go fuck yourself. I'm a surgeon and you're just some dude. Get out of here, right? So you can imagine that the surgeons of ancient Egypt, archaeology, were a little pissed off when some dudes started walking into their tent being like, yo, that whole like pyramid thing, you got that wrong. I don't think that any of it happened that way, and you should rethink this entire ancient Egypt thing completely. They were understandably like, get the fuck out of here, man. And if you don't know what it is that I'm talking about, oh boy, do we have some stuff to talk about. If you have not yet heard of the younger dry-ass empath hypothesis, oh boy, are we gonna talk about some shit today. It's so crazy. It's one of my favorite theories in the world. I'm probably gonna write an entire book just about like ancient alternate histories just for fun, like a fiction book, just because it's cool. But examining the evidence for the younger dry-ass hypothesis and the implications for a lot of our understanding of history is a fascinating exercise in logical reasoning and in open-mindedness and in examining the limits of what we do and do not really know about the universe. So let's talk briefly about the mainstream accepted theory of the evolution of humanity, society, culture, and civilizations. I'm not going to go real deep into specifics. We're just going to kind of cover the broad picture here. The out of Africa theory of human population spread. We're not necessarily clear on how humans came to be so damn smart compared to everybody else. That's not super clear. There's a lot of theories about like, maybe it's because we ate red meat, so our brains grew faster. Maybe it's because we learned to cook. So maybe it's because of protein availability. Maybe it's because of like tool building and we just like opposable thumbs, and everyone's got a theory. And let's be real, they all kind of like, they get some things, but there's like a lot of questions there that we'll talk about another time. Anyways, we'll probably talk about it later in this video. But the mainstream theory is that humans evolved into the advanced species that we are today down in Africa. And that's based mostly on genetic, carbon dating sorts of evidences whereby we can track fossils and DNA, and we're just tracking back to like earliest known ancestors of humans to Africa, who they spread out northwards. And then you can see the different dates, 45, these are all in millions of years ago. KYA, thousands of years ago? Yeah, thousands of years ago. Millions of years ago would be a long time. We'd be talking dinosaurs. Anyways, so they hop down to Australia, but you can see that like here, like they didn't get to Madagascar until 2,000 years ago, but they were in Australia 65,000 years ago. And that's because like large expanses of water are hard to cross. But it's important to remember that sea levels have changed over time. We're going to talk about one of them in a second here. And so there were land bridges through, for example, like the Philippines that don't exist today. There were land bridges here that don't exist today. So the theory here is that modern humans, more or less, were in Africa 200,000 years ago. They didn't get through the Sahara until much more recently. They didn't cross into the Americas until 16,000 years ago, named the Clovis people. They didn't cross down into South America until 14,000 years ago, and they didn't get to Hawaii until 1,000 years ago? 2,000, 3,000 years ago? 1,000 years ago is the earliest known people on New Zealand? That's just context. This is the mainstream accepted understanding of human evolution if you go to school and get a degree and enter a field of archaeology. This is based on things like the evolution of various different hominid species and how different fossils have shown the fossil record over hundreds of thousands, millions of years to evolve towards Homo sapiens. You know, and the generally accepted belief is that humans were mostly hunters and gatherers and nomadic peoples until ancient Egypt and the Fertile Crescent, peoples settled down and started producing modern agriculture, which allowed for cities to be developed. And no sooner were cities developed than did the ancient Egyptians start building really big, really technologically advanced pyramids. And I want to point out that it's not just that they started building really big pyramids, it's that the very first pyramid, this is a timeline right here, the very first ones they built were the biggest ones. And then as time progressed, the pyramids got smaller and smaller and less advanced. Just to clarify, that's the official story. So the first pyramids that were built were all right here at the start, all the biggest ones in a very short period of time. They were built using, let's slow this down and go into that. These dudes did not have metal tools. It was before they understood bronze or steel or iron. They did not have wheels. There were no carts. There were no carriages. They were theoretically doing all of this work with like strange mechanical advantage things, ropes, levers, just shitloads of dudes. There's all sorts of theories about different kinds of ramps they build of all different sizes. And when I say there's all sorts of theories, I mean there's all sorts of theories because like no one knows how they built them. And we're just speculating wildly at this point. And the reason why we're speculating wildly is because the actual like feat of construction that is even just one of these pyramids is unbelievably mind-blowingly complex. There are air shafts that run up through it. There is all kinds of magnetic and electrical properties based upon the stones that were used and how they are like perfectly. There's so many pieces of this construction. Like a lot of people don't realize that the Great Pyramid of Giza is not a 4-sided structure. It is an 8-sided structure because all 4 sides have a crease running down the center that is perfectly straight that like just barely cuts this shot, the face, rather than being flat. They're all just a little bit bent. And the level of complexity of build that simple little thing does, it just immensely complexifies the entire structure. From an engineering standpoint, that is the dumbest thing you could ever do to a pyramid that was at first like a relatively straightforward thing to build, although it's not because of how precise they are. And then you do that and it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like we do not have time to go into all of the amazing things about like how incredibly complex building these pyramids the way they did would be. There's tons of resources out on YouTube that you can do your own research about. Let's just suffice to say that these are absolute marvels of technology. And let's be clear, just speaking just about the Great Pyramid of Giza, which is apparently made by Khufu to be a tomb for Khufu, that one, it's important to clarify that the only reason why they think it's a tomb for Khufu is because of a little piece of like graffiti like scribbling of writing like inside of the king's chamber, up in these secret chambers above it that were like not even discovered at first. There was like a little inscription somewhere that like someone had scribbled on the rocks. That's like the only marking in this entire pyramid. This pyramid has no hieroglyphics in it, no paintings, nothing like what like modern Egyptian, nothing like what period Egyptian architecture looks like, where it's all covered in hieroglyphics and like art and religious symbology. The Great Pyramid of Giza, the big one, is just blank. It's just like a perfect stone construction. People that go through it, they describe it as feeling like you're walking through a machine. And all of that is just to establish that like this thing is crazy and we should be asking questions. And don't get it twisted. The level of science and detail that have gone into archaeologists over time speculating as to these methods of building the pyramids is absolutely savage. It's so fucking wild. Just the number of like hours of labor that modern archaeologists have devoted to trying to fucking uncover how they did this is mind-blowing. It's so cool. But they might all be wrong. And we're not even going to go into this huge body of evidence that they might be wrong that's based off of these actual like technicalities about the construction process. We're going to zoom out and look at the bigger picture. For the longest time, it was believed that these were the oldest megalithic structures in the world. Megalithic meaning they're built out of enormous stone blocks that are cut in these similar ways. There's like megalithic structures all around the world that are made out of gigantic stone blocks that we don't know how they were built necessarily. They're all a little mysterious, and they're pretty much all earthquake proof, so they're all still standing. Kind of funny. It's important to remember that stones cannot be carbon dated. We can't tell when the stone was cut and placed there. So all stone structures like the pyramids, like Stonehenge, like all the temples across the Mayan civilizations and in Far East Asia, in like Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia, all of those structures, they're only able to be dated based upon organic matter found within the structures or on the structures or around the structures. So they dated Khufu's pyramid, it's actually that one, because Khufu claimed it was his during his times and because there's a little graffiti, but they can't actually tell when the stones were piled up because the stones are, you know, like 1 million years old. They're granite. It's granite and sandstone, limestone. Like these stones can't be dated. So anyways, I'm getting distracted. For the longest time, the pyramids were the oldest megalithic structures in the world, and there was nothing before them, and that was the start of megalithic architecture. And it became this storyline of like civilization evolved from hunter-gatherers into agricultural societies. They built up cities, and those cities developed enough stability whereby they could have huge populations of workers that could work on enormous products for pharaohs for no reason other than the pharaoh's gigantic dick. And he would just build these huge fucking like hundreds of thousands of slaves working their entire lives to build these pyramids is the theory. That's how it worked. And it evolved to that, and then they stopped doing that, and then they never did it again. And all around the world, we've discovered all sorts of crazy megalithic architecture, pyramids of all shapes and sizes and all sorts, and they've all been prescribed to various cultures that we know of in recent times that must have built them. Either because they told us that they built them, or because they explicitly told us that they didn't build them, but we needed an explanation, so we decided they did build them in some cases. Or just, you know, whatever evidence we could put together. It's like, no one else ever lived in this Mayan place, so it must have been these Mayans that built that shit, because otherwise, who would have built it? But the first one was Egypt, because it's the oldest one that we can date to a civilization that had cities and enough people to build it. And that was like, you know, 3000 BC was when they were building those pyramids. But then, archaeologied, and we discovered something older. Göbekli Tepe was actually discovered a while earlier, and it had kind of gotten written off. I forget the exact story. It's kind of funny to look into. But they were like, yeah, it's probably nothing. And then later, they were like, holy shit, dig. Because they found these gigantic circles of these giant megalithic stones. And to be clear, like no one can really agree on what the hell this was or what happened here or whatever. But it's pretty clear that 13,000 years ago, a long time before the pyramids were built, this existed and was buried intentionally all at once. Sometimes when they find ancient archaeological sites, it has been buried over time, like ancient Mayan sites that were like overgrown by the jungle and then buried beneath the sediment. That's not what happened at Göbekli Tepe. At Göbekli Tepe, it's like the whole city was there, whatever this is was there, and then it just like either by hand, people like buried it by hand, or by like some natural event, dirt went and it was all preserved as it is. And when they discovered it, it very quickly became apparent that the whole story of human history had to be rewritten. The problem was that archaeologists don't like to do that. And so to this day, there's really not a strong understanding. Like no one's really that happy to talk about this. And no one's really trying to like rewrite their version of what the rest of everything, because it's like, this is fucking weird. And then it really doesn't help when like fringy scientists like Graham Hancock point out that like, they got that pillar with all those like weird bag shapes on it at Göbekli Tepe. And Graham Hancock is like a nerd for bags and archaeology. So Hancock was quick to point out that like, hey, dudes over in America, the Mayans had bags. And then dudes over here in like Persia had bags. Like, why has everyone got bags? Same bag. Oh, come on. I mean, it's only 2 examples. That's true, but like they also had bags and they also had bags and they also had bags. These are examples from all around the world. All kinds of dudes holding bags and all kinds of ancient art all around the world. It's all a little weird, like, to be honest. And Hancock was already up on these bags. And then they go and discover this like 13,000-year-old city, and it's like, holy shit, more bags. But like, step back, pause, hold up. Like, this is an example of a piece of evidence that is like, that's a weird coincidence. Maybe it's not a coincidence. Maybe it's more than that. Maybe that's data we should all be looking at. Who knows? It's a little subjective. So when you see information like this is a great example of information that should just be data. And you should not reject or deny it. You shouldn't confirm it or it's not necessarily the truth. You know, it's just a piece of information in the puzzle. And now let's quickly pause to talk about our next big idea, the nature of truth. So we've talked about the expert bias, the issue of becoming an expert. Now let's talk about the issue of the fact that we don't know what the fuck's going on. Even before the days of the internet and misinformation and made up stories and AI generated videos and whatever the fuck else, even before all of that, no one really knew what was true or not. You don't know what's going on. You don't know if we're correct about the most basic presumptions we have about the laws of the universe, reality, and everything. Everything is a little gray. And so when you think about your understanding of the world, it would be unwise for you to think in terms of true and false, black and white, yes and no. You don't know anything. It is much more effective to think in terms of probabilities. Truth is a probability exercise. Truth is an exercise of probabilistic relationships. So, what do I mean by that? We are told that this pyramid was built by a pharaoh commissioning his people, mostly through slave labor, sort of like God worship labor, commissioned this pyramid to have like hundreds of thousands of people devote their entire lives to building this pyramid for his tomb. How likely is that? It's kind of hard to say. Could be. People have a lot of religious beliefs. There's a lot of religion in ancient Egypt. Could be. Who knows? But then, we're told they achieved it with these techniques. How likely is that's possible? And not only possible, but then scalable to the speed and size of an operation with which they had to complete all this. And they had to build all these ramps and, get all these materials and then take away all the ramps. Then how possible is that? Is it a 50% chance that that's the right theory? Is it a 1% chance that that's the right theory? How likely is this theory? And for the longest time, when I was growing up learning history in school, this was just the accepted theory, not because it's super likely, because it's the most unbelievable theory in the fucking world. It's crazy. It's completely crazy. And that's, I think, why it's so cool. But it was the most likely theory because there were no other ways to explain any of it. There was no other theory. It's that's just by default. That must be the way it was done because how the fuck else did they do it? They didn't have the wheel. They didn't have no lasers. They didn't have no nothing. They it just happened that way. And if it just happened that way, then what's the chances that this geometric fact was accidental? Or was it planned? Because if it was accidental, the chances of this happening accidentally are 1 in 100,000 trillion. It's just all the different blocks had to be cut. They all had to be placed. There's hundreds of thousands of blocks on the inside of the pyramid. Everything is symmetrical. It's all lined up. The chance of this happening on accident are not a thing. It's not possible. That's an infinitesimal chance. So it's likely that this was intentional, right? So then you go into slightly deeper down the conspiracy rabbit hole and you're oh, interesting. It is a fact that the dimensions of the Great Pyramid of Giza directly correlate to the dimensions of the Earth in a couple of interesting ways, in ways that they weren't supposed to know at the time. They didn't have telescopes. They didn't know the diameter of the Earth. Yeah, it could be a coincidence. And if it was just one numerical coincidence like that, it'd be wow, that's unlikely, but that's cool. But it's a couple. It's 2 or 3. And then suddenly you're wait a minute, hot damn, that's really unlikely that they did that on accident. But the mainstream understanding is that they did not have the tools to know those things about the Earth. So how could it be anything except for on accident? And then the same exact logic applies to when the 3 pyramids in the Great Pyramid Complex, as well as in a few other places around the world, just happen to be really aligned to the constellation of Orion in the way they're which is that could be a coincidence. We could, if we were really clever mathematicians, which I am not, we could probably calculate what's the statistical probability that if you were to build 3 pyramids nearby to one another, what's the chances that they would just happen to kind of line up with this level of correlation to a constellation. And a pretty prominent constellation, I might say. It's not very likely, but it could be a coincidence. You see how all these things have associated probabilities that you can kind of like gauge how likely they might be? How that probability should inform your level of confidence in whatever narrative you decide to attach to how this came to be. Because you can take the fact, the thing we can observe, the truth of like, this is what we see or hear or measure or whatever scientific means we use. And then there's an explanation we lay over that, which is like, how likely is it that our explanation explains what we're seeing? So, all that in mind, when an alternative theory about the history of our planet arose, it provided the opportunity for what might be a far more probable explanation for all these weird anomalies in ancient history than the going mainstream theory.
Don't forget, this is entertainment. Or is it?
The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis has been around for a couple decades now, and it's been slowly gaining traction. It was first proposed in this paper by Firestone et al. In 2007. It has since been discussed, elaborated on, and largely corroborated by a lot of peer-reviewed research. And the basic theory is that a piece of or many pieces of a comet seems to have exploded over the North American subcontinent over top of glacial ice during the last glacial maximum, or ice age, although technically we're still in the ice age. Anyways. And it struck the ice with enough force and energy as to kind of obliterate the North American continent at the time and cause an enormous amount of greenhousing effect from the steam and debris in the air. There's crazy anomalies in the ice and the temperatures of the planet that have been known about for a long time. It's called the Younger Dryas ice or climate event, I guess is what it was called. And science has been wondering what caused it for the longest time. And researchers started to discover things like nanodiamonds at a specific layer in the sediment called the black mat layer. They started discovering microspherules, all sorts of evidence that kind of indicates that a comet or a extraterrestrial impact event happened at that time in history, which happens to be 13,000 years ago. And 13,000 years ago happens to correlate almost exactly with like dispersed tales of floods, of like great floods. Cultures all around the world have shared stories of a great flood from like cultures that never talk to each other, like the Bible, but also like North American tribes, also like Africans, also like over in Asia. Everyone's got a flood. And a lot of them can't be exactly dated as to when they might have happened, like based upon the storylines of the myths around the world. But a lot of them can, and a lot of them correlate to 13,000 years ago. And speaking of things that we already knew and didn't really have an explanation for, there was a lot of megafauna, meaning enormous animals, that used to exist that don't anymore. You probably know about them. And they all happened to go extinct right at the Younger Dryas, and no one really knew why. You know, like the movie Ice Age from Disney, the saber-toothed tigers, the giant woolly mammoths that all went extinct. Like some of these animals a lot of you guys know about, but like did you know that there were gigantic bears? There were huge ground beavers with tortoise shells, for real. But my favorite one were giant ground sloths, hands down. This is obviously a recreation, just an image, but this is to scale. This is how big the ground sloths were. Ice Age the movie did not do Sid the Sloth justice at all, because it wouldn't have worked if he had been bigger than Manny. But I shit you not, this is a ground sloth skeleton. Oh, and real quick, let's do one of the coolest detours ever. Here's a question for your brain. It's gonna break your brain if you don't already know about this. Fruit evolved so that animals would eat the seeds in the fruit, right? And then poop it out other places and thereby fertilize wherever they're putting that seed down, and then that seed could grow into another fruit tree, fruit plant, whatever it's gonna be, right? You feel me? So all fruit have seeds that evolved to pass through the digestive tracts of the animals that would eat that fruit. That's the whole point of fruit, right? And if there's a fruit that doesn't have seeds, remember that that's because humans genetically modified it to not have seeds. All fruit have seeds. That's how it's a fruit. Avocados are a fruit, and an avocado pit is a seed. But have you ever wondered What kind of animal poops out an avocado seed? That's right, a giant ground sloth. Avocados are a type of plant called megaflora, as in they evolved alongside megafauna. And the whole point of avocados is to get eaten by gigantic animals, mostly ground sloths, and then they would poop out avocado pits all over North America. Ground sloths are native to North America. Avocados are native to North America. It's boom. Anyways, just a fun tidbit that I think about every time I eat an avocado now. I love giant ground sloths. But we're getting distracted. The point is, all of these megafauna all went extinct. This chart is weird. You have to read it in this direction. So it's like earlier in history, later in history. So like humans right here, the humans on the bottom. Fuck you, show my hand. Okay, fuck you, green screen. So the humans are here, right? And the humans, there weren't really many humans in the fossil record, and then there weren't many humans, and then there was more humans, and now it's like, okay, towards modern time. So we're reading it in that direction. So all these megafauna, they evolved, they existed, they went extinct. Existed, and they went extinct, and they went extinct, and they went extinct, and they went extinct. And the going theory for all of this, for the longest time, was that the Clovis people, the people that came to North America across the land bridge and developed into this, this population you can see in gray there, they hunted them all to death. It must have been human predation that when the humans came to this untouched land, just full of gigantic animals that were so easy to catch because they had no instinct to run away from humans, because they would never have an instinct to run away. No, like obviously. And these humans were just such good predators that they literally hunted the giant bears into extinction. That the humans with sticks and stones hunted giant ground sloths into extinction. That's the going theory. We're talking an entire continent completely covered in these fucking huge animals, all hunted to extinction. Yet somehow, contained within the exact same theory, is the idea that the buffalo did just fine. The buffalo just kept on living, just tons more, lots of buffalo. Because obviously the Clovis people didn't want to kill the buffalo because they would rather kill enormous bears. This is the thing about scientific theories, is you have to look at what you're being told is the theory and then step back and think about what does that imply about the other things that are part of the theory? Because if they need to all line up. And the theory was that all of the megafauna went extinct because of human predation, mostly. And then maybe a little bit of climate change, a little bit of that. But mostly, humans hunted them to death. But not the buffalo. And what that implies is that the humans without guns, just with sticks and stones, they didn't even have metal, sticks and stones, they decided and succeeded at hunting giant short-nosed bears. This is to scale. They're enormous. They hunted them into extinction while simultaneously just letting the buffalo chill. Buffalo were chilling. Someone make that make sense. And so, when scientists started to discover evidence of a comet impact on the North American ice sheet, the Laurentide ice sheet, right at the exact point in history when all of these megafauna species went extinct all around the world, but most heavily concentrated extinctions were in North America, suddenly it's oh shit, we have a way more likely candidate for the explanation for this thing than what we had thought of before. You see what I mean? Probabilities. What's the probability that these humans with sticks were able to hunt all the short-nosed bears into extinction, all the saber-toothed tigers hunted into extinction, all the dire wolves, literally dire wolves, hunted into extinction, but not the buffalo? Seems pretty unlikely to me. But if we have super solid evidence, and at this point it's pretty solid body of evidence, that there was a comet impact at just that time, at just that place, it's that tracks. That is a pretty solid explanation for why we would see this. And then the question is why did not all the buffalo go extinct? I don't know. Maybe it has to do with what kind of grass they're eating. Maybe it has to do with being better evolved to subsist off of it's hard to say. Science is complicated, history is complicated. I don't know. But I know that one theory looks a lot more likely to me than the other. So now, obviously, just like we did with the buffalo and the bears, if this thing is true there, it's true for all of our theories. It's true for all of our understanding. And suddenly, let's revisit Egypt. So you're telling me that there's all sorts of crazy complex structures built all over the world, like literally all over the world, even on little islands and in crazy places with these crazy building techniques that are really hard to explain with modern technology, let alone with primitive Stone Age technology before the wheel was invented. And they just so happen to all look pretty similar, and they all feature like strangely similar symbology and artwork. This is not a good example, but they do the research and you find out that all of these societies all around the globe had intimate understanding of the stars and of complex like interstellar phenomenon and like time and space relationships that like they shouldn't have really had. Like evidences of technologies involved in building these structures that just don't really line up with them building them in the Stone Age. And you recall that we cannot carbon date stone. We don't know when stone was stoned. Like all we know is when organic matter was put around stone. And all these cultures all around the world have myths about an ancient flood that happened in ancient times that wiped out their ancient ancestors. And we're not just talking about the Bible. We're talking about cultures all around the world. They share themes like there was a great flood that destroyed humanity and destroyed the planet. Or themes like there was fire on the earth and their ancestors had to hide in caves underground. Or their ancestors emerged from the ground after hiding for thousands. Like there's so many of these similarities throughout these cultural like histories, these oral traditions, that just sound an awful lot like surviving the type of climatic events that would happen if a comet hit the Earth. And we discover solid evidence that a comet hit the Earth. And prior to these discoveries, our best explanation for how the hell these things had gotten built was like, oh, they just pulled with more dudes, obviously. Like... So I think that's all we're going to go into now, because the point is not to prove or disprove this concept. That's not the point at all. The point is to talk about probabilities and to point out that for a long time, this was the most likely explanation, because there just weren't, like the other explanations were that they were built by aliens, which is possible. It's totally possible. Anyone that says that's not possible is a fucking idiot. Of course it's possible. Fight me. But we don't have any evidence that that's necessarily, I mean, there is some evidence, but we'll talk about that another time. But the going theory was, you know, it was okay, it was all right, because we just didn't have anything that much better. But suddenly, we have a way more likely theory, at least in my mind. If a comet hit the world with enough force to cause the entire planet's global climate to plunge into a deep ice age for a couple thousand years, it's like, hell yeah, that could destroy a civilization that could build these things. I think the Mexican Aztecs too, but certainly the Maya. The going theory is that they came, they built a civilization, they built all these amazing pyramids, and then they farmed their land into basically like, to death. They turned their land into swamps from all the wood they had to burn to make the lime, to make the limestone, and their forested fertile lands quickly became swamps, and they couldn't support their population, and their whole population collapsed, and then they all just left and abandoned their civilization. That's the going theory for how the Maya happened and how these temples got built. That theory right there predicates the fact that when a population surrounding a thing like this, a civilization like this, can no longer sustain itself, it can collapse within 100 years. And all the people that were there building these cities, living in this culture, you know, carrying on these beliefs and traditions, they can just like fail to continue to exist. And I can't think of very many things that would more effectively stop a civilization from existing than a fucking comet hitting the Earth. So I'm getting carried away. But the whole point is to say that the truth is based in probabilities. And most of the most interesting things that we're going to talk about on this channel, we're not going to know the truth. All we're going to be able to do is speculate based upon what seems most likely and what seems less likely. And when we get to these points of like, there's this theory and that theory, and they both could be right. Then, here's the tricky part. Then every future investigation that we do, we have to consider both of those points of view of like, maybe this is the story we're learning about, but maybe it's that story. Because like, if aliens are here if the US government has had contact with aliens, if we have recovered spaceships, or even if we don't, and they're just up there monitoring us, or shooting us, or abducting us, or whatever. If aliens are real, then so many parts of what's happening in the world today mean totally different things than what we were thinking they mean, right? Like, if yes, then all of that needs to be rethought. But if no, then it's this whole other trajectory. And as we learn about modern events, we should be just keeping both of them in mind. Like, you can hold multiple ideas in your head at once as we learn about the world. And that brings us very nicely to outer space and the moon landing. We've already talked about the expert bias, but there are so many other biases that information can have. And not the least of which is political bias, but also monetary bias, social bias. There's so many reasons why someone might try to present something as not what it is. And as a person learning information, it's up to you to try to unpack all the biases that might be involved in skewing the information that you're taking in. And the moon landing is a perfect example of one of these. Quick reminder, we're not making any claims. I'm discussing things not because I believe or disbelieve them, simply because they're fun to talk about. And it's a great exercise in logical processes, okay? So, a bit of background about the space race. The general story goes like this. The USSR kicked America's ass at literally every stage of the space race. They launched the first satellite. The USSR was also the first people to kill a dog in outer space because they sent it to outer space, but it didn't come back because that's like a lot more complicated. Then the US caught up and the US sent a satellite up. Then the USSR beat us to having the first humans in outer space or in orbit. Then America caught up. Then they started their moon programs and they had their first spacewalk. And then America caught up. And then they had their first soft landing on the moon. While at the same time, America was exploding their astronauts on the launch pad, televised live on national TV. This was a huge tragedy and national embarrassment. Then the Soviets flew to the moon, around the moon, and back to Earth. Then America caught up. And then boom, America beat them. And we got a man on the moon first. And all of this was happening at the height of the Cold War. I think it's reasonable to say that at the very least, there was strong incentive to be the first one to the moon. Even if you weren't actually the first one to the moon, I think we can agree that there would be strong incentive to make the world think you were the first one to the moon. That doesn't necessarily mean that it was faked. It's just an important detail to keep in mind. And if you don't think that American government would fake something like a moon landing, homie, you should go over to Rumble or Locals where we do the full version of this episode where we talk about just what the American government is willing to do. Because they've done a lot worse things than faking a moon landing. Let's just leave it at that. So, to be clear, I'm not making one claim one way or the other about the moon landing. I'm not making claims one way or the other about Great Pyramids, about any... All I'm saying is that there are elements to our understanding that you need to be conscious of, that you need to be thinking about, how do I think this way? Why do I think this way? What factors influence the information that I'm getting? And lastly, let's finish with something really fun, just because it's fun. And because I think it's an important thing to think about as we start to dive into all sorts of different conspiracy theories here. Let's take a look at the conspiracy chart. This thing was made by Abby Richards, who, it's worth noting, makes her entire living off of doing anti-conspiracy and fact-checking journalism for mainstream media outlets. And I'm not saying she's always wrong. I'm not saying she doesn't know what she's talking about. I'm just saying let's look at her chart. So, closer look here. It's organized at the bottom of things that actually happened, the truth, grounded in reality, speculation line, things that we have some questions about, and then it moves up. Things that are harmless, but definitely false. Things that are false and super sketchy and dangerous. All the way up to the anti-Semitic point of no return. Oh, it's so dangerous. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's start at the bottom. Okay, cool. So down here, yeah, good. Cool, right on. So we got things like FBI spied on MLK. Well, actually, they tried to blackmail him and tell him to commit suicide, but that's a whole other story. COINTELPRO, Watergate, the Tuskegee experiment, MK Ultra, cool. So these are things that did really happen. We've got evidence, and I've talked about some of these things on this show before, okay? We have questions. UFOs, Area 51, the JFK assassination, Epstein didn't kill himself. Yeah, cool, all right. I don't know why, like, we live in a simulation, like, that seems like a slightly different level than, like, Epstein. We live in a simulation is literally unevidenceable. It's unprovable. It'll never be, like, it's just a cool theory. It's not a, anyways. But here's the interesting trick that she does, is that this pink line, where we're leaving reality. At the pink line, something really interesting happens on this chart. Notice that she's labeled it unequivocally false, but mostly harmless, right? So Avril Lavigne was replaced. Michael Jackson is still alive. Greta Thunberg is a time traveler. Elvis is alive. The Titanic never sank. Tupac is alive in Serbia. Like, who's ever come up with these? Are weird. Like, why is Tupac in Serbia? Like, have you ever heard that specific version of that conspiracy theory? Ted Cruz is the Zodiac killer. Where the fuck did you hear about that conspiracy theory? I've never heard of that. This is like a whole space of conspiracy theories that are kind of irrelevant. Like, they don't matter at all. They're not even like, this is a weird section. In general, I'm not really stressed about the section. Like, I don't really care if you believe in cryptids or not. Like, that doesn't affect me at all. Like, whatever. The point is, then we move up a level, right? So we separated this area down here. It's like, yeah, we do have questions about UFOs. Thank you very much. To like, yeah, totally. We're on the right track. This is all bullshit. Like, okay, what's next? Even more bullshit. Even more. Wait a minute. Jet fuel. Wait, what? Jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams. That is a phrase that comes out of the 9/11 conspiracies, whereby it's very easily provable that jet fuel does not burn at the temperature that would melt steel beams. And lots of experiments have been done that have shown that, like, with enough time and enough jet fuel and enough temperature, like, over time, the steel beams don't melt, but they can, like, warp, and that can lead to, like, bro. But that's fair, you know. So what she's saying is that the idea that 9/11 is anything but the official narrative is dangerous to yourself and others, and it's absolutely fake. It's totally a denial of reality. She clearly has not done a lot of her own research. And Abby, just so you know, if you wanted, you could subscribe to my Rumble account and I would break down all that evidence for you, and you could learn about the conspiracy theories that you're failing to debunk. But if we're just getting started, and you're probably reading this in the background right now, soy boys? Like, soy boys? What even is it? That's not a conspiracy theory. Soy is an estrogenic, it mimics estrogen in your body. Soy binds to your estrogen receptors and fucks up your hormone profiles in everyone, especially men. And sure, like, just because you eat soy doesn't mean that you're like a man-boobed, like, feminine gay boy or something. Like, that's not the, like, what is this? This is a cultural phrase. This is just a funny joke that has taken hold, and this is a meme. That's not a conspiracy theory. Like, soy is what soy is. And it's not good for you. 5G is toxic. Yeah, I mean, 5G probably isn't controlling your brain with some secret technology, but, like, 5G, there is a lot. We'll do a video on that at some point. There's like hundreds and hundreds of studies showing that 5G might have some issues when related to your cells. But there are multiple trillion-dollar industries that rely on 5G not being toxic. So don't stress it too hard, because it's gonna happen either way. Doesn't matter. And, like, bro, you can't, I can't not hide, like, you're right. COVID was probably not a weapon. It was, like, let's be clear, YouTube. COVID was not a bioweapon. It also did not come from a lab. There is no evidence that gain-of-function research was involved in any way. And the US presidential election was stolen. I presume I know which one we're talking about. I can imagine I know which one we're talking about. And who knows? But to put something that concrete all the way up here and dangerous to yourself and others with, like, no, as though there was no way to have evidence of such a thing, as though there could be no rational discussion of it. Like, have you heard of the Hunter Biden laptop? The Twitter files? Like, that's not what this is referring to. But that affected the outcome of an election. You do realize that the CIA, like, the one thing that the CIA is best at is altering the outcomes of elections. That's like what they do all over the world. That's their job. I am not saying that they did that in that election. That's not what I'm saying. Okay? I'm just pointing out the mental gymnastics that's going on in this chart. Here's another version of it. Antifa did January 6th. This is where you take a conspiracy theory and then you flip it to be what it actually, like, a different thing that's not what the conspiracy theory actually states. So then it's like, oh, that's not, of course Antifa didn't do it. The theory is not that Antifa did January 6th, you idiot. The theory is that there are certain agencies that are professionals at co-opting mobs, movements, protests. Like, it is literally COINTELPRO 101, which is down there in factual, by the way, COINTELPRO right there. The very first rule of COINTELPRO is take an organic movement and then twist it to your needs. I'm gonna leave it at that. And if you're politically upset about that, just think about, like, the big pallets of bricks that were left out at certain BLM riots and protests and, like, how that all went. And I'm not saying, remember, I'm not claiming I believe one way or the other. All I'm saying is that, like, a rational human might have some questions. But when you put it in this structure, you're not allowed to have questions up here. You are by definition irrational if you have any questions about any of this. So don't question it. You fucking idiot conspiracy theorists. Get back down into reality, because you're about to cross the line of anti-Semitic point of no return. And then you're really in danger. Then you're screwed. All right, now we're up to the very top of the chart. We're at the anti-Semitic point of no return, where she's got the explosion danger sign. It's so bad. And let's just start right here with the deep state. Then we've got the Illuminati, as though they weren't a real organization, which they were, very historically documented. The question is if they still are. Like, what does this even mean, other than that you're uneducated? Because I don't know very much about this world, but one thing I do know is that when someone tells you not to ask questions, the first thing I want to do is ask some questions. Like, why shouldn't I ask about Bill Gates and depopulation? Is there a reason why I'm not supposed to ask questions about that? Like, why should I not research the protocols of the Elders of Zion? That seems like it would be relevant to know about Zionism right now in the world, right? Like, I know Abby thinks she's making the world a safer place by steering people away from these dangerous topics to research about. But this is not how you do it. This is not how you clarify what is and is not real. This is propaganda. And instead of trying to tell people what is and is not real by presenting them with propaganda, it would be a lot more effective to have a conversation where we share evidence and ideas are judged based upon their merit, not based upon what an authority figure tells us to think. Because if you hadn't noticed lately, authority figures don't have a great track record for telling us the truth about what to think. So anyways, let's regroup and figure out where we're at and where we're going from here. This channel has gone through a lot of changes recently. I'm doing a lot of things behind the scenes to make this channel have a life beyond YouTube not monetizing it. If you're watching this video on YouTube, you have just watched the sanitized, shortened cut of this video that does not have all the stuff that YouTube will not monetize in it. If you were to watch this video on Rumble or on Locals, you would have gotten the full director's cut of all the stuff that we talk about, because we can talk about whatever we want on those platforms. It's great. If you've been following along for a while now, you know that we are forever partway through talking about 9/11 conspiracies and the evidence thereby. That investigation is still ongoing, and we will continue and finish that investigation and the rest of that whole line of thought on Rumble, Locals, probably on Twitter, wherever we're not censored. That will not be on YouTube. And if you're on YouTube, we are starting more investigations into just more harmless conspiracy theories that are not... Anyways, because I need content that I can make for YouTube that can get my YouTube monetized so that I can continue to do this for a living full time. So there will be all sorts of different content coming out. It's all going to change a little bit. It's not going to be some studio. This is just a dude in a room talking to things. Like, the audio sucks. The video is what it is. Like, we're just hanging out. If you want like some like super Hollywood production, you can go to the channels for that. You got it. I honestly, some days I wonder if some of those channels aren't literally CIA programs. Like we're going to do a video at some point on like the potential psyops that are on YouTube and on TikTok that might be muddying the waters, because it's a little weird how like much budget some of these guys have and like the things they choose to focus on with their platform, and the thing like there's some weird stuff out there in the conspiracy theory space these days. But that's a topic for another day. For now, I very much appreciate your support. I very much appreciate you sticking with us as I go on through this time of change. The censorship is crazy out here in the internet these days. It's only going to get worse. So all of your support means the world to me. Your support on Locals has completely changed my life. Just focus on thinking, learning, working, producing content so we can all figure out what the fuck's going on. People that view this stuff, that share this stuff, that comment on these videos, it means the world to me. If you're not already, please like it. Please subscribe to this. Please drop a comment if you have any thoughts, or even if you're dumb and you don't have any thoughts. It's just like, it's such an important time in the world and so much is happening. And if we don't do something, if we don't get involved, if we don't all learn what the fuck's going on, like, ignorance is not bliss. Ignorance is an invitation to be exploited and taken advantage of. And there are people that will do that to the world on a mass scale right now, and it is not okay. It is up to all of us to be a part of the change that we need to happen in the world coming up here, like in the next 10 years, the next 2 years, the next 2 months. Like, shit is going on, and we all need to be paying attention. And so I'm doing my best to learn, and I'm doing my best to share what I learn with you. And I'm just so grateful that there's a community of people out there that give a shit. So thanks for tuning in. Thanks for helping out. I'll see you soon.
Reality is buffering. Will continue once it catches up.
Ian really lays it out well there. The more you know, the more you realize how little you actually know. He also seems to be a fellow advocate for questioning everything, especially the mainstream and authority. It's sometimes even safe to just assume the opposite of the mainstream just because you know it's the better route. I also really like that Ian distinguishes discussing ideas and believing in them. Just because we can consider new and contradictory ideas does not mean that we need to believe in them. And with all that said, we always need to be aware of our own potential biases. And as I always say, question everything. And part of questioning everything is questioning your own beliefs and actions.
Is anyone else getting allergies like way worse than before? Because I recently stumbled upon something very interesting. So there's a horticulturist named Thomas Ogren, and he found that many cities planted only male trees because they produce only pollen, so they're easier to maintain, versus female trees, which produce fruits and seeds. Problem is, without female trees to absorb all the pollen, it just lingers in the air. He said that this practice started back from a guidance in the 1949 USDA Yearbook of Agriculture, which they recommended, quote, only male trees should be selected to avoid nuisance from the seed. Now, fast forward to today, scientists are saying urban landscaping is to blame for prolonged crippling allergy seasons. Now, this is not ideal for most people, but great for Big Pharma. Zyrtec, one of the most popular allergy medications, is experiencing a boom in sales. In fact, analysts are predicting that the total antihistamine market is projected to triple or almost triple in the next 10 years. And guess what Big Pharma wants to do to help cure us from our allergies? Plant more trees. Okay, a couple years ago, Zyrtec started partnering with a group called American Forests to support tree equity in 3 key cities: Phoenix, Detroit, and Washington, D.C. The result? Sky-high pollen levels in Phoenix, the Detroit metro area, and Washington, D.C. Now, are they doing this on purpose? Claiming so would be promoting a conspiracy, which, of course, we wouldn't want to do. But what I will say is that for-profit medicine will never be designed to cure illness, but rather only treat the symptoms in perpetuity.
When they come in my
Amy, I need anything. And I mean anything. We can't even discuss it, the things that this man is capable of bringing to you. But believe me, he has Miami on lock. But this is the love affair, baby. This is the love affair, baby.
Dave and Ross and Kevin, they all gay.
DJ Khaled, Rick Ross, and P. Diddy?
Yeah.
They all gay?
Yeah.
To be yourself in a world that is constantly trying to make you something else is the greatest accomplishment. Everywhere you turn, there's a voice telling you who you should be, what to wear, what to think, what success must look like. And so you bend quietly, subtly, until you no longer recognize the shape you once were. The world is loud. It demands you to fit in. But the soul only whispers. And if you do not listen, you will spend your life performing, not living. To be yourself in such a world, to speak with your own voice, to live by your own rhythm, that is no small rebellion. That is greatness.
New gentleman has now entered that space of Klaus Schwab's chairman. And this is the former CEO head, Peter Brabeck-Latman. A lot of the public probably knows him just for this comment. Take a look.
So water is, of course, the most important raw material we still have in the world today. It's about whether we privatize the normal water supply for the population or not. And there are two different views on this. The extreme view, I'd say, is held by some NGOs who insist that water be declared a public right. That means, as a human, you should simply have the right to water. That's one extreme solution, yes. And the other view says, water is a food. Like any other food, it should have a market value.
That may be one of the most chilling things that I've ever seen. That the extreme point of view, this radical extreme idea that water is a right, is now going to be the head of the WEF. So meaning you don't naturally have a right to have water, and if someone owns it and wants to keep it from you, that's their right. I mean, the only thing left is you don't have a right to air.
I'm so proud of him. See, y'all got to understand, he came to my office in this fly-ass neon suit. He went from neon suits to designing Chanel, to having his own hotels, to beauty, to everything he stands for as a black king, God, musical producer, visionary, genius, philanthropist, and now hotel owner. Thank you, bro. Of the Good Time Hotel. Thank you, bro. And also, I just want to give y'all, let y'all in on some secret breaking news. He's here too. Yeah.
And he said, Ross, I know this is demonic. We shouldn't be having anything to do with it. It has no control systems, no control surfaces, no visible propulsion system. No dials, no levers, no buttons. It's a shell. It's operated by consciousness.
Do you remember in 2016 when the director of the CIA admitted that chemtrails were a real thing at the Council on Foreign Relations? On camera, and then the corporate media and the social media companies called anyone who pointed that out a conspiracy theorist? Well, a bill in Florida to ban weather manipulation just passed the Senate. So it looks like the conspiracy theorists were right again, because it's well documented that Bill Gates and his group of climate fanatics want to block out the sun. But you don't report on that, just like you don't report on Gates with Epstein, and you just gaslight, gaslight, gaslight. And even though the chemtrail documents are on the CIA's website and they're trying to ban them in Florida, CNN just triples down on calling you crazy for pointing it out. You gotta give it to them. They're committed to the lie. But I'm committed to making sure no one falls for it.
Yeah, so there are many hybrid agendas. Again, as I was mentioning, there are darker, let's say draconian, reptilian kind of agendas. And the purpose of them are the destruction and fragmentation of the soul. When a soul is fractalized, it becomes entangled in a space, in a dimension. And so that means that it has to keep coming back. That's what the reincarnation cycle is about. We essentially keep reincarnating in loops, and we keep repeating things. And for some of us, we've been repeating in loops for centuries. We have lives and lives that are condensed into maybe this one dimension for a long time. And the key is that when the human wakes up consciousness, they can break those cycles, those patterns. So the hybridization program functions in the same way. It is the sustainability of the interdimensional matrix. And the interdimensional matrix is functioning within the 13-dimensional layers of this realm. 13 dimensions, from which all of these species that we talk about, from the draconians to the Arcturians to the light beings to the highest dimensional level, all of those races are managing different kinds of exchange of consciousness in order to fractalize and utilize soul core life force. So this hybridization program that is inverted is terrestrial. There is a terrestrial program that is managed by the Biological Warfare Department here in
governments,
yeah,
shadow governments.
Exactly. And this shadow government that manages these hybridization programs are primarily focused on cloning. They also utilize our DNA in order to create clones. And the purpose of that is in order to create alternate worlds that continue to sustain life force for the more parasitic systems in our reality. They feed off of clones, which are in unconscious states, beings that are on purpose deactivated DNA. And what happens when you deactivate DNA? You become a programmable organism that you can program and you can bring into reincarnation cycle as many times as you want until the organism somehow wakes up consciousness. And we essentially are whatever generation of those programs.
So we're clones.
Up next, we're going to be diving down a rabbit hole with one of the best orators on YouTube, Mr. Mythos. We've covered his work here before, and he never disappoints. This time, he's going to be digging into one of my favorite people of all time, Nikola Tesla. Let's see what we can learn here today.
Nikola Tesla, one of the most prolific inventors and thinkers of the 20th century, was nothing short of a mad genius. Today we'll learn of his 3-digit code to unlocking the universe, his possible communications with extraterrestrials, his harnessing of ancient Hindu metaphysics, and his late-life romance with a pigeon. And of course, all throughout we'll weave through the wild and dangerous conspiracy theories surrounding 2 of his secret lost inventions, that of free energy generation and the death ray. If you've got any electronic device plugged into a wall socket, you can thank Tesla's innovation of AC electrical currents for the way we live our digital lives. His ideas were far ahead of their time. But there's a darker story here. Was Nikola Tesla a man consumed by his own mind? Or was he the target of a far larger conspiracy to silence his most revolutionary inventions? Hey fellow seekers, welcome. I'm Mr. Mythos. If you're a fan of strange and ancient mysteries with research so deep you're guaranteed to fall down the rabbit hole, you're in the right place. I humbly ask that you give this video a like and ding the notifications bell so you don't miss any of the rare info we'll be digging into every video. Nikola Tesla was a Serbian-American inventor and futurist who lived from 1856 to 1943. He was born in the small village of Smijan in what was then Yugoslavia, and today the country of Croatia. Tesla's father was an Eastern Orthodox priest, but he perhaps took more from his mother, a remarkably inventive woman who designed and engineered her own tools and mechanical appliances, despite having never been educated. She also had a profound ability to memorize epic Serbian poems after reading them only a few times. Tesla would later credit his mother, Georgina, for his photographic memory and engineering creativity. There's little doubt that this woman was a prodigy, but having been denied her full intellectual potential due to her gender, her legacy would be carried on by her son, Nikola. In high school, young Nikola Tesla would first discover the wonders of electricity in his physics class, and he called it a mysterious phenomena and a wonderful force. Electricity would eventually grow into his primary passion and obsession. He felt a special connection to its inner workings, which would manifest visually in his mind's eye, as if he already knew this particular science from birth. And this led to many instances where his teacher accused him of cheating, but could never prove it. It was in these teenage years that Tesla began to recognize that he had a special power that others did not. Earlier in his childhood, he'd suffered from blinding flashes of light which occurred randomly, accompanied by striking visions of words, ideas, and even memories. As a child, he had no control, and eventually this led to numerous out-of-body experiences where he would be teleported to what he later described as, quote, new places, cities, and countries, as dear to me as those in actual life and not a bit less intense in their manifestations, end quote. But as he got older, Tesla finally harnessed this power to the point at which he could visualize almost anything he wanted in immense and realistic detail. Decades later, as a full-time inventor, he called this technique picture thinking, where he mentally pieced together every detail, dimension, and mechanism with extreme precision, and finally constructed the device in real life, almost entirely from memory. Soon after graduating high school, though, the young Tesla underwent a serious ordeal that would change his life forever. He contracted cholera, a severe bacterial illness from drinking contaminated water, and this left him bedridden for over 9 months, nearly killing him several times during that period. He was only 17 years old. This experience left him with a lifelong germophobia, but some speculate that the horrid illness might have affected his brain further, leading to a life and career constantly tittering between prodigy and madness. See, there was a darker side to Nikola Tesla's exceptional capabilities. In his years after moving to the United States and transitioning into adulthood, he began to obsess over certain things, writing in various journals that, quote, I would get a fever by looking at a peach. I had a violent aversion to the earrings of women. The sight of a pearl would almost give me a fit, but I was fascinated with the glitter of crystals or objects with sharp edges. When I drop little squares of paper in a dish filled with liquid, I always sense a peculiar and awful taste in my mouth. I would not touch the hair of other people except, perhaps, at the point of a revolver. End quote. Most psychiatric professionals today agree that Tesla was displaying serious symptoms of obsessive-compulsive disorder. At his most extreme point, he became obsessed with a specific white pigeon who he genuinely believed was communicating with him. However, this may have been more of a reflection of the truly eccentric person he was. Let me explain. While living in New York, Tesla would regularly spend hours in Central Park feeding the pigeons there, and if he saw any pigeons that were injured, he'd take them home and nurse them by hand back to health. In the hotel room that he lived in, the inventor kept the windows open so his feathered friends could visit freely, and he would request the hotel chef to prepare special birdseed mixes, just for them. Though Tesla never married or even dated, believing that his chastity helped him focus on his inventions, he would admit to falling in love with a special white pigeon who visited him almost every day and, according to the inventor, communicated with him telepathically. Reflecting on this relationship, he wrote, quote, I've been feeding pigeons, thousands of them for years, but there was one, a beautiful bird, pure white with light gray tips on its wings. That one was different. It was a female. I had only to wish and call her, and she would come flying to me. I loved that pigeon as a man loves a woman, and she loved me. As long as I had her, there was purpose to my life." End quote. In 1922, the pigeon flew through his window to let him know that she was dying, and as she passed away just minutes later, Tesla saw a white light in her eyes, brighter than any electrical current he had ever seen. He was absolutely heartbroken and, for a long while, felt like he could not go on. In this way, Tesla was truly an unconventional character, and this was obvious in his obsessions and passions, but also his emotions. The inventor was known for constantly bouncing between mania and depression. During the highs, he would rarely sleep and claimed to only need 2 hours of sleep a night. And in the lows, his insecurities ate away at him, and he would literally lock himself away from the world, sometimes for weeks on end. One of Tesla's biographers, Bernie Carlson, wrote, quote, "There were moments where he would be the toast of the town, and moments where he seemed to want to sit in a dark hotel room and be by himself." End quote. At the age of 86, Nikola Tesla would die alone in room 3327 of the New Yorker Hotel, but he would leave a profound legacy in our world. Today he's recognized as the inventor of AC power current, hydroelectric power, the radio, remote-controlled vehicles, induction motors, and wireless energy transfer. However, with this lonely death in 1943, a striking number of his most valuable and confidential papers were reported missing, and to this day they've never been found, and it's not exactly sure what they contained. Tesla was famous for his secrecy when it came to his work, and it's believed that there were a number of lost inventions that never saw the light of day, or perhaps were intentionally suppressed. In fact, there are legitimate reasons to believe Nikola Tesla invented something that would have single-handedly destroyed one of the largest and most profitable economic sectors to exist, and one that still dominates the world today. I'm speaking of energy generation. As reported by the New York American newspaper on November 1st, 1933, quote, "Nikola Tesla, the celebrated physicist, recognized in the scientific world as the foremost living inventor, announces that, at a date not distant, a new source of power will be available everywhere, displacing coal, oil, gas, and other established fuels of industry. The result of 30 years of search and experimentation into and with the mysterious force, which, for want of a more precise terminology, is called cosmic energy." End quote. The cosmic energy spoken of by the New York American was a term taken from Tesla himself, and it remains a highly mysterious and esoteric concept, and we'll be investigating it in detail as to what exactly he meant by it. Regardless, this cosmic energy was the key to his invention of a free energy generator. In 1933, Tesla provided a utopian description of this energy reservoir. Quote, "This new power for the driving of the world's machinery will be derived from the energy which operates the universe, the cosmic energy, which is everywhere, present in unlimited quantities." End quote. Imagine never paying another power bill in your life. Imagine never needing to worry about fluctuating gas prices or even stopping at a gas station ever again. Clearly, this cosmic energy was a substance with the potential to radically alter our world as we know it. However, even to this day, researchers still speculate on what exactly Tesla was talking about. And just a heads up before we move on, we're going to get a bit scientific in this video, and I'll try to keep it in simple terms. So stick with me here, as I guarantee you'll learn some pretty incredible facts about energy and its unlikely connection to esotericism, extraterrestrials, even ancient religion. It may also make you question the world as we know it. Is it possible that we've been deliberately lied to by our political and industrial leaders for nearly a century, or perhaps far, far longer? First, we need to understand what free energy is. Genuinely free energy must be both zero cost and pollution free. Today, free energy is considered by many to be purely in the realm of science fiction. This is because, according to the known laws of physics, it's impossible for energy to be infinite, and no machine can create energy from nothing. Creating energy from nothing violates the law of mass energy conservation, which states that neither mass nor energy can be created or destroyed. However, energy can convert into mass, and the opposite is true as well. Mass can convert into energy. For example, food is measured in calories, and calories are a unit of energy. This is because the mass of the food you eat is metabolized and then released from your body as heat, which is a form of energy. The atomic bomb follows the same principle. By splitting the mass of an atom, energy is released. So, just remember that energy cannot be created from nothing, according to the known laws of physics. And to explain why energy can't be infinite, even though energy is never actually destroyed, it does change from one form to another, which is the law of conservation of energy. For example, a water wheel generator uses the kinetic or gravitational energy of water falling and converts it into electrical energy, which we can then use to power a heater, which turns the electrical energy into heat energy. Now, the scientific-minded of you might be thinking, if energy is never destroyed but simply converted, why can't we just continuously convert energy in a loop? Well, that would violate the second law of thermodynamics, which basically says that there will always be some inefficiency. So, as energy converts from one form to another, more and more of it gets wasted, and while it still technically exists, the energy is unusable. For example, a light bulb's useful energy is the light it produces. However, much of the electrical energy flowing into the light bulb is wasted in the form of thermal energy, or heat. That's why many electronics claim to be energy efficient, because they minimize the energy wasted. But some amount of energy will always be wasted no matter what, and even the most efficient conversion will never be perfect. So just remember that, according to the known laws of physics, no pool of energy can ever be infinite, despite Tesla's strange claim of the unlimited quantities of cosmic energy. So, on a very technical standpoint, free energy is simply impossible, and if that's not the case, either the science is fundamentally flawed or there would have to be some massive conspiracy involving almost all the world's engineers and physicists in cahoots, who all agree that it's impossible. However, if we were to rethink free energy as not truly free, but rather an incredibly efficient conversion of usable energy from some massive existing energy reservoir, now we're back in the realm of possibility. Basically, if the supply is large enough and the conversion is efficient enough, we can pretty much consider the energy to be free. The sun, for example, is a power source that will provide continuous energy for the next 5 billion years. So, why can't we just power everything with solar? Well, the problem is our current technology is not very good at harnessing it. We can generate energy from solar in small amounts, but nowhere near enough to meet the energy demands of the modern world. On the other hand, fossil fuels are far more efficient at converting to electrical energy. In fact, fossil fuels seem to beat every renewable energy we know of by a shockingly large margin. And this is exactly why the oil industry is so incredibly profitable. It can't be challenged, at least until the world runs out of oil or Earth comes to some apocalyptic end due to the detrimental effects on the environment. However, how true is it that our oil mega conglomerates and other fossil fuel giants can't be challenged? What if someone did manage to harness a renewable energy in an incredibly efficient way? The invention of free or ultra-low-cost energy generation would effectively destroy their business model in one fell swoop. There's a clear motive to prevent this from happening. The economic powers that be are ruthless, and any threat to their stability and dominance would obviously be attacked with full force. Nikola Tesla understood this, once writing in his journal that, quote, "No free energy device will ever be allowed to reach the market," end quote. And the way he learned this lesson began with one of the most devastating failures of his career. Beginning in 1901, Tesla undertook the grand and expensive construction of a wireless transmission station known as the Wardenclyffe Tower, which at first was used for transmitting messages, but he soon shifted its primary purpose to the generation and transmission of cosmic energy. This project would be his first serious opportunity to turn the dream he had had for the last 10 years into a reality. See, in 1891, in a speech before the American Institute of Electrical Engineers, Tesla first revealed his belief that the universe held some massive pool of energy that could be harnessed at any location on Earth. Quote, "Ere many generations pass, our machinery will be driven by a power obtainable at any point in the universe." This idea is not novel. We find it in the delightful myth of Antaeus, who derives power from the Earth. It is a mere question of time when men will succeed in attaching their machinery to the very wheelwork of nature. End quote. In that speech, Tesla referenced Antaeus, the giant son of Gaia, the earth goddess, and Poseidon, the sea god. Because of his relation to his mother, Antaeus drew massive strength from the earth as long as he was in physical contact with it. However, he ended up being defeated by Hercules, who lifted him up from the ground and away from his source of power, then crushed him to death. And this remains one of the most famous stories in Greek mythology. However, this may have been a bit of a premonition, because Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower project would be killed too, as soon as its source of power was cut. Not long after the inventor announced that he was shifting the focus of the tower toward the harnessing and wireless transmission of cosmic energy, the project's primary backer, the banking magnate JP Morgan, pulled out completely. Other financial backers followed as well, and Tesla couldn't find any other investors to replace them, despite much of the tower already having been built. Thus, he was forced to abandon this grand project in 1906 without ever seeing it become operational. And in 1917, the remains of Wardenclyffe Tower were demolished and turned into scrap in order to pay off Tesla's debts. Besides destroying the inventor financially, this failure crushed his self-esteem and would haunt him for the rest of his life. Looking back, it is rather shocking and curious that so many of his esteemed financiers pulled the plug on this project specifically. This was many years before he announced his free energy generation machine, but the potential of the Wardenclyffe Tower may have still been seen as a threat to the major players of the energy sector. As an inventor of very expensive experimental devices, Tesla relied entirely on the backing of powerful financiers, many of whom were deeply invested in the energy sector. Notably, JP Morgan, the primary backer of the Wardenclyffe Tower, as well as the one who effectively ended the project, was a central figure of General Electric, today a $100 billion business and one of the largest corporations in the world. Free energy suppression has been a popular conspiracy theory since at least the 1920s, when the American inventor Thomas Henry More claimed to have discovered a source of energy floating throughout our atmosphere, and he developed a machine to harness it with extreme efficiency and then convert it to a cold form of electricity. In the early 1930s, this machine of his was witnessed working by dozens of people, who confirmed that it functioned without any exterior input of energy. However, this success did not last long. First, More claimed that he had received several serious threats to stop his public demonstrations. Not long after, his machine began to break down and fail repeatedly. He eventually discovered that his assistant had tampered with it and had him fired. After this, the harassment and threats began to target his wife and children, and More himself was reportedly shot at multiple times in public, which scared him so badly that he bulletproofed the family car. And finally, his laboratory was broken into and robbed. More would never recover from these equipment losses, which were worth around $2 million today. He would never be able to rebuild his machine, and he abandoned his research into energy generation completely. More's story may have been one of the first, but harassing, tampering, and suppression of research remains a common theme in many reported discoveries of new forms of energy. Free energy devices that are speculated to have been suppressed include torus-based generators, cold fusion generators, anti-gravity propulsion systems, and reverse-engineered extraterrestrial technology. The conspiracy theory asserts that certain tactics are used by these corporations to keep such technology from reaching the market. It's thought that these companies donate millions of dollars to governments so that the law is in their favor, and donate millions to research institutions in order to control research into alternative energy generation. Beyond that, they're believed to buy out specific patents, sue inventors into bankruptcy, or, in some drastic cases, even turn to murder. And inventors who have seemingly become victims for their research into free energy include Stanley Meyer, John Kanzias, and Eugene Malov. In fact, Malov was murdered in 2004 by 3 men with no confirmed motive. Another among these alleged victims of free energy suppression is Nikola Tesla. Tesla was known for being mysterious with his research and inventions, and perhaps for good reason. Many of his ideas were stolen during his time working for the Continental Edison Company, and also directly under Thomas Edison, who shamelessly took credit for many of Tesla's own breakthroughs. For example, his redesign of the DC dynamos generator. However, despite his reputation for secrecy, he was particularly tight-lipped with his free energy breakthrough. Not only had he learned a hard lesson with the Wardenclyffe Tower, but by now he knew of the industrial disruption that such an invention would cause. Speaking about his free energy generator, he declared, quote, "I shall not announce the scientific principles of the discovery and describe the mechanical means I have devised for carrying it out. It is sufficient at this time to say that I have performed experiments and obtained results from which I am able to calculate what the mechanism may be expected to perform. Much, of course, remains to be accomplished, but it is work not necessarily of a creative kind. It can be done by many, and hence development to the point of actual operation may be enormously speeded up." End quote. From this statement, it's clear that Tesla had already figured out the core mechanisms and was in a phase of fine-tuning and finalizing its design. So, this makes it all the more strange that, to this day, we still have very little solid information as to what this device actually was. With the announcement of his free energy invention in 1934, Tesla lost his final backers, and by the end of his life, he was literally dying of poverty. This was the final result of a vicious trend that seemed to follow Tesla whenever he announced progress on a technology that threatened the energy status quo. Free energy suppression comes in many forms, but in the case of Tesla, a scientific genius with a weakness for managing his money, all that seemed to be necessary was pulling away the financing, and the rest is history. But the mystery goes far deeper than this strange device lost to time. What about that ethereal material he claimed was the source of his power? That is, the cosmic energy, whose reservoir was apparently on a near infinite scale. Even today, Tesla's descriptions of cosmic energy have never been matched to anything in known existence. In 1932, the inventor stated, quote, "I have harnessed the cosmic rays and caused them to operate a motive device. The attractive features of the cosmic rays is their constancy. They shower down on us throughout the whole 24 hours. It will not require devices for storing energy, as would be necessary with devices using wind, tide, or sunlight. They move with great velocity, exceeding that of light." End quote. Beyond this statement, which makes it clear that cosmic energy is far more powerful than wind, water, and solar energy, he revealed a number of other key details about it in various interviews and publications. For example, cosmic energy is made up of particles that are incredibly microscopic, so small that they can hardly be observed. These particles can also penetrate through almost any substance without any observable effect. Cosmic energy also arrives on Earth from all directions, at all times. As for its origin, it comes from stars, and this includes our own sun. Finally, Tesla hinted many times that cosmic energy was somehow interlinked with radioactivity. You might think this describes solar power, but as we already learned, cosmic energy is available 24 hours a day and moves faster than the speed of light. Tesla himself clarified, quote, "Night will not interrupt the flow of the new power supply. The disappearance of the sun below the horizon will not shut it off." End quote. So, if it wasn't solar, what exactly was it? We'll explore another related conspiracy, that of Tesla's death ray weapon, at the end. But in order to uncover what this mysterious energy source was, we need to understand it from the mind of Nikola Tesla himself. And that requires a deep dive into his metaphysical understanding of the world.
We interrupt this story to remind you, something is watching you too.
Nikola Tesla had a special power, that of his visions, which he learned to harness as an adult. These first began when he was a child and were sparked by one specific traumatic event in 1863, the death of his older brother, Dane Tesla. Dane, only 12 years old, was riding on a horse when Nikola accidentally spooked it. The horse bolted and bucked, finally throwing Dane off and trampling him, killing him under its hooves. Nikola was not only responsible for the incident, but he witnessed the entire thing. He was only 6 years old. After the death of Dane, something changed dramatically for the young Nikola. He began to experience intense visions, and in his waking life he perceived energies, frequencies, and vibrations in all colors and forms, floating in the air around him, which he described as, quote, "filled with tongues of living flame," end quote. He even believed he could touch them because they looked so real to him, despite no other person being able to see it. Though for many years as a child, he was overwhelmed and tormented by the visions, he would eventually master this power, learning to control them and harness their potential. But with this came a profound shift in his understanding of the connection between the mind, body, and universe. Tesla once wrote, quote, "To me, the universe is simply a great machine which never came into being and never will end. The human being is no exception to the natural order. Man, like the universe, is a machine." End quote. He noted that whatever his body could do, it would be possible to make a mechanical contraption do the same thing, because in the end, everything is a machine, meaning everything works similarly on a fundamental level. For example, he eventually concluded that these visions were the result of a reflex action of his brain and retinas, and that if his eyes could produce the visions, quote, "it should be possible to project on a screen the image of any object one conceives and make it visible," end quote. The reason why Tesla emphasized a fundamental connection between the mental plane, the physical body, and the universe at large was his realization that everything, yes, everything, is made up of frequencies and vibrations. Today, this universal truth has been proven as a scientific fact, that all matter, including you and me, are constantly in a wave-like motion, either vibrating, oscillating, or resonating. But Tesla was one of the first to propose this idea, at least in the scientific world. Famously, he wrote, quote, "If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration," end quote. He also observed that our energies, frequencies, and vibrations are shared between living beings as well as inanimate objects, such as the planets and stars, and they affect each other, sometimes with enormous impact. He called this effect the cosmic pain. In an interview from 1899, found in the American magazine Immortality, Tesla gave a detailed description of his esoteric concept of the cosmic pain. Quote, "Whenever one of my near and dear people were hurt, I felt physical pain. This is because our bodies are made from a similar material, and our souls are related with unbreakable wires. The incomprehensible sadness that sometimes overwhelmed us means that somewhere on the other side of this planet, a child or generous man died. In some periods, the entire universe is tired of itself and of us. Disappearance of a star and the appearance of comets will affect us more than we can imagine. We must learn this truth in order to be healed." End quote. We might also relate to some of the private writings of Tesla, as they show how deeply he believed and understood this universal connection on multiple levels. Quote, "These ties cannot be seen, but we can feel them. I cut myself in the finger and it pains me. This finger is a part of me. I see a friend hurt and it hurts me too. My friend and I are one." Does this not prove that each of us is only part of a whole? For ages, this idea has been proclaimed in the consummately wise teachings of religion, probably not alone as a means of ensuring peace and harmony among men, but as a deeply founded truth. The Buddhist expresses it in one way, the Christian in another, but both say the same. We are all one. Science, too, recognizes this connectedness of separate individuals. Every living being is an engine geared to the wheelwork of the universe. Though seemingly affected only by its immediate surrounding, the sphere of external influence extends to infinite distance. End quote. It may come as a surprise, or not, that one of the greatest minds in science was also an incredibly spiritual man. It's true that Tesla was born into a highly religious family, and both his father and grandfather were Eastern Orthodox priests. In fact, his dad wanted him to become a priest, up until the cholera incident where he made a promise to the teenage Nikola that if he survived his fight with cholera, he could leave home to study engineering at a university. It's pretty wild how quickly a person's fate can change like that. But back to Tesla's spiritual understanding, many people wondered whether he was religious. He was asked about this many times in interviews, to which he answered, quote, "In my heart, I am deeply religious, though not in the orthodox sense of that word. What one man calls God, another calls the laws of physics." End quote. Nikola Tesla did believe that there was a God, at least in the sense that there was something in the universe that was both unknowable and all-knowing, of infinite energy and potential, and of ultimate influence on the universe and its inhabitants. These sorts of beliefs on God reflect the classical beliefs of any major monotheistic religion, Christianity, Islam, and Sikhism, for example. However, with the exception of any moral element, there was no good or bad associated with Tesla's God. It was simply what it was, and the reason why everything is the way it is. But not so different from a prophet like Muhammad or Abraham, the inventor claimed to have received messages from this entity by way of the cosmic pain. Quote, "My brain is only a receiver. In the universe there is a core from which we obtain knowledge, strength, and inspiration. I have not penetrated into the secrets of this core, but I know that it exists." End quote. Some who've studied the spiritualism of the inventor have claimed that, by his description, he was accessing what is known in some esoteric schools as the Akashic Records. Existing in some ethereal plane of existence, the Akashic Records can be explained as the ultimate collection of every event, thought, word, emotion, and intent to have ever occurred in the past, present, or future, and this encompasses the entire universe and all forms of life to ever exist. Someday I'll investigate the Akashic Records in depth, and actually I did already cover another person who supposedly accessed them, an American clairvoyant named Edgar Cayce, and that video is called The Sleeping Prophet of Atlantis, in case you want to check it out. But for now, just know that Tesla did believe that he received knowledge and information, on top of visions, from something that oddly resembles this occult concept. He would write, quote, "I am part of a light, and it is the music. The light fills my 6 senses. I see it, hear, feel, smell, touch, and think. I saw the past, present, and future, all at the same time." End quote. But how exactly did Tesla come to access even the outer edges of this infinite library? Well, famously he did give an answer. Quote, "If you only knew the magnificence of the 3, 6, and 9, then you would have the key to the universe." End quote. It's well documented that Tesla absolutely obsessed over these 3 particular numbers, 3, 6, and 9. It began in 1917, around the time when he was exhibiting strong symptoms of obsessive-compulsive disorder, and it started with the number 3. During his daily swim at the public pool, he always swam exactly 33 laps, and if he lost count, he couldn't leave and had to start over from 0. And before entering any building, he would have an overwhelming urge to circle the surrounding city block exactly 3 times first, before going in. Tesla's work schedule also reflected these numbers. Every day he would work from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., and after dinner and a long break, he would resume his work and finish at 3 a.m. We know that Tesla was a fan of exercising, and on top of his daily swims, he'd also take daily walks, which would be either 13 or 16 kilometers in length. In the kitchen, he would use exactly 18 napkins to wash his dishes, 18 being divisible by 9, 6, and 3. And finally, he would only ever stay in hotel rooms with a room number that could be divided by 3. For example, the room he died in was number 3327. No one is entirely sure what Tesla meant by 3, 6, and 9 being the key to the universe, as he never elaborated further. However, it's obvious by the way he lived his life that these numbers were of great importance to him. Some have speculated that the 3, 6, and 9 represent the other key to the universe recorded by Tesla, that being energy, frequency, and vibration. Regardless, the true use and meaning of these numbers remain a mystery. However, looking at these numbers from a purely mathematical perspective, we might be able to shed some answers. And pay close attention, as if you've never heard of this before, it'll probably blow your mind. What I'm about to demonstrate for you is a reoccurring pattern in nature based on the powers of 2. And because it's observed in the division of cells within living beings, some people call it the blueprint of God. First, I'll give the rules and how to calculate the pattern, and then I'll show you the math in action. So, without further ado, we begin by calculating the powers of 2. This begins with the number 1, and then every number that follows is double the number before it. Now that we have a list of the powers of 2, we need to calculate each one's digital root. The digital root is the single-digit value obtained by adding together the digits of a number. So if the number is already a single digit, that's its digital root. The digital root of 4 is 4. But if the number is made up of more than one digit, for example 32, we would add 3 plus 2 to get 5 as the digital root. As another example, if the number is 256, we would add 2 plus 5 plus 6, which equals 13, and 13 is still 2 digits, so we add 1 plus 3 to get 4. So the digital root of 256 is 4. By following this, we get a certain pattern that goes on infinitely. And for this example, there's a system called vortex mathematics that's used in this calculation, and it's called that because vortex math is performed within a circular diagram, and the repeating pattern produces a sort of vortex within it. So, let's check it out in action. We have the powers of 2 listed out here, and if we calculate the digital roots, we get 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, and so on. The pattern just continues like that, infinitely. In fact, it even somewhat resembles the infinity symbol. Notice though that there are 3 digits missing. That is 3, 6, and 9. Some people see vortex mathematics as one of the deepest structures in the universe, something that underlies all things, a fundamental pattern that, if properly utilized, may allow for the breaking of the laws of physics, possibly even the generation of truly free energy. The potential of the vortex math system and the 3, 6, and 9 continue to be researched today, and there are very few definite answers. But if we turn to a religious perspective, it's interesting to note that 3 is a reoccurring trope. In Christianity, there's the somewhat polytheistic concept of the Trinity, God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost, which are 3 distinct entities that make up one singular essence of God, known as the Godhead. In Hinduism, there are exactly 3 principal gods that are all powerful: Brahma the creator, Vishnu the preserver, and Shiva the destroyer. These 3 deities make up the Trimurti, a trinity that is considered to be 3 forms of a single supreme divinity known as the Para-Brahman. And in ancient Mesopotamian religion, as noted by the 19th century theologian and historian Thomas Dennis Rock, quote, "The ancient Babylonians recognized the doctrine of a trinity, or 3 persons in one god, as appears from a composite god with 3 heads forming part of their mythology." End quote. The 3 gods Rock is referring to are the deities Nimrod, Semiramis, and Tammuz. Semiramis was Nimrod's wife, and after Nimrod died, she became pregnant with Tammuz, who she announced was the reincarnation of Nimrod, and these 3 separate entities began to be worshipped as one. On a side note, completely unrelated to Tesla, I just want to point out how seriously interesting it is that the trinities of the Mesopotamian religion, Hinduism, and Christianity are pretty much the same idea: 3 gods as one. It's well known that Mesopotamian religion influenced Christianity, but Hinduism is completely unrelated, and arguably the most ancient of the 3. Other ancient religions also show a fixation on 3 and a trinity of gods, such as the ancient Greeks and Egyptians, the Phoenicians, and even the Celts. As the early Catholic theologian St. Jerome testified, quote, "All the ancient nations believed in the Trinity," end quote. It is also worth noting that trinities occur in nature as well, something that Tesla would have well understood. The very makeup of an atom, for example, are 3 basic particles: protons, neutrons, and electrons. And in the larger picture, scientists state that 3 astronomical bodies are necessary for life on Earth to exist. The Earth, of course, is the first, made up of 1/3 land and 2/3 water. The Sun is the second, providing us with heat, light, and energy. And the Moon is the third, holding the Earth steady through gravity, maintaining a stable climate, and regulating the rhythm of the tides. Finally, Tesla himself had his own trinity, that being energy, frequency, and vibration: 3, 6, and 9. Whatever the true meaning of the numbers was, there is no doubt that it's a profound sequence. Returning back to Nikola Tesla's harnessing of the cosmic pain, we know that he used this understanding of frequency and vibration to receive messages from the Akashic records, or what he simply called the core of the universe. In fact, this universal vibration was supposedly how he communicated with the only lover in his life, that special white pigeon that would fly through his hotel window every day. But his cosmic pain theory also inspired a series of lesser-known but controversial experiments in which he tried to find a way to communicate with the outer universe through technology. Tesla was an absolute believer in the existence of intelligent extraterrestrial life and even hyper-advanced alien civilizations, as evidenced by his own words, quote, "Most certainly, some planets are not inhabited, but others are, and among these there must exist life under all conditions and phases of development." End quote. Tesla believed that these advanced extraterrestrials had discovered the same secret to the universe as he had, that everything is energies, frequencies, and vibrations, and thus a universal method of communication could be established, one likely used by all evolved alien species and hopefully Earth too, if his experiment was successful. Through his Akashic insight, Tesla felt that he could potentially open up Earth to the larger intergalactic society. In 1899, he set up a field laboratory in Colorado Springs, equipped to record frequencies sent from other planets. And in July of that year, while tracking a lightning storm, he received a sudden series of beeps. After ruling out any other possible cause and further researching what he'd experienced, he published the following announcements, quote, "Brethren, we have a message from another world, unknown and remote. It reads 1, 2, 3. According to my investigations, it could not have originated from the Sun, the Moon, or Venus. Further study has since satisfied me that they must have emanated from Mars. The feeling is constantly growing on me that I had been the first to hear the greeting of one planet to another." End quote. Some believe that this alien message, if legitimate and not some natural phenomenon, is confirmation of Tesla's mastery of the cosmic pain. He had sent them a message or intent through his own vibration, and they had sent him a message back. It's an odd story in the already odd life of Nikola Tesla. Perhaps not as strange as the whole pigeon romance thing, but certainly worth considering in this context, especially as he had claimed to receive information from outside of this planet before. It can't be denied that Tesla saw science and the universe differently than his peers who remained in the realm of hard observable fact. He was a child haunted by powerful visions, who grew into a man whose scientific exploration was inspired by metaphysical and spiritual concepts. Likewise, his dream of free energy was largely inspired by a religious mystic and close friend of his, the profoundly influential teacher of Hinduism in the West, Swami Vivekananda. As a chief disciple of the important 19th century Hindu guru Ramakrishna, Swami Vivekananda traveled to the United States after his guru's death, tirelessly conducting hundreds of lectures on Indian philosophy and becoming one of the first and most influential Hindu teachers to introduce the wisdom and practices of Vedanta and yoga to the Western world. In 1896, it was by complete chance that both Nikola Tesla and Swami Vivekananda happened to be attending a play called Izel, which was based on the life of Buddha. After the play, the two ran into each other, and quickly a passionate conversation was sparked. As a Hindu mystic, Vivekananda was fascinated by Tesla's ideas on the mechanisms that drove the material world: energy, frequency, and vibration. This was rather early on, and Tesla was just beginning to perceive and understand these ideas himself, and he was lacking in terminology. But Vivekananda quickly related what he was describing to the teachings and scriptures of Hinduism, and this was both an important source of confirmation and inspiration to the inventor. In fact, the Swami even brought up one of the primary teachings of his former guru, Ramakrishna, that all living things were connected to a divine center, not so different from Tesla's belief in the core of the universe. This very conversation had such a profound effect on Tesla that he went on to meet with Swami Vivekananda many times and eventually began studying the Vedas, the most ancient Hindu scriptures. Throughout the rest of his career, and especially his research into cosmic energy, he would use many ancient Sanskrit terms to describe the source, existence, and physical makeup of matter itself. For example, quote, "All perceptible matter comes from a primary substance, or tenuity beyond conception, filling all space, the akasha, or luminiferous ether, which is acted upon by the life-giving prana, or creative force, calling into existence, in never-ending cycles, all things and phenomena." End quote. So, in this rather esoteric statement, Tesla refers to two major Hindu concepts, akasha and prana. According to Vedantic Hinduism, akasha is the most basic essence of all things in the material world. Akasha was also the first element created and is part of everything in existence. However, directly translated, akasha means upper sky or outer space. Also note that this is where the term Akashic Records comes from. Prana, on the other hand, is an ancient Sanskrit term denoting life force or vital air. Prana is a basic principle of life. However, it's infused with all things in reality, including inanimate objects. Interestingly, according to Vedantic Hinduism, prana is believed to come from the sun and other stars, which is exactly where Tesla's cosmic energy is said to originate. Could akasha and prana be one and the same as the cosmic energy? If so, it's ironic to say that the essence of creation and the force of life may have powered Nikola Tesla's most dangerous and infamous invention, the death ray. Fittingly though, this final saga begins with the inventor's own death.
This segment is being monitored. For calibration purposes, please remain calm.
On January 8th, 1943, on the 33rd floor of the New Yorker Hotel, room 3327, a cleaning maid named Alice Monahan ignored the Do Not Disturb sign fixed onto the door and stepped into the decrepit and messy living space of Nikola Tesla. Only a few feet in, she quickly discovered the 86-year-old inventor hunched over a chair and stripped naked, with only a pair of socks dangling from his feet. Nikola Tesla was dead, and had been for some time. The morning after, Tesla's nephew, Sava Kosanovic, arrived at the scene to investigate. He noted that his uncle's body had been removed, and it seemed that someone had gone through all of his belongings, mainly his folders containing documentation on his inventions. There were large gaps, and many technical papers and schematics were clearly missing, as was a specific black notebook that Tesla always kept on him, and had previously told his nephew was of vital importance. It contained confidential notes on the work he had done for the American government, as well as key information regarding Tesla's most secret inventions and experiments. The following day, the FBI arrived and closed the room off, suspecting possible foul play, and representatives of the Office of Alien Property seized all of Tesla's remaining documents and possessions. Oddly enough, these would be analyzed by Dr. John G. Trump, the paternal uncle of the future US President, Donald Trump, whose mission was to identify any dangerous information Tesla may have left. He later reported that he found nothing of interest. However, these documents would be immediately classified as top secret and would not be seen again until 2016, over 7 decades later. According to later reports from the FBI, the American government had taken such drastic and immediate action for one main reason: a specific device Tesla was believed to have successfully created, a weapon known today as the Death Ray. The US wanted to secure all information on this device before foreign powers got to it first. This leaves us with several important questions. Was Nikola Tesla assassinated, and who stole his research? What could have motivated such actions? And finally, where are Tesla's missing papers today? To understand this conspiracy, we need to first take a close look at this superweapon of unimaginable destructive potential. It may seem shocking that Tesla would invent such a terrible device, but the reality is that his intention was pure. The inventor understood the universal truth reflected by both Hinduism and science, that we as living creatures are all inherently connected, and thus, as strange as it may sound in retrospect, the inventor was hoping to provide a lasting solution to global peace. For all his life, Nikola Tesla harbored a deep hatred of war, and this was inspired by his father, Milutin Tesla, whose own father had fought in the front lines of the Napoleonic Wars. Milutin himself was an Orthodox priest remembered for his mentorship of many Serbian soldiers. War was a grave reality in his time, and in 1852, following a series of large and violent revolutions across Europe, known as the Springtime of the Peoples, Milutin wrote the following words in a letter, quote, "For these two, the church and the people, wherever I am, I'll be ready to lay down my life." End quote. As for Nikola Tesla's own experience, the home that he was born in the Smijan village, was crushed to rubble and splinters by Croatian tanks, and Croatia itself had been battered by war. Tesla may have never experienced the horrors of war firsthand, but there's no doubt that he understood it. And for all of his professional life, he labored to invent a device that would end violent warfare entirely and forever. In a 1937 interview, Tesla described the logic behind his ultimate anti-war solution. Quote, "Progress will be impossible while nations persist in the savage practice of killing each other off. I inherited from my father, an erudite man who labored hard for peace, an ineradicable hatred of war. Like other inventors, I believed at one time that war could be stopped by making it more destructive, but I found that I was mistaken. I underestimated man's combative instinct. We cannot abolish war by outlawing it. We cannot end it by disarming the strong. War can be stopped, not by making the strong weak, but by making every nation, weak or strong, able to defend itself. Hitherto, all devices that could be used for defense could also be utilized to serve for aggression. This nullified the value of the improvement for purposes of peace. But I was fortunate enough to evolve a new idea and to perfect means which can be used chiefly for defense. If it is adopted, it will make any country, large or small, impregnable against armies, airplanes, and other means of attack. If no country can be attacked successfully, there can be no purpose in war." End quote. This idea of the ultimate defensive device was the inspiration for the most controversial and frightening of Nikola Tesla's alleged lost inventions. Just like his cosmic energy generator, Tesla's death ray is steeped in conspiracy and speculative lore. It was yet another invention that he teased for decades, up until his untimely passing. He called this weapon the Teleforce, and at first, for its anti-war purpose, the media dubbed it the Peace Ray. However, these names quickly died out in favor of the iconic and foreboding term we know it by today. So, what exactly is a death ray? Well, a death ray is a theoretical directed energy weapon that attacks or obliterates its target using highly focused energy. For example, lasers, charged particles, or even ultrasonic acoustics. But in Tesla's case, he stated that his power source was the very same as his free energy generator, the mysterious cosmic energy reservoir that surrounded the Earth in immense quantities. Similar to his free energy generator, Nikola Tesla wouldn't be the first to claim to have invented a superpowered directed energy weapon. Several British and American inventors in the 1920s reported to have made a functioning death ray capable of bringing down planes and vaporizing birds. However, they were never able to show proof or a reliable demonstration. So, even to this day, true death rays are still believed to remain in the realm of science fiction. During World War II, the Nazis and the Japanese each attempted to develop their own death rays, and the most promising of these experimental weapons was fatefully destroyed during the bombing of Dresden. It's not clear how powerful these devices were though, or whether they even functioned as intended. Since then, it should be noted that many major militaries have successfully developed energy weapons, such as the US Navy, who deployed its laser weapon system in 2014. However, none come even close to the destruction and death Tesla claimed his device could inflict. In various interviews, he emphasized the sheer destructive potential of the Teleforce. Quote, "Many thousands of horsepower are transmitted by a stream thinner than a hair, so that nothing can resist. The nozzle would send concentrated beams of particles through the free air of such tremendous energy that they will bring down a fleet of 10,000 enemy airplanes at a distance of 200 miles from a defending nation's border, and will cause armies to drop dead in their tracks. It will be possible to destroy anything, men or machines, approaching within a radius of 200 miles. It will, so to speak, provide a wall of power, offering an insuperable obstacle against any effective aggression." End quote. It's safe to say that this weapon was tremendously dangerous, but still, Tesla held strong that such an invention would make war virtually impossible, as every country would have, as described in his own words, their own invisible Chinese wall, a reference to the Great Wall of China, the historic masterpiece of defensive architecture that protected China from invasion for 2,700 years. So, how did this superweapon of defense actually work? A 1915 New York Times headline read, "Tesla's new device like bolts of Thor." But this epic description comparing the death ray to Thor, the god of thunder in Norse mythology, was not quite accurate. As opposed to harnessing lightning, Tesla claimed that his weapon charged by 100 billion watts, would blast a beam of metal ions at the speed of 270,000 miles per hour to eliminate its target up to 200 miles away. And such a blast would penetrate everything it touched, which does make sense, as this was one of the inherent properties of its power source, the cosmic energy. The general concepts of the death ray are understood. However, the finer details of how it's constructed remain unknown. In 1937, it was obvious that a massive international war was about to break out, and Tesla sent urgent requests to finance the construction of the death ray to multiple allied nations, including the United States, Canada, France, the United Kingdom, the Soviet Union, and Yugoslavia. However, as he was out negotiating with these various governments, an unknown person or people broke into the hotel room he had been living in and went through all of his documents. This was the first indication that the inventor's pursuit of the death ray had made him a player in a very dangerous game. However, Tesla was sure that the spies had taken nothing of value. Specifically, the blueprint for his death ray would have never been found, because it existed only in the safest place one could imagine, locked away in the photographic memory of Nikola Tesla himself. The question remained, though, who was it that attempted to steal or possibly destroy Tesla's invention? This returns us to the most haunting mystery, the events surrounding his suspicious death in 1943. After Tesla's body was removed from his hotel room, it was carefully investigated by a medical examiner who announced an official cause of death: coronary thrombosis, which is a blood clot inside of a blood vessel of the heart, leading to a heart attack. Now, there is no doubt that for the last 10 or so years of his life, the inventor's physical health had plummeted. It's pretty clear from images of Tesla at the time just how deathly skinny and frail he was. And despite becoming prone to fainting, he refused to see a doctor, a troubling habit he maintained for almost all of his life. He was also incredibly poor, living from hotel to hotel, failing to pay the fees, and when he was eventually evicted, either for the unpaid bills or for living with pigeons, when they kicked him out, he'd simply move to another hotel. And it may be argued that he was in the gutter mentally as well, hoarding piles of birdseed and allowing his room to be constantly coated with bird droppings. So it's really no surprise to learn that Tesla died of a heart attack, given his age, 86, and his physical circumstances. It all makes perfect sense. However, it's important to consider that his final invention was of incredible political interest, and clearly, he was being targeted. Not only was his hotel room broken into previously, but after his death, there was the unsolved disappearance of his documents and black notebook, as reported by his nephew. It's no wonder why the FBI investigated for foul play. In recent years, CIA documents have been declassified, showing the existence of weapons that shoot an undetectable projectile laced with a poison designed to cause an immediate heart attack. So, potentially, Tesla could have been killed by such a weapon. However, it's impossible to prove or disprove, because the inventor died alone. There were no witnesses. There are 3 suspects, though, that are worth speculating on. To begin, we should revisit Tesla's nephew, Sava Kosanovic, who arrived the day after the inventor was found dead and was the first to report the missing documents. Kosanovic was not only the rightful heir of Tesla's estate, but he was also the Yugoslavian ambassador to the US. According to documents declassified in 2016, the FBI suspected that Kosanovic had secret ties to the Communist Party in his home country, Yugoslavia, and they feared that if he gained possession over Tesla's documents, he might, quote, make such information available to the enemy, end quote. At one point, they even considered arresting him to prevent the ambassador from receiving Tesla's estate. However, this plan fell through. Certainly, it is suspicious that Kosanovic arrived to the scene so quickly, a full day before the FBI did, and that he was the one who reported the missing documents and the black notebook that contained government secrets. And in the previous years, his political power in Yugoslavia had risen dramatically, which obviously provides a motive if we were to speculate that Kosanovic himself could have been the assassin. And being Tesla's nephew would have given him easy and private access to the elderly inventor. However, Kosanovic had his own suspicions of the FBI and the American government. To begin, he found it disturbing that, even though Tesla was an American citizen, all of his belongings in the New Yorker hotel were seized by the FBI. This was quick work, and well before Kosanovic could legally receive these items as Tesla's heir. He brought this to court, and finally in 1952, the court ruled that Kosanovic was the rightful recipient of Tesla's files and other materials, and he had them shipped to Belgrade, Serbia. However, the FBI had originally recorded 80 trunks of Tesla's possessions, and only 60 of these arrived. While the FBI claimed that they had jam-packed the contents of the original 80 trunks into just 60, it's entirely possible that the US government is still in possession of the remaining 20 trunks and whatever was in them. So, could it be possible that Tesla was assassinated by his own government, the US? In the final years of his life, Nikola Tesla had become far more philosophical and eccentric, and wasn't making much practical scientific progress. Thus, his usefulness to the government was waning. The American government was, however, clearly worried about Tesla's work falling into the wrong hands, and this could have very well been their motive, with assassination and seizure of possessions as a preventative measure. But what real evidence is there that this could have been the case? Those secret weapons I mentioned, the ones that can induce a heart attack and remain undetected, those are American technologies. There's also evidence found in the 2016 declassified papers that the US Vice President at the time, Henry Wallace, held discussions with his advisors regarding, quote, the effects of Tesla, particularly those dealing with the wireless transmission of electrical energy and the death ray, end quote. There is also some indication that the President, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, tried to meet with the inventor just before his death. Finally, we remember that Dr. John G. Trump reported that nothing noteworthy was found in Tesla's final documents. His dismissive conclusion, however, was soon followed by the active development of directed energy weapons by the US military, the most notable being President Ronald Reagan's Star Wars program, which conceptualized hundreds of satellites orbiting Earth, each armed with particle beam weapons. It's entirely possible that the basis of these ideas and technological advances came from Tesla's missing documents. It's important to note that, even though some 250 pages of the classified material were declassified in 2016 and several more in 2018, many files still remain classified, and we genuinely have no idea what they contain. The American government could simply be suspicious as usual, though, and certainly they weren't the only world power with a strong motive to get a hold of those papers and Tesla's death ray technology. Several years before the inventor died, the FBI obtained evidence that German spies had gotten their hands on a large amount of his research and quickly uncovered a Nazi plot to weaponize some of his inventions. This was treated as a serious national threat, especially as World War II had just broken out. Clearly, some leaders of the Third Reich were targeting Tesla, and it's no surprise why. The Nazis focused heavily on technological advancement, and specifically that of weaponry. Though Tesla had only just described the finer details of his death ray in 1934, he had been teasing its development and sheer power for decades. By World War II, the fame of the death ray had grown so wide that many citizens of Tesla's homeland of Yugoslavia pleaded for him to come home and assemble the death rays in order to protect them from the invading Nazi forces. You can bet that the Third Reich was aware of this superweapon as well. But could the Nazis have really assassinated the elderly inventor? Well, beyond the evidence that the Nazis were interested in his research, there's really not much to go off of. With the exception of one very strange alleged deathbed confession from the infamous SS Lieutenant Colonel, Otto Skorzeny. Now, admittedly, this is some serious conspiracy theory territory. This same deathbed confession asserts that Adolf Hitler was still alive and well in 1997, living in the US, and that the 41st President of the United States, George H.W. Bush, was, quote, George H. Sheriff Jr., the son of Nikola Tesla's illegal immigrant, German-born accountant, George H. Sheriff Sr., end quote. Actually, much of this confession revolves around Bush as a supposed Nazi infiltrator, and his life's work absorbing Nazi SS agents into the CIA. So, make of it what you will. However, the key detail in relation to Nikola Tesla's death was Skorzeny's claim that he and the German intelligence officer, Reinhard Gehlen, visited Tesla that day, posing as US government agents, and, quote, spoke in great detail to Tesla about his most advanced technologies, and then stole the blueprints of his best, most secret inventions, end quote. Finally, Skorzeny asserted that, at the end of this meeting, he and Gehlen murdered Tesla by strangling him to death, and their tracks were carefully covered by George H.W. Bush's shady political dealings. We all love a good conspiracy theory, but what's reality is that Nikola Tesla claimed that both his free energy generator and death ray peacemaking technology were nearly complete by the time he died. Actually, the death ray is believed to have been completed, with Tesla himself stating, quote, "It is not an experiment. I have built, demonstrated, and used it. Only a little time will pass before I can give it to the world," end quote. This then raises the mystery of just what happened to the inventor's functioning prototype. Simply put, it's never been found. But because he died before he could give these inventions to the world, or even demonstrate them publicly, we do have to wonder if they ever truly existed. All things considered, though, it's hard to argue that Tesla was a liar or a charlatan. Despite his utopian proclamations, his many inventions really did change the world, and he truly was just as genius as the stories make him out to sound. Unfortunately, the inventor refused to compromise the details of his ideas before they were finalized, in fear of his work being stolen, which unfortunately was all too common throughout his life. One of his most famous sayings today is, quote, "I don't care that they stole my idea. I care that they don't have any of their own," end quote. Though Nikola Tesla may have never achieved his dream of bringing free energy to the world and ending war completely and forever, his legacy is nothing short of profound. It's hard to say that Tesla saw the future when he was the one who laid much of its very foundation. Hundreds of his groundbreaking innovations are still present in our everyday lives, and some of his ideas are still being developed, perfected, or continue to be speculated upon. So for this eccentric thinker, who spent his days unraveling the mysteries of life and reality, of religion and science, we should pay close attention to the hints he left us. Maybe we may one day access the core of the universe, just as Tesla did. 3, 6, and 9.
One of my favorite conspiracies has always been the idea of technology being hidden away from us. And the more advanced this hidden technology is, the more fascinating it is to me. Tesla, along with his potential hidden technologies, were arguably the most influential and inspirational in regards to these hidden technology conspiracies. And this whole situation gets even more interesting when you see the overlap with Trump's family. And he didn't really get into it too much in this video, but the whole Tesla-Trump connection has a whole can of worms that we haven't got into yet. We will in the future though. And in all reality, we'll probably never get the full truth regarding Tesla and his technologies, but at least we were able to benefit from having him around in our world. And as always, Mr. Mythos brought us an exceptional video regarding this great hero of mine. And speaking of Tesla, the name instantly brings up Elon Musk. Our next video takes a look at Elon, as well as the black guy he was recently seen with at a public event. This video is from the Alien Contactee 2 and dives into this mysterious black eye club that so many public figures seem to join at one point or another. This rabbit hole gets deep, folks, so buckle up.
This is Lionel Anderson here with you guys with a brand new YouTube BitChute video, and in today's video we're going to be talking about old Musk here. He's got the black eye, that's right. He had his little farewell thing at the White House. I guess he's parting ways, apparently, with the Trump administration. And he shows up with a black eye. And this has got a lot of people wondering, well, what happened? Because in the conspiracy communities or the truth communities, right, a lot of people talk about what they think is called the Black Eye Club, okay? As you can see here, there's a lot of politicians and celebrities and even royalty and religious figures like Pope Francis. They all have this black eye, and a lot of people are saying it's some kind of initiation, secret society ritual. But the thing is a lot of people talk about this, but they have no idea what the actual ritual is. So in today's video, I'm going to be telling you the very possible explanation of what this ritual is all about and its connection to Saturn, okay? Because I do believe this is a Saturn ritual. It's also connected to ancient Egypt, and I think people need to know, because a lot of people know about this, but they don't actually know what the ritual is about. They always repeat, they either don't know or they repeat some ramblings of some paranoid schizophrenic guy. I don't want to name names because I don't do it. I don't like to cause drama with people, but there's some guy out there who makes up all these bizarre, crazy stories, and a lot of people believe what he says, which I find laughable, about real parasites going inside their eye and they get possessed by reptilian and stuff. It's like, you don't need to put a parasite through your eye to get possessed, people. This guy, I've known about him for a long time. Let me tell you right now, the guy's out to lunch, okay? I wouldn't trust him to tell me the time in a room full of clocks, okay? Not naming names, but those of you who believe that theory, you'll know who I'm talking about. But no, I think it's time people actually learn what this initiation ritual is all about and its connection to Saturn and Horus. So we were going to talk about that, alright? So I'm just going to encourage you guys to hit that subscribe button. If you enjoyed today's video, smash the like button as well. And just to let you guys know that on Patreon, I have the occult class, and we do similar kind of decodes like you'll see today. So if you enjoyed today's video, check out a 1-week free trial of the occult class on Patreon. Link is down below in the description. So let's get to this Elon Musk stuff now. So Elon Musk has the black eye. Let's see a little clip that gives you a little bit more information, and Elon himself is going to tell you how he got the black eye. Take a look.
So Elon Musk shows up at the Oval Office with a black eye.
What happened to you with your eye? I noticed it was a bruise there.
Well, it wasn't. I wasn't anywhere near France, so.
He was ready with that. He had that ready to say.
I didn't notice his first lady of France.
He's talking about the first lady slapping that guy on the plane.
So, yeah, no, I was just horsing around with the Lex, and I said, go ahead, punch me in the face, and he did. Turns out even a 5-year-old punching you in the face actually does.
That was X that did it? Yeah. X could do it. If you knew X.
He's trying to say that his son X punched him in the face hard enough for it to turn yellow and purple. And then I was curious about the key that Trump gave to Elon, about what it symbolizes. So it's described by Trump as for very special people, and what it symbolizes is the ongoing informal advisory role within the administration. Which means that Elon isn't actually leaving, and he's still going to continue to be involved with Doge. And on the day he's leaving, he shows up with a black eye. It seems like somebody had a little farewell gift for him.
Alright. So there you go. As you can see, he's claiming that little X smashed him in the face and gave him a black eye. Well, that's quite a hit for a little 5-year-old boy to give his father a black eye. What a thing to happen, eh? Right on his farewell thing, little X pulls a tantrum. Now, it's very symbolic, and we're going to get to that in a bit, about X hitting him in the eye. X marks the spot, they say. And I just want to make it clear, who knows, maybe that actually did happen to him. Okay? A lot of the people in this Black Eye Club we're going to be talking about today, maybe they did just get hit or got hurt in some kind of way with the eye. I noticed a couple weeks ago, I walked into a door, as stupid as that is, hit my eye, fell to the ground, hurt really bad. I thought there's going to be a black eye. Luckily, it wasn't too bad, but accidents could happen. People can get black eyes, so maybe some of the people on the black eye list, they actually had a black eye from an incident. But when you see so many powerful people, it's kind of, you're like, you know, maybe there's something more to it. So what could it be, my friends? Well, just for a little bit more context on what this Black Eye Club theory is all about, and some more examples of famous people who've had the black eye, I got a couple more clips to show you guys. So take a look.
The Black-Eyed Club theory is a theory that suggests a connection between certain celebrities and politicians who have been seen with black eyes, often attributed to injuries or cosmetic procedures. Proponents of this theory speculate that these black mind cast eyes signify some form of initiation or membership in a secretive elite group. The appearance of black eyes is believed to symbolize a transformation or a rite of passage into the inner circle of a powerful society. Various celebrities, including musicians and political leaders, have been cited as examples of individuals who have appeared publicly with black eyes. Some theorists claim that these black eyes are the result of participation in secret rituals that are part of the initiation process. While the theory has gained traction, claims unfounded.
Alright, so there you go. So some kind of secret initiation into some kind of order, and that's pretty much all people know. They don't understand or know the details or the origins of this. So old Lionel did some digging, did some research, because, you know, when I see something and I want to learn more, instead of just sharing, oh, Black Eye Club, I'm like, no, I want to know what it's all about, you know? So I found some interesting stuff, and I just went down a rabbit hole, and then I connected it all to what happened with Elon. It's very interesting stuff. So from what I could see, this is all connected to an ancient Egyptian mythology. And at the end of the day, it's all going to connect back to Saturn, the god they worship, which we know is the 4D astral AI demiurge Yaldabaoth entity, okay? So in the Egyptian story of Horus and Seth, whatever you want to call him, Seth pretty much takes out Horus's left eye. So I got a little video that's going to tell you about what happened in this ancient battle. Take a look.
You never knew this existed. The myth of Horus is a story about the god of the sky and kingship, who was believed to be the son of Isis and Osiris. According to legend, Horus was born after his father Osiris was killed by his uncle Set. Horus grew up to be a powerful warrior and sought revenge on Set for killing his father. Horus challenged Set to a series of battles, and in one famous battle, Horus lost an eye but ultimately emerged victorious. The eye that was lost became a symbol of sacrifice and the renewal of life. Horus was later associated with the pharaohs of Egypt, and his symbol, the Eye of Horus, was believed to offer protection and healing.
There you go. So he attacked the eye, the left eye, which the left eye of Horus, like the Eye of Horus, we know that symbol, that is his left eye. It's also connected to the moon and the moon cycles as well. I just wanted to point that out. And then you got the crescent, and kind of when you get a black eye, it kind of looks like a crescent a little bit, right? Well, that, my friends, also symbolized it. As you can see here, there was a few different meanings. And it mentioned in the video, it could be symbolized as a sacrifice to Osiris, Horus's father. and it's also transformation, restoration, okay? So it's very possible that this ritual could be a sacrifice of somewhat to Osiris, or a symbolic of them transforming and being restored, which I know a lot of these occult esoteric groups are really big into transmutation and restoration and stuff like that. But it's very interesting because Seth is the one that hit and hurt Horus' left eye, right? And so we see a lot of these people, it's always the left eye. And Set, who is he? Well, he was like the Satan of the Egyptian mythologies, and he's connected to, of course, Saturn, okay? Because Satan comes from Saturn. Many of the characteristics of Set line up with Saturn, okay? So you could say Saturn hit Horus in the left eye. Okay, and even Horus himself is kind of a Saturn god himself. He was known as a sun god as well, and of course the sun of ancient Egyptian times wasn't the same as our sun. Saturn used to be our sun. Check out this video of mine that I made not too long ago, where it will give you details on how Saturn used to be our sun. It talks about something called the Saturn polar configuration. A lot of good information if you want to learn more about that. But anyways, I find it very interesting because what happened with Musk? Well, little X, right, hit Elon, according to the official story. Some other people like Steve Bannon are saying he got in a fight with Scott Bessant and all this kind of stuff. Who knows, right? But according to Elon, X hit him. His son X hit him and gave him the black eye. Well, interesting because X, the letter X is connected to, you guessed it, Saturn. So this could be very symbolic, my friends. Because, of course, X is a cross, a crossing point. If you turn it that way, it looks like a cross, okay? And, of course, the cross is connected to Saturn symbolism. As you can see, the cross is a cube unfolded, okay? And, of course, the black cube of Saturn. Also, the sigil of Saturn, that's Saturn's sigil, and it has a cross on it, okay, my friends? And it's interesting because if you mirror the, as you can see, as if you mirror and conjoin two of the sigils of Saturn, it has that symbol with the Jesus, right? Because, of course, Saturn and Jesus are connected. Jesus is the sun, okay? The Son of God and all that. But again, it's the ancient sun. It's not the sun we have today. It's the ancient sun, Saturn, religion, all the Abrahamic religions. It's all worship of the demiurge and Saturn, aka Satan. It's the great delusion, okay, my friends? People think they're worshiping some divine God. You guys are worshiping Satan, Saturn. Okay, and Jesus is directly connected. As you can see, the heart, all that. It's all Saturn. Okay, but very interesting. We've established that X is connected to Saturn, so we got little X hitting his father and bruising him, just like how Seth damaged Horus's left eye. And yeah, so it could be a ritual, and I'm not saying little X was the one who did it. Maybe that was just, you know, the cover story, and maybe they did have some kind of black magic or some kind of Saturnian ritual where somebody struck Elon in the left eye, not as a punishment per se, but more so as a ritual, an initiation, some people would say, but I think Elon's been initiated a long time ago. But just to symbolize a restoration, healing, they said Thoth would heal the eye or something like that, you know. Some kind of process, a sacrifice to Osiris, who knows, but it's something to do with this ancient Egyptian stuff. We know the elites love their ancient Egyptian, you know, rituals. And of course, the eye, even the eye, the Illuminati eye and everything goes back to Saturn. Again, in this video that I just made, I show how the eye is connected to the Saturn polar configuration. I show all the symbolism within that video. Definitely check that out. It's in the link in the description as well. And I just wanted to show you guys another ritual that's kind of related to the black eye ritual. It's not the same, but it's another ritual that we all see celebrities like covering up their one eye. So I wanted to show you guys about how that's connected to Saturn as well. So I got a video to show you on that. I just want to apologize. I don't know why this guy chose to put this annoying music in the video, because you're trying to hear him speak and the music's so loud. So I know it's frustrating, but you'll still be able to get the gist of what this guy is saying. But geez, man, don't put loud music over top of you talking. It's ridiculous. I've always had people complain about this clip, but try to get past it and do your best to hear what he has to say. Take a look.
Let's talk about the actual occult and esoteric meaning behind celebrities doing the one-eye symbolism. So everyone should be well aware of celebrities doing things like this, covering their one eye during photo shoots or music videos or whatever. That first one was Michael Jackson doing it. Here's a Nicki Minaj doing it, and Lady Gaga doing it. But whenever I see explanation videos on what this means and why they're doing it, it's always some Christianized conspiracy. They sold their soul for, fame and fortune and all that other stuff. And while that might be true in a moralistic sense, they might have foregone their morals and things for money, power, and fame. They didn't sell their actual spiritual soul. So let's dive into what the covering of one's eye in a ritualistic, in an esoteric or occult context actually means. Peter Mark Adams has written an excellent book called The Game of Saturn, published by Scarlet Imprint, which talks about a deck known as the Sola Busca Teroki, which was commissioned by, I believe it was Ercole, I'm not probably saying that right, Ercole or Ercole, Dieste, back in 14th century Ferrara. The Dieste family was the ruling family of the city-state of Ferrara, and for anyone interested, the modern-day living author, Sorita Dieste, who is a witch and an author in occultism, is a descendant of the Dieste line. And according to Peter Mark Adams, the deck outlines a system of predatory and assault sorcery for members of a cult of Saturn, of which the Dieste family was not only said to be members of, but also the leaders of. And keep in mind, I did say predatory and assault sorcery. But continuing, the deck shows a card, 111 Lempio. And according to Peter Mark Adams, Lempio, what it means when the ritualist is covering his eye and he's also placing incense into a brazier, this is one of the ritual actions used to contact the god of this cult, the cult of Saturn, so that would be Saturn or Kronos. This is one of the ritual actions used to contact him. And one would cover their eye as the god approaches. So when the invocation is finished, as the deity is approaching, one is supposed to cover their eye. Because according to Peter Mark Adams, in the Game of Saturn, he states that the oracles advise that special care be taken when in their presence. You must not gaze at them with both eyes until your body has been initiated. Being terrestrial, these ill-tempered dogs are shameless. So if you see a celebrity holding a hand over one of their eyes, they're not doing it as a sign that they sold their soul. It's a sign that a god is arriving.
There you go, my friends. So when they're going like that, it's connected to, as he said, a god is coming, which is Saturn. It's a Saturn ritual, again, with the eye. Okay? The all-seeing eye is connected to Saturn. And they love doing stuff like that. So as you can see, it's definitely a Saturn ritual. So I hope that clears up some of the stuff about what's going on here. And, even more, so Trump gives Elon the golden key, okay? Very symbolic. Once again, in my video there. I know I keep bringing it up. You guys got to watch that. But we talk about the Saturn polar configuration, an ancient planetary alignment in ancient times, and Saturn was our sun, and it caused a global reset. Okay, similar with what's going to happen in our realm now with our sun. Okay, but anyways, it talks about the Saturn polar configuration and how it's connected to keyhole symbolism. Okay, the keyhole. There you go. As you can see there, that's the Saturn polar configuration, and then things in popular culture that Alice in Wonderland and whatnot. Keyholes are huge, okay? So the key if this is connected to the Saturn polar configuration, well, the key is the stairway to heaven, you could call. It goes in the keyhole and unlocks it. Okay, and of course it's gold. Gold is connected to the golden age of Saturn, of course. Saturn rules the golden age, so everything Trump always does is gold, whether it's the golden dome that's coming or now a golden key. He's the golden dawn, right, of the golden age. So it's a golden key. Keys and keyholes are all connected to Saturn. Okay, because you're unlocking to higher realms. Saturn is known to be where heaven is. The Father in heaven, that's Saturn. Saturn is a dimensional doorway, a gateway to the gods. It's a portal outside of the simulation, and negative entities could come in. Again, you guys gotta watch that video. You have to, because it's loaded with everything that I'm kind of talking about now. Link is in the description. But it's very interesting stuff. Anyways, I believe this whole thing was symbolic, and unless you've done research on Saturn and all this occult stuff, you'll have no idea, and you'll just think that this was all just random, and he's just getting a key, just a nice gesture. No, it's all Saturn-related stuff, because all these people, Elon Musk, Trump, they're all Saturn worshippers, okay? Now, let's talk about some other weird stuff about Elon Musk. First off, Elon Musk, E-L-L, okay, even his name is connected to Saturn, because El was a Saturn god. I believe the Canaanite god of Saturn, El, okay? So, Elon, and then, and even the name Elon, as you can see also, the etymology behind that means oak tree, and it's very interesting because Zeus and oak trees are connected, and of course Zeus is connected to Saturn as well. Some say Zeus was a Saturn god, his father Kronos was Saturn, right? So very connected. So even Elon's name's a Jewish name, Elon. And Musk, of course, means a stench, a smell. So you could say Elon smells like Saturn. And I have kind of suspicions if Elon Musk is even a real person or if he's just like an AI robot. Okay? I wouldn't be surprised if he's just an AI bot walking around, because he's so weird. So this is a little clip that of the same thing on his farewell. He's making funny faces. Take a look.
Well, it's a very sad case. It's a case we win. We can't lose that case because we have the right to make grants. We're not going to make any grants like that. But I don't think Harvard's been acting very nicely. I think Columbia wants to get to the bottom of the problem. They've acted very well. And there are other institutions, too, that are acting, but Harvard's trying to be a big shot. And all that happens is
There you go, but that's not the first time he's done it. He's always doing stuff like this. So I got a couple more videos to show you. He just doesn't look normal at all, and he looks like a robot to me. Take a look.
Musk is not who you think he is.
Data out of the thing. Yeah.
We're trying to like do a mission. You're just trying to get data out of the thing. Yeah. And why do you embrace it, or how do you teach that culture even that it's okay when you're not even trying to, like, you know, SN8 is a perfect example.
Taking back the Panama Canal.
Watch Elon
which is one of the
start
things
dreaming
that he
about
was going to do.
rockets.
Creating a new
There he
department
goes.
of government, something that's very hard to do in the United States. How much of it that he's laid out today can he actually do? How much will his team, which is actually an interestingly diverse ideological team in the cabinet, how much...
There you go. What's going on with this guy, right? Many people say he's on drugs because he admits to doing psychedelics and cocaine and ketamine and all sorts of crazy stuff, right? And some say, oh, he's had a neck injury, he's just stretching out his neck, but those could all be cover stories. I think he's a damn robot. His name's Elon. We know Saturn's connected to the AI and all that, you know. They have technology way beyond our comprehension. I wouldn't doubt if he's just a robot actor walking around, you know, part of the deception, you know. I don't trust him one stinking bit, my friends. So I just want to point out all that stuff. He's a very odd character, and I don't think that this is the last you're going to be hearing about him with the Trump administration. It's probably all just a show, you know, distancing himself so he could, you know, get his stocks back up with his companies, and I don't know, maybe politics was harming him in some kind of way, I don't know, but I think he's still going to be working from behind the scenes. So, you know me, I've been exposing him since day one. I'm going to continue keeping an eye on this guy. And, yeah, I think I covered everything I wanted to say in today's video.
You know, it really is amazing how many different things seem to coincidentally line up with these conspiratorial claims. And whether you believe the claims or not, Musk's behavior is questionable at best. Most people seem to think it's just the drugs, but is it something deeper and darker than that? Maybe he's not even a person at all. We've all heard the theories of clones, androids, mind control, MK Ultra, brainwashings. We've heard all the theories before. But if they are true, who better a target than one of the most influential and wealthiest men in the world? Now, this is a very controversial claim, very, very deep down the rabbit hole, very conspiratorial. I get it. If nothing else, these are just fun thought experiments. But do keep in mind that this is for entertainment purposes only, and none of this is real. But with that said, let's move on to something that is very real. The Gateway process is the CIA's classified space and time travel system that AJ from the Y-Files says we can actually learn. Let's find out together.
The United States military is always looking for new ways to create super soldiers. They use performance-enhancing and mind-altering drugs. They're currently experimenting with brain implant technology. They've even explored genetic engineering to try and breed the perfect soldier. But those are nothing compared to what happened in 1983 when Lieutenant Colonel Wayne McDonnell submitted a very unusual and detailed report to U.S. Army intelligence. It was called Analysis and Assessment of Gateway Process. This is a step-by-step guide on how to achieve an out-of-body experience for the purpose of intelligence gathering. But Colonel McDonnell's report went much further than that. An advanced Gateway participant can not just project their consciousness to a different place, they could pull their consciousness completely out of this reality. They could travel anywhere in the universe, and at any point in time. The report revealed that our universe doesn't actually exist. It's a construct created by our mind. By using the Gateway process, you can exit the construct and see reality for what it really is. The 30-page Gateway report was immediately classified for one simple reason. Anyone can learn to do it. Even you. Colonel McDonnell's analysis and assessment of Gateway process gets right to the point. There are alternate states of reality and other dimensions that exist outside our physical world and outside of time itself.
Whoa, it sounds like I'm gonna need a brain bucket for this one.
Oh yeah, this is the strangest military report I've ever read. I'm surprised it's not still classified. According to the report, we can use the Gateway process to access other dimensions. Now, if you think that sounds paranormal or like New Age mumbo-jumbo, you're not alone. Even Colonel McDonnell was aware that this was the impression his report would give. So he starts off by grounding his research in science. McDonnell consults Itzhak Bentov, a well-respected biomedical engineer, to help him understand the physical aspect of the process. He uses quantum mechanics to describe the nature of human consciousness, and he employs both classical and theoretical physics to explain the out-of-body phenomenon. But most importantly, the report gives step-by-step instructions on how to have a Gateway experience. Follow these instructions and you could learn to astrally project, visit other dimensions, and even slip in and out of time. This is why the military was drawn to it and studied it for years. If the United States could train a unit of psychic spies that could project their consciousness anywhere unnoticed, that would be very effective at gathering intelligence. Still, McDonnell knew his report would be difficult to believe, but he really thought it could be done.
There is a sound, rational basis in terms of physical science parameters for considering Gateway to be plausible in terms of its essential objectives. Intuitional insights of not only personal but of a practical and professional nature would seem to be within bounds of reasonable expectations.
My brain bucket, it's gonna fill up fast.
It is. You better have a spare bucket handy. The Gateway process is a training system developed in the 70s by the Monroe Institute in Virginia. Colonel McDonnell, along with other military personnel, went through the week-long training process that anyone can do, even today. But the Gateway report ended with a final warning that nobody really expected. Because this method is accessible to anyone, Colonel McDonnell warned that the military should be prepared for encounters with intelligent and non-friendly entities that could exist outside the boundaries of time and space. In other words, a psychic war. Even though anyone can learn the Gateway method, you can't just snap your fingers and escape reality. There is some foundation work you have to do first.
Well, no matter what reality you're in, ain't no such thing as a free lunch.
Right. You have to learn relaxation techniques, meditation, and extreme focus. You also have to set all doubt aside and let your mind be open to a completely new way of thinking. Only once you master these techniques can you begin to comprehend the true nature of reality. Your life, the earth, the universe, and everything in it is an illusion created by your mind.
Solid matter, in the strict construction of the term, simply does not exist. Rather, atomic structure is composed of oscillating energy grids surrounded by other oscillating energy grids, which orbit at extraordinarily high speeds.
There is no solid matter. Everything that exists is a form of energy vibrating at extremely fast frequencies, from the largest objects in the universe down to atoms and subatomic particles and everything in between. It's all energy.
The point to be made is that the entire human being, brain, consciousness, and all, is, like the universe which surrounds him, nothing more or less than an extraordinarily complex system of energy fields. So-called states of matter are actually variances in energy, and human consciousness is a function of the interaction of energy.
Our consciousness is tuned into the frequencies of energy that make up the world that we see, but we only perceive a small percentage of the energy that actually exists all around us. Think of tuning a radio. If you tune into a rock station, you only hear music broadcast on that channel. Now, of course, there are lots of other channels with all different kinds of music, but your radio doesn't play them all at once, only the single station it's tuned into. Our brains are like that radio, designed to filter out everything except for the energy that creates our reality. And just like a radio converts energy into sound, our brains convert this universal energy into things we can see and hear and taste and touch. But none of the solid matter around us is actually there. Our senses create the illusion of matter so that we can experience this reality in a way that we can understand. Now, according to the Gateway report, we're all living in a shared universal hologram.
The universe is composed of interacting energy fields. It is in and of itself one gigantic hologram of unbelievable complexity. According to the theories of Carl Pribram, a neuroscientist at Stanford University, and David Bohm, a physicist at the University of London, the human mind is also a hologram, which attunes itself to the universal hologram and achieves the state, which we call consciousness.
The Gateway process teaches you to turn off the filter in your brain and gives you access to alternate states of reality and lets you escape space-time altogether. And anyone can learn to do this. You don't need to decalcify your pineal gland or spend years at a Buddhist monastery. You don't need a shaman or a guru or mind-altering drugs. You just need headphones. The Gateway process is done by listening to sound.
Yeah, but tell me more about those mind-altering drugs.
In the 1950s, New York broadcasting executive Robert Monroe found evidence that different types of sound could affect the human mind in different ways. Some sound patterns would make you sleepy. Another would make you alert. Some sound can give you anxiety. Other sounds are very relaxing.
Well, people have said my voice is relaxing.
Then you're not reading the comments. Using this discovery, Monroe began experimenting with hypnopedia, or sleep learning. Monroe was convinced that there was a connection between sound waves and not just a person's mood, but their ability to learn and retain information. Now, one night while trying a sleep learning technique, Monroe had an experience that was unexpected but would change his life. While listening to a specific sound frequency, his body slowly became paralyzed. He then started to feel a vibration that became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, he was awash in bright white light. Then a sound, or maybe just a sensation, of a rush of air that became a roar so loud it was unbearable. Then, in an instant, everything was quiet. The vibration stopped, the light dissipated, and Robert Monroe found himself in his bedroom floating above his sleeping body. There was no name for this at the time, but later became known as an OBE, an out-of-body experience, a term that Monroe himself popularized. Though this OBE happened completely by accident, he was able to use sound to replicate the experience 9 times over the next 6 weeks. Monroe wrote about the experience in his 1971 book, Journeys Out of the Body. He went on to found the Monroe Institute and became a prominent researcher in the field of human consciousness. Soon Monroe discovered that while out of his body, he could identify, access, and sustain different states of consciousness. This is done by synchronizing the left and right hemispheres of the brain. Now, even though the brain functions as a whole, its different parts serve different functions, as do its 2 hemispheres. The left hemisphere is traditionally associated with logic and reason, perception, and focus. The right hemisphere is responsible for emotion, creativity, and intuition.
So it's like a sideways mullet.
A sideways mullet? What are you talking about?
A mullet, you know, business in the front, but a party in the back. 2 pieces of your brain are like that. But a mullet is the front and the back, and the brain is left and right. So the mullet, it's sideways. I'm sorry, all this about dimensions and realities and mullets, it's hard to contribute.
The left hemisphere of the brain tends to be more active in the beta frequency range of 13 to 30 hertz, which is associated with alertness, attention, and cognitive control. The right hemisphere is active in the alpha frequency range, 8 to 13 hertz, which is associated with relaxation, creativity, and spatial processing. The right brain operates much more slowly than the left.
Sideways mullet.
By listening to certain sounds, the gateway process synchronizes both hemispheres using a technique called hemisync.
Fundamentally, the gateway experience is a training system designed to bring enhanced strength, focus, and coherence to the amplitude and frequency of brainwave output between the left and right hemispheres, so as to alter consciousness, moving it outside the physical sphere so as to ultimately escape even the restrictions of time and space. The participant then gains access to the various levels of intuitive knowledge which the universe offers.
The Gateway Report describes hemisync as a lamp versus a laser. The natural state of the human mind is like a lamp that emits light, but it's chaotic and messy and uneven over a large area. Hemisync lets the mind operate like a laser, producing a focused stream of energy. According to Gateway, when the frequency and amplitude of the human brain are brought into sync, it's possible to accelerate and raise the vibrational levels of the mind. As the mind resonates higher and higher, it can synchronize with the more complex energy levels in the universe. At these levels, the mind is capable of processing information in the same way it processes the energy of our current reality. In other words, you can see and feel and understand these other states of reality as easily as you understand this one. But you can do more than understand reality. You can learn to change it, control it, and bend it to your will, like Neo in the Matrix, or like God. According to Colonel McDonald's Gateway Report, understanding how human consciousness could exist outside the physical body requires an understanding of holographic theory, or the holographic principle.
Uh-oh, let me get my bucket ready.
Energy creates, stores, and retrieves meaning in the universe by projecting or expanding at certain frequencies in a three-dimensional mode that creates a living pattern called a hologram.
The report says that holograms are capable of encoding so much detail that if you made a holographic projection of a glass of swamp water, you could put the hologram, not the water, the hologram under a microscope and see microscopic organisms. Actually, holograms of microscopic organisms. Now this sounds nuts, but the CIA was onto something big. If you watched our episode on simulation theory, you'll remember John Wheeler and his delayed choice double slit experiment. The video has more details, but in short, Wheeler showed that particles seem to be able to change their state by going back in time. Now, Wheeler felt that the universe wasn't necessarily made up of matter and energy, but instead, the universe is made up of information. Our hologram uses this information to create our three-dimensional universe. And holographic theory is a well-established idea in theoretical physics and widely accepted by many physicists. I know it's a lot to wrap your head around, and I'd like to do a whole episode on this, so if you'd like to see that, email me or let me know in the comments. Anyway, in order to create our hologram from information, that information has to be exchanged. Particles can bounce off each other, can affect each other's speed, carry energy to each other, and that's how they exchange information. But here's where the Gateway Report goes a step further. It says that this information can be exchanged not just in our universe, but between dimensions, implying that there are dimensions of reality yet to be discovered. His theory raises questions about the interaction between human consciousness and the holographic universe. Like, can our consciousness, which is energy, also exchange information with other dimensions? The Gateway process says that yes, it can. But there's more. McDonald argues that human beings are not passive receivers of the information floating around the universe. We participate in this information. And by training the way we perceive and process the information that creates our reality, we can actually change reality itself. And this technique is called patterning.
The technique of patterning recognizes the fact that since consciousness is the source of all reality, our thoughts have the power to influence reality if those thoughts can be projected with adequate intensity.
Think about the concept of The Secret and the law of attraction, which says that we can make things happen by focusing our imagination on a desirable outcome. But how? How do we allow our consciousness to access this other information? The Planck distance is about 1.6 times 10 to the negative 35 meters, so really small. It's the smallest possible unit of length that has any physical meaning in the universe. At this scale, the laws of physics break down. But what if it's not the smallest? In his report, Colonel McDonald speculates that by using the Gateway process to accelerate brainwave frequencies, humans may be able to break the physical limitation of the Planck distance. McDonald suggests that consciousness could, for an instant, enter the space beyond human perception. He calls this clicking out of reality.
It is true that when, for an infinitesimally brief instant, that energy reaches one of its 2 points of rest, it clicks out of time-space and joins infinity. That critical step out of time-space occurs when the speed of the oscillation drops below Planck's distance. To use the words of Bentoff, quantum mechanics tell us that when distances go below Planck's distance, we enter, in effect, a new world.
So, I say we try it. Grab some headphones and let's see what's out there. Okay, don't worry, we're not really going to escape reality, at least not today. I just want to show you how the Gateway process actually works. The program combines two techniques. The first is frequency following response, or FFR. FFR involves introducing a frequency through headphones, which the brain tries to mimic by adjusting its brainwaves. The second technique is beat frequency. You might have heard this called binaural beats. This involves playing different frequencies in each ear. The brain then chooses to hear the difference between them. For example, the sounds at 4 Hz are too low for you to hear. But if you listen to 100 Hz through the right ear and 104 Hz in the left ear, your brain can detect and hear the difference. In this case, 4 Hz. And here's how it sounds. This is the left ear. Listen how the tone is steady.
Okay, I'm with you.
Please don't talk during this part. We're trying to focus on the sound. Now a steady tone in the right ear. We play them together and you can hear the oscillation between the two frequencies, like a vibrato.
I hear it.
You're gonna blow out their ears.
Sorry. I get excited when I think I'm gonna travel to other dimensions.
Remember, your left brain is your logical and analytical side. Before information is processed by your right brain, which is the emotional and creative side, your left brain takes a look at the information. It filters it and tries to make sense of it before it accepts the information. But your right brain will happily absorb any information thrown at it. Psychologists like Ronald Stone say that hypnosis is a technique that relaxes or distracts the left brain so that outside stimuli have direct access to the intuitive, creative right brain. That's why people under hypnosis are so impressionable. Their left logical brain is disengaged, letting everything through. So if one of those wacky hypnotists gets you to cluck like a chicken, it's because your left brain isn't keeping tabs on the information coming through and your right brain says, cluck like a chicken, you got it.
Your right brain is always down to potty.
It is. The gateway process relaxes the left brain through sound waves. When the brain is relaxed enough, the amplitude and frequency of brain waves can be pushed higher and higher, and the space between your brain waves gets smaller and smaller. And when the distance between your brain waves drops below Planck's distance, it clicks out of space-time.
Up to this point, our discussion of the gateway process has been relatively simple and easy to follow.
Easy for you to say, sheesh.
Now the fun begins, as the almost continuous click-out pattern establishes itself in continuous phase at speeds below Planck's distance. But before reaching the state of total rest, human consciousness passes through the looking glass of time-space after the fashion of Alice, beginning her journey into Wonderland.
But where is Wonderland? Well, everything is energy, right? Look at McDonald's drawing. This represents our brainwave or energy wave or consciousness, whatever you want to call it, it's all the same thing. The middle of the wave, where it spends most of its time, is our reality. But at the bottom and the top of the wave, in that brief moment, just before the wave changes directions, it isn't moving at all. It finishes going up, it stops, then goes down, stops very briefly, and then back up again. It's at that point where the wave changes direction that it clicks out of our reality and, according to the Gateway Report, joins infinity and the absolute.
Energy in this state of inactive infinity is termed by physicists as energy in its absolute state, or simply the absolute. Between the absolute and the material universe in which we experience our physical existence are various intervening dimensions to which human consciousness in altered states of being may gain access. Since the absolute is conscious energy in infinity, that is without boundaries, it occupies every dimension to include the time-space dimension in which we have our physical existence, but we cannot perceive it.
Look, I know it's not easy to follow, but think of it like this. The top layer is our reality, everything that we can see and touch. That lays on top of these other dimensions, whatever they are. And all those dimensions and everything lays on top of this thing McDonald calls the absolute. The absolute is everywhere, but we can't see it. But everything happens inside it. So the absolute created our world. But who created the absolute? Well, isn't it obvious? You did. So, how's your brain?
It's goo. I'm on my third bucket.
I know, I told you this was a brain buster. So the absolute. Let me try to keep it as simple as I can.
I'm gonna need a glass of absolute after this episode.
Pour me one too, would you? The absolute is a conscious energy field at rest.
Ah, real simple.
No, it really is as simple as that. The absolute is an energy field that sits there doing nothing. But layered on top of that energy field is the energy field that makes up our reality. And in between those, other dimensions. But the absolute is us. We are the ones who created it and everything else. Not one of us, all of us. We're born into this reality with our own individual consciousness. We live out our time here on Earth, and then our consciousness returns to the absolute, where it came from. According to the Gateway Report, we return to this collective consciousness, but we also retain our individual identity. So, immortality in a way. Colonel McDonald sees the absolute as what many people might consider God.
The concept of visible reality, that is the created world, as being an emanation of an omnipotent and omniscient divinity who is completely unknowable in his primary state of being. The absolute at rest in infinity is a concept straight out of Hebrew mystical philosophy. Even the Christian concept of the Trinity shines through the description of the absolute as presented in this paper.
McDonald also includes evidence of the absolute and the universal hologram in Eastern religions. He quotes Tibetan teachings and ancient Hindu texts. The Colonel then goes on to describe the nature of absolute itself and how it's come to self-awareness, how it relates to all belief systems and all religions, and how no matter what you believe, we're all the same.
In order to attain self-consciousness, the consciousness of the absolute must project a hologram of itself and then perceive it. The absolute is the actual agent of all creation, all reality. And the eternal thought or concept of self, which results from this self-consciousness, serves the...
What? What happened? Serves the what?
Well, that sentence is at the bottom of page 24. The document resumes on page 26, with a whole different topic, and then Colonel McDonald wraps things up.
So where's page 25?
CIA says they don't have it.
They don't have the page that will unite the world, huh?
Nope, and they say they never did.
That's a bunch of bull.
For 18 years, people have been pressuring the CIA for the missing page. FOIA requests have been made, petitions have been created, all trying to get the CIA to release page 25. The CIA insisted they don't have it.
Sure they don't.
But in 2021, Vice published an article about the Gateway document and mentioned the controversy around the missing page. A few days later, the Monroe Institute released the complete report, including the mysterious page 25.
What's on it?
Well, I've linked to the complete document below, but the gist is this. McDonald says that no matter what religion or culture you're born into, the Gateway process could be a valuable tool, if not the most valuable tool ever designed to help a person truly understand themselves and the nature of the universe itself. He says ancient mystics seem to understand the truth about the universe intuitively, and the Gateway process confirms this. Everyone on Earth is part of a collective consciousness, all placed here for the same purpose, to accumulate experiences, to learn from one another, and ultimately take that knowledge back to the energy from which we all came. He says that if we could become aware of this universal hologram, we could free ourselves from the prison of our individual lives, and finally realize that at our most basic level, we're all the same.
In a military report?
Right. Colonel McDonald does eventually get back to the practical use of an out-of-body experience with respect to military strategy and intelligence gathering. But when I read his report, I feel like he gets back to business because he has to. Otherwise, this document reads like he believes in this process and believes it could really help people.
Interesting how this page was dropped by the CIA, huh?
Yeah, the message of peace and unity was conveniently absent from the CIA's file. Now, I don't know if that was an accident, but I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say it was. But accident or not, I agree it looks bad. McDonald ends his report by recommending the Army take specific steps in pursuing the Gateway process, but they should move in phases. He recommends that they use the Gateway tapes to learn how to synchronize their brains using hemisync, then learn to induce this state at will. And once trainees can do this, they should learn to achieve an out-of-body experience for remote viewing. He even gives some practical steps on how to verify the information being viewed is accurate. He encourages anyone learning the process to pursue self-knowledge and remove any personal prejudices that could be blocking their progress. The ultimate goal is patterning, that the military should learn to adjust reality for what he calls practical applications.
Well, that doesn't sound good.
It doesn't. When you read the Gateway report, you get the sense that Colonel McDonald could be trusted with this knowledge, but the United States military, I don't know about that. Now, you could say the U.S. only uses its military power for national defense.
You'd be wrong, but you could still say it.
Either way, I don't think any military or any government could be trusted with the Gateway process. My hope is that as soldiers learn to access these different states of consciousness, they learn, as McDonald did, that the true nature of the universe is unity, not conflict.
You're quite the optimist.
Well, I try to be.
Well, here in the real world, optimists are always disappointed.
That's true, we are. So thank goodness, this isn't the real world. So what do you think about the Gateway process? Is it just New Age nonsense, or is there something to it? Are we just living in one aspect of reality, but with training and patience we could explore all of reality? And if you do believe there's something more out there that the Gateway process could make available to you, would you try it? Now, before you answer, you should know there are risks. Now, many students of the system have said they've accessed these higher planes of reality, and their lives were drastically improved. They report more self-awareness, more creativity, and greater clarity in their everyday lives. But some students have reported intense anxiety, depression, and in rare cases, psychosis. Whether you believe in the Gateway process or not, creating altered states of consciousness is absolutely possible. But when you do that, there is the potential to become detached from this reality. You could become untethered and lost, unable to find your way back. These negative outcomes are rare, but they do happen. Still, McDonald recommended that the military pursue the Gateway process. Now, I don't want to reveal too much information, but Colonel McDonald is still around. He's in his 80s now and long retired, and as far as I can tell, he never wrote about the Gateway process again. But I'd really love to pick his brain, to see if he really believes in the Gateway process, to see if he's actually tried it, and if he did, what did he see? I'd like to ask him if he fears death, as many of us do, or if he's eager to rejoin the Absolute and contribute his experience to our collective consciousness. And as he nears the end of his time in this world, does knowledge of the next world give him peace? I'd like him to tell me that he's been to the other side and there's nothing to be afraid of, that the Gateway process is true. Our consciousness is infinite, and when we die, our energy returns to the absolute. Now, I'm not religious, but this sounds a lot like heaven and God. Now, maybe not a man in the sky with a boomy voice and a white beard, but God in the sense that we all come from the same source. So in a way, the gateway process could prove the existence of God or the afterlife. But people of faith don't need proof. But scientists have no use for God. They want evidence. They want scientifically provable truth. So as you're watching this right now, you might lean more toward science or more toward God. But wouldn't it be amazing if they're actually the same thing?
So AJ was recently on the Joe Rogan podcast, and obviously when he's in his normal state, he's a very professional, script-reading, straightforward individual. But on the show, on the Joe Rogan podcast, he was actually very more laid back, throwing out curses, and even mentioned that he enjoyed eating an edible while watching conspiracy videos. So he definitely ranked up well in my book. So as far as the gateway process, I find it to be very fascinating, but I can also see why people have little to no interest in it as well. The primary reason being it puts the onus on ourselves. If we know that we create the reality and conditions around us, then that makes us directly responsible for it. And as we all know, accountability is not a strong suit for human beings. The positive potential outcomes of the process sound tempting: increased self-awareness and creativity, potentially even spiritual insights or expanded consciousness. But as alluded, the risks might not be worth the benefits. Losing your own self in your mind, unable to bring yourself to who and where you are in reality, unable to come back, or potentially coming into contact with unfriendly non-human entities in other dimensions. Who knows what kind of ramifications can come from that? If you do decide to venture further down this path, I wish you well. Be careful with it. But as always, AJ brought us another great video.
We'll return after this brief moment of existential crisis.
What is this? This is a tornado forming. This thing goes crazy, and then after this tornado actually goes away. What is this doing?
Pretty amazing shot as that looks in. Can you still see Josh? Looks like he's maybe trying to rope out this little bit.
And then he walks in front of it.
There's almost all the way to the ground now. But look, it's starting to twist there just a little bit.
What is it?
It's up on the ground, so it started.
It's literally moving towards the tornado. Honey, it's moving towards the tornado.
It's moving, then it can come down that far, but yeah.
I'm watching this white spot. There's this white spot right here. That is a part of it, and it's slowly getting closer. It's about to hit the tornado. No, it's right there, that white spot. It's literally just got into it. Look.
You're now getting the rain and the cooler air. Thanks, 2-0. See this in the mid layers?
Yes.
Starting to choke off.
Oh.
So, looks like we could be on a weakening phase. We may be cycling again. And in about 10-15 minutes, it may try to do this again.
And it does.
Yeah, the northeastern parts.
But whatever this is, broke all of this apart. Was this like a cold air current? Like what the heck?
Mythological creatures in the Bible. How come they never taught me this in school? 2 Samuel chapter 23 verse 20 says that a warrior of God called Benaiah killed 2 lion men of Moab. The Hebrew word here for lion men is Ario, and the suffix El at the end means that they are gods. These half-lion, half-human beings have been recorded in other passages in the Bible and in other ancient texts. 1 Chronicles chapter 12 verse 8 says that warriors from the Gadite tribe joined King David in his army. These beings were described as being lion-like men with supernatural powers. The word Ariel is not only attributed to these half-lion, half-human beings in the Bible, it is also attributed to these beings in other ancient texts like the Nag Hammadi. The Nag Hammadi was an ancient Gnostic text that speaks of an ancient Gnostic deity called Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth was described as being a Ariel,
and he was a god-like lion deity. So according to the original Hebrew of the Bible, we can conclude that the Bible is talking about a mythical like lion-human hybrid creature.
It's not just the Klaus Schwabs and the Faucis. All of them are the visible. The ones who really plan are behind the curtain. They don't want anyone to know who they are. There are dynasties that have continued since a long time. You know, some of the evidence for this has come out. I mean, for example, World War II documents, you know, after 80 years, they've released quite a bit. And you suddenly realize, hey, some of them are still now. That's right. And who are some of those people? Rothschild. Multinational corporations. And they tell you, it's all written, it's all laid out. They want one world government, one world health organization that tells everybody in the universe.
This is gonna keep you up while you sleep tonight. The hollow moon theory. Our moon really doesn't make sense when you look at the facts. Like, it shouldn't exist. The moon is about 25% of Earth's size, the biggest moon to planet ratio of our entire solar system. Pluto's not a planet, that doesn't count. That's 72 times larger than the expected average moon to planet ratio of our solar system. Moons are just not supposed to be this big relative to their home planet, but sure, maybe we got lucky. Despite this, the moon is only 1% of Earth's mass. 1%, meaning it is way lighter than it's expected to be, and we really don't even know why. Unless, of course, the moon is either extremely porous like a sponge or a hollow shell. When looking at this data, NASA's own Dr. Gordon McDonald even said himself it would seem that the moon is more like a hollow than a homogeneous sphere. But oh, that's just the tip, and we ain't stopping. Our moon's orbit is way closer than that of any of the other over 400 moons in our solar system, and also has a near perfectly circular orbital path. We don't see this on any other planet, which all have moons with wildly eccentric orbits. Our moon also coincidentally appears as the exact same size as the sun in our sky. Despite our sun having a diameter 400 times larger than the moon just so happens to be exactly 400 times closer to us, defying all odds of randomness, but is officially deemed just a cosmic coincidence. The moon also happens to be tidally locked with our planet, meaning its rotational period is the same as its orbital period around the Earth, which is why the same side is always facing us. This one is not so much a coincidence, as tidally locked moons are actually fairly common in our solar system. But it would also be the perfect excuse for the moon to always look the same in our sky, and for us to never see what's on the other side, like an all-seeing eye that never ceases surveillance of our planet. We don't even know for sure how our moon even got there in the first place. The most common explanation is that the early Earth collided with a massive protoplanet called Theia about 4.5 billion years ago, which was thought to be roughly the size of Mars, and the impact caused the resulting debris to coalesce and eventually form the moon. This is known as the giant impact theory. There's also the fission hypothesis, where an early molten Earth was spinning so fast that a part of it got ejected out into space and became the moon. The capture theory, implying the moon just drifted by Earth and was captured by its gravity. And the accretion theory, suggesting that as the early Earth was forming in its accretion disk, a part of that disk clumped together to become the moon. But when studying rock samples from the surface of the moon, we find out that none of these theories quite make any sense, with other NASA scientists like Dr. Robin Brett further quoted as saying, "It seems much easier to explain the non-existence of the moon than its existence. Like on Earth, the newest rocks are on the surface, and the deeper we go, the older the rocks get, as we would naturally expect to be the case. On the moon, it's the other way around. Soil samples from the moon confirm that older rocks are on the surface, and they get younger the deeper we go. The only time we ever see this inverse relationship of rock layer depth to rock age on Earth is through human interaction, like drilling, digging holes, and boring tunnels. Did the same thing happen on the moon? If the moon was hollowed out from the inside, this older inner rock would be brought up to the surface, and this observation would make sense. The lunar crust is also thinner on the side of the moon facing the Earth and thicker on the dark side of the moon, and researchers still have no idea why. The moon doesn't have a magnetic field, much the same as other planets' moons, but strangely, moon rock samples are strongly magnetized. Craters on the moon are all virtually the same depth, no matter how big or small they are. On Earth, bigger craters naturally go much deeper than smaller ones, as the impact was greater. Not on the moon, almost like there's a solid layer underneath preventing the crater from going too deep. Moon rocks are also much older than the oldest rocks on Earth by millions of years, blowing the fission hypothesis and accretion theory out of the water. The moon contains traces of uranium-236, a radioactive isotope that doesn't occur naturally on Earth, but rather through the highly complicated scientific process of nuclear fission, something that only an intelligent species is capable of. Zirconium, chromium, and titanium are all relatively rare Earth metals, but are somehow quite abundant on the moon. Those three elements are also some of the most durable and corrosive resistant that we know of, perfect for building a massive structure. And they've even done quantifiable experiments that tell us that's exactly what the moon might be. When Apollo 12 was leaving the moon's orbit, they intentionally dropped their lunar lander down to the surface. When it crashed, seismic measurements showed that the moon reverberated and rang like a bell for an hour. They did not expect this. Only hollow objects are expected to reverb like this, especially with something as small as a lunar lander. During Apollo 13, they tested that again with a much larger object, dropping a spent Saturn V booster rocket that impacted the lunar surface. This time, the moon rang for 3 hours, with vibrations going as deep as 32 kilometers beneath the surface, and even got faster the deeper they got. This doesn't happen on Earth, or even solid objects for that matter, and again is only expected to occur on something hollow.
Next up in our programming, we have another newcomer to the channel, but has come highly requested as well. Lucius Aurelian. I hope I pronounced that correctly. This video delves into year-long solar eclipses and fire from the sky, along with portals, demonic entities, and a whole lot more conspiracy goodness. Let's get into it.
Iowa's the last place you'd expect to have a tale of horror. And yet there is a very clear tale of horror that comes from Dyersville. Dyersville, the town that we just explored, looking at the very odd basilica. The basilica in a town that at the time only had 1,000 people. Why is it Dyersville has such a tale of horror behind it, and what's its true origin? We have our historical account that would make us think there's nothing of any note that happened in this town, and its greatest claim to fame is the fact that they filmed Field of Dreams here. But would you be surprised to know that there is the account of an old ruined house, the remains of which can still be seen in Dyersville? There's also accounts of disappearing people, and not just a few individuals, but an entire group of people. In fact, all the original residents of Dyersville disappeared. Naturally, the historical account accounts for it by saying that they merely left for economic reasons.
Now we'll see how a sorcerer fares. The game's cold steel.
But maybe there's more to the story. The haunted forests in Iowa, and while most only think of the cornfields that stretch across Iowa, there are haunted forests. Forests that are very eerie, and the oftentimes mist-filled skies that you see looking across the Iowa landscape. The forests that are always close to the creeks and the rivers. Yet they tend to be more lush and thick. There's always the strange skies that shine over Iowa. And in Dyersville this is no different. The way that a full moon seems to reflect the image. The legends of older buildings, abandoned castles, and more so, creatures. Creatures we might consider supernatural, ghosts, shapeshifters. And yet there seems to be some sort of authenticity to these accounts. And why is this true? Why are there so many large facilities in this sparsely populated and agrarian state? Why is it we have accounts of disappearing people, large mental asylums, in a state that was never that populated? It seems as though there is much more to look at in Iowa. And here you can see just how dense these forests can be, scattered amongst the many cornfields, the infinite plains. There's also a sense of peacefulness at the same time, and it seems to contradict this sense of dread that you can have in certain locations. It's like anywhere else in the land. You can find yourself at peace, and yet at the same time you can find yourself threatened by forces you might consider supernatural. We're going to closely examine exactly what happened with this disappearance from the town of Dyersville, the town on the Iowa plains that seems to have much more to it than meets the eye. for it's in Dyersville that we may find yet another clue in our explorations of previous civilizations. The official account of Dyersville says that originally a group of settlers from Bavaria came over, ended up at St. Louis, and rowed the boat up the Mississippi. They then settled farms in the county around Dyersville. But then there were a group of English settlers who followed, and they actually built out the town. But these English settlers mysteriously disappeared because of the financial panics and depressions of 1857 and 1873. And as a result, the farmers and merchants were the ones who mortgaged their properties to build the great Catholic church, St. Francis Xavier, that would become the Basilica. And this is the history of Dyersville. But what happened to the English settlers? Well, there used to be a castle, and right now it's just called Dyersville Castle, and they actually call it a castle, a house that had over 27 rooms, a mansion or a manor, and this gentleman built a model of it. Yet this doesn't seem like this is an accurate model of the castle that once existed near Dyersville. Official records state that this castle or this house disappeared in 1903. You can still find the remnants of it. We're back in Iowa, and there's the town of Debunk, and here is Dyersville. And as we go close to Dyersville, you remember the layout that we looked at for the Great Basilica. But down here, we have it, Old Castle Road. And why would it be called Old Castle Road? Well, when you look at the terrain, you see that Old Castle Road, this castle that they referred to, Dyersville Castle, although it had a different German name to it, was located here on Castle Circle. Modern development has since taken over, and yet there's a legend that that castle was owned by the last survivor of the English families. There are different local accounts that say what happened to the true builders of Dyersville, the people who came from England. Even to this day, you can look around and see the developed town of Dyersville, and when you get on the ground and you look at the buildings, you'll see that there are many old world buildings mixed in with the very impressive basilica and its twin towers. And while we didn't look too closely at these buildings, the account says, and yes, here we have our great bank, a German bank, but that account tells us that this town was built by English settlers. And officially they left when economic hard times hit, leaving all these buildings and all their businesses to the German settlers. But if you talk to some of the locals, and if you ask them what truly happened, they tell you a very different story about the origin of Dyersville and about the fate of the English settlers. This is an image of the Castle Circle, and you can see some of the trees that still remain as part of the forest that we're told was removed. The ruins of the castle can still be seen, and this certainly doesn't look very much like the model that was made. So we're given the impression that this is a different depiction than what reality was, that perhaps this was a true castle. And indeed, some residents who've been around will tell you, and granted these are anecdotes and are always subject to question, but there was a great castle structure southeast of Dyersville, the only remnant of the English settlers. And then the origin story that they tell you that does not match what we're told in the official account. The origin story of two groups of people who emerged in the 19th century at an exact time unknown, and that they were survivors of something called the Change. The English settlers, or one group of settlers, as they weren't called English, found themselves around the remnants of Dyersville and desired to have abundant harvests and redistribute the technology of Dyersville. It's said that they worshipped a dark being, a creature that had ensured their survival after what they called the Change, forcing them to go underground. In order to ensure their prosperity, they committed human sacrifices to this dark being, this dark lord that existed underground and had watched over them. We have conflicting accounts of other groups of people across the land who went underground to survive the Change, or the reset as we call it on this channel. And this is where the account of human sacrifices comes from. These people who sacrificed their people and ultimately their children to these dark lords, these creatures that we have different names for, Crom, Cruach, Baal, and many others. They sacrifice their children, these poor and miserable souls, just for bountiful harvests and the ability to reactivate their technology. The legend says that the people in Dyersville, for sacrificing their children, were allowed to reactivate the technology and re-inhabit the town as it was. And they gave their children in sacrifice to the Dark Lord, the Dark Being that they worshipped, the one who had ensured their survival. And yet this wasn't enough for Crom, Cruach, or Baal. There are even accounts that creatures would come in the night to carry away the children. So intent were they on concerning the sacrifices. And yet this wasn't enough. Despite having their bountiful harvests for many years, in the act of giving worship to Crom Cruach, to their god, all of the people of Dyersville perished. They were killed, some of them individually during the act of giving worship, and others who were simply killed during a fire which destroyed certain buildings such as the castle southeast of Dyersville, and accounts of people just spontaneously combusting. While giving worship to their Dark Lord, all of them were consumed. It's an interesting account to consider what really happened in Dyersville. And granted, these are just anecdotes and legends. But what we say about legends is there must be some truth to them. There is the official account, which does corroborate the fact that the English settlers did disappear, but we're simply told that they went their own way after the Depression of 1857 and the Panic of 1873. What's truth and what's reality? I'm not really sure, but I wanted to present you this alternative account of the origin of Dyersville that also includes a tale of horror. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you for joining me. Greetings, channel members, and welcome as we go to the darker side of old world exploration. For those of you who've been with the channel for a while, you may recall that several months ago, about last September, I did an exploration concerning the town of Dyersville, Iowa. Dyersville, Iowa has some very interesting accounts to it, especially concerning the account of two different groups of people who were told on the surface were Germans and English settling in the town. Initially, the English had organized the town, and then it was the Germans who built out town over time, with the English strangely disappearing during an economic downturn. At least that's what the official history tells us. And yet, for those of you who watched the exploration, and it was for a Prime Explorer exploration, but I'm recounting it to you now for all channel members, it indicated that there were some connections to Dyersville with the old world that were, quite frankly, horrific. And this is a much darker exploration. Now, I had considered the idea of doing a much more theatrical exploration with more of the concept of the oral story, because I do believe that oral traditions are very important. And that's where we have the entertaining aspect within our oral traditions. Indeed, you'll see that modern history is simply recounting and repeating in a very boring and monotone voice. And that's supposed to be what the mainstream does. Whereas I try to actually incorporate the aspect of oral tradition in the explorations. And yes, people will say it's entertaining and you're just catering to being entertaining. And yet it also serves the dual purpose of making sure that my channel, so to speak, flies under the radar. Because you have to try to, how shall I say, make certain compromises, at least in terms of appearance. So this exploration is going to be based on my first-hand witness with a 94-year-old individual who supposedly has a very different account of what transpired in Dyersville in the 1800s, and it's based on oral tradition that was passed down to him. Now, a couple notes before I go forward with this exploration. I'm going to talk this off the map of Iowa that we've done before, and I'm going to show some images. And I'm also going to connect the dots in terms of what the actual account is that we have of these two groups of people that settled Dyersville, Iowa in the 1800s, one group being English and the other group being German. It seems as though, according to the oral traditions, there's a very different account. Now, I'm well aware that this 94-year-old individual, whose name I will not share in the exploration, may well have contrived this entire story, and take it with a grain of salt. I'm always incredulous with every exploration that we do because I don't believe that there's one silver bullet that's going to give us all the answers. I believe that the answers are hidden across everything, every discipline, every thought aspect, and many different accounts of history, and that's why it's difficult to piece together. However, I will share that this individual was very articulate and seemed to be very aware of many events that had happened. I'm also not under the impression that this is somebody who watched YouTube and is familiar with the channel or the explorations that we've done. But that said, I hope you enjoy this special exploration, and I did decide to do it a little bit more directly. So our story takes us back to northeastern Iowa, and this is an area of Iowa we've explored extensively before. You recall the city of Debunk. Here's Dyersville, which is the main setting for this particular account. The nearby unincorporated community of Petersburg, which has the very spectacular Saints Peter and Paul Catholic Church, and then of course the Independence Hospital, which we did an on-site exploration of back at the end of last summer. So the individual I met was a retired farmer from south of Colesburg in Iowa, and this came from some of the connections that I still have with Iowa State University, given its connection with Iowa State Extension and providing quote-unquote education for farmers. Now keep in mind that this individual, 94 years old, was born circa 1928. Now I'm not going to give any more specific details, and like I said, this account may just simply be a contrived account. However, on the Prime Explorer exploration, Prime Explorers will recall that the official account tells us that Dyersville, this small town here in Iowa, was settled by two groups of settlers, initially English and then Germans. And then the English settlers just left for economic reasons, we're told. And then the Germans decided to build everything up, and they built this very spectacular Basilica of St. Francis Xavier in a town of only a couple thousand people. It wasn't even 1,000 people when they built it. And then in the nearby unincorporated community of Petersburg, not 10 miles away, they built another spectacular Catholic church. Now, what this individual revealed to me in this oral tradition is there's a very different story for the origin of what happened to Dyersville. And it comes from an older account. What he told me is that in the distant past, there was an event called the Change. And he really couldn't recollect any details that he had from the oral tradition. He said he couldn't remember several of them, about the origin of people who had come from Dubuque. Now, if we look at our explorations, you might recall that the communities on the Mississippi River Valley are very old. And indeed, you'll find lots of older structures, older building materials, concrete that endures to this day. The other interesting thing is if you keep going down the river, you'll find the community of Burlington, which was the initial capital of Wisconsin, even though it's actually between Illinois and Iowa. And then it also served as the original territorial capital of Iowa. And then just south of it, you'll find numerous sites that we've explored, such as Keokuk, Iowa, which had that incredible dam there, and then Nauvoo, which had that Temple of the Mormons. Yes, Temple of the Mormons down there in southeast Iowa, although it's technically in Illinois. So many interesting anomalies in the Mississippi River Valley. Very clear that it was, as Old World Exploration would say, a significant hub of the Old World. Or was it? According to the account that this individual gave me, these communities in the River Valley survived because they were backwater communities. Apparently, what we would think of as the Old World, or the remnants of the Fourth Era civilization, were being systematically destroyed. Some of the accounts indicated that there was a total solar eclipse that lasted for an entire year. And during the duration of that total solar eclipse, there was an event called the Change, or, as it was relayed to him, fire from the sky. This seemed to hit certain areas, and then it hit wider areas, and this accounts for a lot of the destruction that was seen. Now, the people in the communities that had not been hit yet were redirected towards shelter areas. And the community in what is now Dubuque, Iowa, there was a group of people directed to a shelter area in Crystal Lake Caves, which you can still visit to this day, and another group that was directed towards Maquoketa Caves. Very specific, very interesting information. After these calamities had finally passed, what we would consider a reset, these two groups of people emerged from these caves and sought to reestablish themselves. Now, apparently there was no centralized authority. They were operating on their own initiative. They found that the land was desiccated and destroyed, and indeed there is no shortage of photos, especially from the settlement of Iowa, that we would think of the time frame as the 1800s, that do corroborate this account, that the land was indeed desiccated and destroyed. Not the fertile lands of corn that Iowa is known for today, or the many trees that surround the Mississippi River Valley, but it was all dead and destroyed. There weren't animals or anything for them to live on. Both groups began to move northwest, and they sought an area to settle. Now, for whatever reason, they appeared to find supplies and some operating infrastructure in the town of Dyersville. One group of people settled within the town itself, and this was the group of people from the Crystal Lake Cave, and the other group from Makokata Caves settled more to the southern portion of the town, and then some to the northwest area. And these are the outlying groups that would be associated with the Germans, and then the people that actually settled within the town itself would be associated with the English. Now, here's where the account gets very intriguing. Apparently, both these groups of people were taught to speak their respective languages while they were in the caves. And I asked him how this could be true, and he said, according to the oral tradition, that's not the words he used, he just said how it was relayed to him, or how it was told to him, is that these people spoke a different language before they went to these caves. Now, when you really think about this, this is kind of the fine details that gives you a different aspect of this, because think about all the people in Iowa. You have predominantly Germans, Irish, and Czechs in eastern Iowa. At least that's what we're officially told. You certainly don't have English settlers in Iowa. There's never been an account to that, except for this one account of Dyersville. Now consider the fact that there are many people who speak German across Iowa, and only spoke German up until the mid-1900s in many places. And yet, oddly enough, it's nothing like the German that's spoken over in Germany. Now, of course, we have different dialects, we have different areas that explain that. But if you step back and you look at why that would be so, perhaps the real answer is because these people were told to speak German by somebody else. He didn't have any more details on that. And now for the horror element of the story.
They don't want you watching this.
Seeking survival, as these people were not with whatever central authorities continued to exist at this time, and finding few supplies and no natural resources to sustain themselves, the Germans, or at least the people who would become associated with Germans, we'll just call them that for a placeholder because we don't know who or what they were, just that they came from Makokata Caves, they decided to maintain their original traditions and live off the land. But it was the group that we associate as the English settlers who settled in Dyersville proper, who found an old portal, an existing building, and that the building, known today as the Basilica of St. Francis Xavier, that during a subsequent eclipse, when they were trying to survive, they managed to open a portal between realities, and a darkness had entered the land. And this comes down with the account of a darkness inhabiting these people within Dyersville, or the people that we would associate historically with the English settlers. And they came across many different deities, although he said it wasn't clear if the darkness was an existential threat. Again, those are words that I'm using, basically a physical threat, terrifying monsters that threaten the people. There are accounts of monsters that threatened the people and carried off children at night, and even some of these monsters that demanded the sacrifice of the children, which is what the group of English settlers acquiesced to, and they sacrificed their own children. Poor, miserable souls, all for good harvests that they were supposedly guaranteed for a period of 10 years. But apparently that wasn't enough for these demonic-like entities, or whatever they were. Another part of the account says that they didn't exist physically, but they merely inhabited and overtook the bodies of the people that lived in Dyersville, or what we would associate with the English settlers over time. And the sacrifice of their children wasn't enough for these deities. They demanded that half the population be sacrificed. And oddly enough, the other group of settlers wanted nothing to do with these settlers that were in Dyersville, or these survivors, whatever you want to call them. But they still had to contend with the fact that whatever this darkness was, it was still raging and unleashed by the portal at the Basilica of St. Francis of Xavier. And indeed, you'll notice that when you look at a close-up of the Basilica of St. Francis of Xavier, you see a very different type of cross on the front of it. And you may know what we associate that cross with, the tesseract, or the multi-dimensional reality that may be the actual reality for the land. It's hard to say for sure, but according to his account, eventually all the settlers were killed. All killed on one single day during another solar eclipse, which lasted for an entire month. Now, once all the settlers were killed, the English settlers, which is what he says was the true account of what happened to them, they most certainly did not resettle in other areas, because you might try to find that there are no records that indicate what happened to the individual English settlers that settled in other areas. So that is a mainstream historical account that does support at least one detail of the story that he was sharing. The surviving settlers, or the German settlers, or those survivors from Makokata Caves, they still had to contend with this darkness. And apparently a special religious man that was sent from the central authority at the time. And again, not once did he ever say anything about this being from the United States government, the Roman Catholic Church, or anything like that. But he arrived, and utilizing both the Church of the Basilica of St. Francis of Xavier and then the nearby church in the township of Petersburg, St. Peter and Paul Catholic Church, which you'll see is a very well-built church, another very old world structure. Using them as structures that was able to contain the evil and then seal it in that other reality or the other dimension, however you want to view it as. Again, not words he used, just saying that it was exiled to the origin point it had come from. It's a very intriguing account. Now, again, it may sound a little bit too good to be true, but there's so many anomalies with this particular area. You have this incredible basilica in a very small town of Dyersville that exists to this day, but not 10 miles away you have this very incredible church in an unincorporated community of Petersburg. You do have a mainstream account that tells you that there were two groups of people that settled Dyersville, English and Germans. And you do have the missing English settlers, and no one knows what happened to them. And yet if you go off of this story, or this account, it tells you exactly what happened to them. That they were killed by whatever this darkness was. Now, to close this portion of the exploration, what was this darkness that had overcome the town of Dyersville? And it's also interesting to note that we're told that Dyersville was named after an individual whose last name was Dyer. And yet, this individual who recounted this story to me told me that it was actually just simply the word. Things were dire there, so they called it Dyersville. I'm not really sure. You know how I am about word associations, but we can certainly see that understanding, especially if his account of events are true, or at least closer to the truth. Now, could this have really happened? Did they have solar eclipses that lasted for long periods of time? Does this relate back to the reset event? Could this be a better explanation for what happened to these missing settlers in Dyersville? I think there are a lot of connections, and indeed, there are a lot of traditions on the ground from other first-hand accounts, or at least people who will share these oral traditions of something terrible happening there, that many don't talk about to this day. And it's also odd that they just happen to have the Field of Dreams baseball field there because that's where the location scout picked it for that film from the late 80s. But what are your thoughts? Could this have really happened? And what's really the nature of this evil? Did they actually unleash an evil that was from an older era? Was it really just spiritual, or was it some sort of terrifying, existential, Lovecraftian, malevolent entities that they unleashed in the land? It's hard to say as accounts differ. Or maybe the reality is that what's really evil and terrifying is within all of us, and that something can be unlocked that we have to be cautious against. It does seem possible. I would say the assessment in terms of the accuracy of this account is probably about 50%. I believe that there are a lot of details that do match and do make a lot of sense. But as always, more exploration is required, and I'm not simply going to just jump off and say, yes, I believe this is exactly what happened. But I do believe that this is a closer version to what happened than what the mainstream account gives us. Well, thank you for joining me. Turn to explore the mystery of Fields of Void. And what are we going back to? We're going back to take a look at Debunk, and I wanted to explain why Debunk is so important and why it constantly features in our explorations. You might recall that in earlier explorations, and I'm going to follow this video with the other videos that regard this particular area, Dubuque is very close to Dyersville, which is where that interesting Basilica of St. Francis Xavier is, where we have that first-hand account of an entirely different story that indicates a different kind of reset. But there's something else significant about the location of Dubuque, Iowa. And its location, you can see, is right at the intersection point of 3 states. So you have Wisconsin up here, Illinois here, and Iowa. It's technically in Iowa, although the boundary, which we believe is arbitrary between Wisconsin and Illinois, runs right into Dubuque. So, little intersection point, but it shouldn't be that big of a deal, should it? But there's something else interesting about the location of Dubuque. You may have heard of the agonic line, and the agonic line is the line where you have true north equaling magnetic north. In other words, you don't have to make any variance on your compass to compensate for the magnetic variance. Now, the agonic line is shifted, but currently it's stated to run directly over Dubuque. Interesting, isn't it? But historically, there have been successive displacements of the agonic line, or where magnetic north equals true north. So in the past, here you see in 1803, here's where it was. In 1850, here's where it was. And then in 1890, here's where it was. And then another one in 1875. Now you might be asking, wait a minute, what's actually causing this to shift? Why are these magnetic lines shifting? Or why is this anomaly, if you will, where magnetic north equals true north, shifting? What does this really relate to? And there's other documentations of the shifting of the agonic line. The agonic line is also attributed to the disappearances of ships and planes, now most famously in the Bermuda Triangle, but in another area called the Great Lakes Triangle, which is primarily Lake Michigan, North Lake Michigan leading into Lake Superior, such as the Edmund Fitzgerald. There's a series of anomalies there, which of course have been dismissed and debunked by many of the great skeptics out there who have always been around. But there might be another entire explanation to the agonic line, and I will be exploring that in a public exploration. But for right now, moving past that, I wanted to take a look at the bird's eye view of Dubuque. And I've actually pulled up 2 bird's eye views, one from 1889 and one from 1872. Now, some of the landmarks in Dubuque, the shot tower, which has been there from the 1850s. They say they built the shot tower to create lead shot. Yes, you have to build this gigantic tower, which is over 100 feet tall. You drop the lead, and it has enough height for the lead to form into balls. You also have the original bridge that's always been there, and this train bridge is still there to this day in Dubuque, and yes, it still turns like that. I've seen it myself. Some of the other features that we talked about, these tremendous retaining walls up here on the 11th Street, on the end of 11th Street. And you can see here in this 1889 bird's eye view that these retaining walls are built out along Grove and Highland Place, and then we even have our little elevator or funicular railway, whatever you want to call it, one of them. And then over here we also have a gigantic retaining wall as part of Loras College. So many interesting things to note. Now pay attention to these 2 houses too, because they're still there to this day, and they still look the same to this day. We'll be looking at them. And oddly enough, the downtown of Dubuque is very well preserved. Very little of it's actually changed. Now, let's take a look at the earlier bird's eye view from 1872. Now, you might recall when I was exploring the retaining walls, they said they built them sometime in the 1880s. So this was before they were built, right? Yet we look at the exact same features, so we have 11th Street right here, and oddly enough, it looks like the railway might exist, or it's a giant stairway that goes up to a retaining wall that wasn't built. I mean, obviously it's a retaining wall. And what exactly is this? Is this the retaining wall? And then we go over to Loras College, and while there may not be a retaining wall drawn here, they do give signs of the retaining wall right here by these buildings. And again, it almost looks like they haven't dug out the retaining wall. You almost get the impression that in this earlier bird's eye view, they simply erase stuff. It's almost a more detailed bird's eye view in some ways than this one from 1889. So is that what's really going on, or is it just a minor coincidence? I leave it to you to come to conclusions. And you'll see, of course, that the 2 houses, well, they look a little different here. But it looks like one of them is still there. So very intriguing. Oh, yes, and then of course in 1872 we can see the shot tower is still there. Of course, and then the bridge, the turning bridge, which is still there to this day. So many interesting anomalies about Debunk. Now, I got on site there and I wanted to share that footage with you. But before we move on, what are your thoughts on the retaining wall? Was it always there? Now, granted, these are just bird's eye views. These are just drawings. They don't necessarily prove anything, but they provide clues. So was the retaining wall built at some unknown date in the 1880s and then it was filled in? Or was it actually just dug out? It's very interesting, whether we're talking the 11th Street retaining wall, which has the big arch through it now, and this, of course, shows it before they built the arch around it. Why would you build an arch around it? I don't know. But it's very peculiar. So, city on the Agonic Line, and then, of course, there's all these other tales that go along with it. And, of course, you might recall, in the surrounding area, the tale of The Year Without a Sun from the Dyersville Horror, which I'm going to attach at the end of this video. Now let's look at some on-the-ground footage of Debunk. We start by looking at the brewery, and this is right across from that nifty turning rail bridge near the river. Debunk Star Brewery, and you can see this is your classic old world building, a nice brewery that looks like a castle, because what else would it be? Now who knows on the original construction date of this particular building. We'll be given the usual 1860 to 1880, and you know what my thoughts are of the official historical account. But quite an interesting structure. In the interior of it, there's some very large, different machines that are inside the brewery. And consider the fact that this is all some sort of cast iron. And, you know, they have the plaques on it, and they'll tell you the official history behind it. But what amazes me about this, whether our civilization actually manufactured it or this nice little dynamo here, is just the size and immensity of these machines. Now, of course, we're informed that in the 1800s these were quite easy to manufacture and that we could do them anywhere. Now, is that indeed the official account, or is there something else going on? Here's the very intriguing shot tower that was built in the 1850s, and as I said, you apparently need to have windows in your shot tower, and you see it has a Washington Monument vibe going on there with a different material on the upper 3 floors, if that's what you want to call it. A very odd structure, and one that really seems to defy the explanation of it being a shot tower or designed to make uniform lead rounds. Yes, they say they built this tower in the 1850s to do that. Now here's the brewery with the shot tower in the background. So just think of this. We have the Agonic Line. We have all these other accounts of these strange events, this portal being opened in nearby Dyersville. We have all these intersections occurring in Debunk. And then, as if that's not enough, it is a surviving old world city. This is the monument to the founder of the city, who died a good 25 years before the city was actually founded. Or maybe it was only 23 years, I guess it just depends, it doesn't really matter. And apparently they decided to build this little castle turret for his monument, or his grave, and allegedly this is where he's buried. Although, what's funny is they do this drawing of Julian Debunk, and they said that they exhumed a body here, but they said it wasn't officially his body, it was some other body. It really wasn't important. So again, it's playing games with history, and you can see the Mississippi River Valley is quite beautiful. But is the Julian Debunk monument really that, or was it something that was already here? It's made out of a similar limestone, at least that's what we'll be told that it is, that you'll find as part of the retaining walls. And now we actually look at the gargantuan retaining walls, and this is the 11th Street retaining wall, with a little opening there that allowed the little elevator to pass through it. Because why not? Why wouldn't you do that? Building retaining walls was easy in the 1880s, even though we don't know who actually did it, and even official history doesn't seem to record it very well. And approaching the wall, though, it really gives you the idea of just how large each of these stones, these blocks, truly are. And there always seems to be something more to it. You get the feeling that this was something that's been here for a very long time, and of course I just bring my hand up here to give you an idea of how large these blocks are. Now, imagine someone actually pulling this off in the 1880s, cutting these blocks from limestone, that's what we're told, and then placing them in perfect position after hauling them up this bluff. With what? Horsepower? Human power? Whereas one of our elaborate contraptions that some great doctor might have theorized that they used, or some Frenchmen who weren't even here did. Oh, I guess Julian Debunk was French technically, but say what you will. Now I'd like you to watch these original explorations, and how everything connects together with Debunk, and the significance of this area.
The following segment may cause deja vu, hallucinations, or enlightenment.
Welcome, channel members. We're going to be taking a look at some rural churches, looking at what's weird, strange, and bizarre. And we're starting with what's strange. Kirk in the Hills in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, founded in 1951. There was a fire 51-52, and they completed it in 58. It has the largest carillon in the world in this Tower of the Apostles. So conflicting accounts, and yet there's no construction photos with this particular church that's in Michigan. Now, where exactly is this church located? Well, looking at our Google map here, and I'm such a big fan of Google as you well know, we see that Kirk in the Hills is located northwest of Detroit. And we have explored Detroit before on the channel. Technically, we're in the greater urban area, but we're very much on the outskirts. So you could really consider this the rural portion of Detroit, if you will. It's a rather interesting edifice, though, because we wouldn't expect to find a church this nice just really out here in the middle of nowhere. We would more likely expect to find it in the downtown of Detroit. And it's an intriguing mystery because of the fact that there doesn't seem to be a reason for there to be a church this nice, and certainly not the one with the largest carillon in the world here. And quite a nice tower, and also interesting, and it should be noted this is a Presbyterian church, not that that makes much of a difference at the end of the day, that they have the old-fashioned three-dimensional cross, or the cross that actually represents the fourth spatial dimension. We'll be getting to that in a subsequent exploration in the channel. Very impressive smaller towers though, and as we see with many of these larger churches, this is not just a simple church building, it's also part of a larger compound or complex. Now, I find the story that we're told that this was constructed in the 1950s very interesting, and it's even more interesting that we don't have any construction photos of this. This is only the 1950s in Michigan in the United States, practically right before the primary advent and use of the color photograph in the United States, and yet there are no photographs to be found of the construction of this very incredible church that just happens to have the largest bell in the world in it. So what exactly is going on with it? The terrain and the compound are interesting in and of themselves because we see it's located off a lake. And we can even find some construction photos of this bell. And yet this isn't an actual construction photo, nor of the church, but this is what's supposed to pass as construction photos. It gets even more bizarre when you look at the account that they have of the bells being constructed in Europe. It certainly doesn't look like it matches the size of that bell. What is it with all these large bells, anyway? You know, we have this in St. Petersburg, and now we have this in Michigan. I'm not exactly sure what to make of this. The interior of this church is once again very impressive, with the tight geometrical structure that we've come to expect, with many intersecting arches and a lot of elaborate and pretty detail. And again, a church that was constructed through the 1950s, and it included a fire. So it's as though the number of mysteries add up with this little edifice on the edge of Detroit. Not exactly sure why we would go to such lengths to build this, and the official account tells us, well, it's because the parishioners identified the need for a Presbyterian church, and if you're kind of out in the middle of nowhere on the outskirts of Detroit, you're going to build the nicest Presbyterian church. And of course it serves as yet another venue for weddings, and remember what we said about old world buildings for weddings. They're the weddings that are going to last. I know that's a little bit of a joke, but come on, can you really imagine marrying somebody at one of those brutalist architecture buildings, or worse, one of those postmodern architecture buildings? Oh, forget it. This tower is very intricate and impressive, and we'll be told that this is inspired by architecture in Scotland. So does that mean we're going to see a tower that is stuck in the ground and they're going to tell us it's a telescope? I still can't get over that one. Interesting construction materials on the inside, though. Now, is it limestone? Is it sandstone? And the only construction photo we do have is the laying of the cornerstone. Well, I don't know about you, but when I see a cornerstone laid, I'm certainly convinced. Obviously, we built this in the 1950s. There's no question about it. This is supposedly a photo of the fire that occurred in the early 1950s. But once again, we have a series of conflicting accounts with this, and it's not just a straightforward, simple story. Why is it so hard to get a straightforward, simple story about a fire that struck this church? Why can't we really ascertain what's going on and just have it be cut and dry? Yes, here are the construction photos. Here's where we dug the foundation. Here's where you can actually see the foundation being built. Here are the walls. Okay, now we're building the tower and we're completing the tower. It just gets to be a little cliche after a while. How could we be this poor at documenting things? Now, it's not to say there aren't more modern buildings you can find documentation of. I mean, the 801 Grand Building in Des Moines, Iowa, you can actually see video footage of it that shows its construction from start to finish. I can believe we built that. But a church like this in the 1950s, and I'm also taken back to that temple in Nauvoo over in Illinois, the one that was built by the Mormons to replace the one destroyed in the mid-19th century, and you'll only find some really crappy footage of that, so it's hard to say what's truly going on. I don't know. It just seems to be a recurring theme that we have with a lot of these churches, and especially these rural churches, because the grandeur and the detail that goes into this just doesn't match what we'd expect. Looking at some of the detail on these smaller towers off of the main Tower of the Apostles, and why couldn't you call it the Tower of the Apostles? Maybe call it the Tower of Unending Grandeur or Incessant Grandeur. And look at some of the detail on this. Why is there no construction of this? This is a very elaborate and pretty tower. And then we also have our classic cymatic window on the front of it. And I'm puzzling or speculating if this construction material is concrete or sandstone or limestone. The other interesting thing is they provide us a lot of interior and exterior photos that are in black and white. Now, of course, that's because the account will be because in the 1950s, after they finished construction of it, we only had black and white photography. Yet I can tell that these are very fine detailed images. Indeed, we have fine detailed figures on this. So what exactly is going on with this Kirk in the Hills? Well, it becomes very clear that this is either a structure that was already existing, or there's some other strange thing going on with the timeline. And when I was doing the exploration with Old World Exploration and we had our little pre-conversation, we discussed that, how the timeline gets very, very confused, especially when you look at that series of years from 1930 to 1950. And the change, as we discussed in a previous live stream, concerning the difference between Art Deco and the adaptation of brutalist architecture. How could you ever go away from this? I mean, these are lifelike figures that we're told we did in the 1950s. So show me who carved the figure. Show me who actually made the figure and how they actually placed it up in the church. And maybe there are construction photos and I just wasn't able to find them. But you would think that the Presbyterian Church would certainly want to proudly proclaim that they had achieved this, that their architects had achieved this, and they could show us the construction photos, instead of just giving us some rather bizarre inclinations of a fire and a very large bell, the largest in the world, or so we're told. Conflicting accounts again. And then, of course, you also have this that supposedly documents the construction of the church. And you'll excuse me for laughing, because this whole thing is a laugher. This is the best we can do, and this is the best you're going to find. Again, there may be some other records there that I wasn't able to access, but why exactly would they want to keep it secret? Why wouldn't they let all of us see it? Okay, well, that's strange. Let's go to the consideration of weird. And we return to Iowa. The Basilica of St. Francis Xavier, built in 1889 in Dyersville, Iowa, for a town of 1,200 people at the time, now a town of 4,500. It should also be noted that Dyersville was the filming location of Field of Dreams, the baseball movie, back when America still loved baseball before the strike, starring Kevin Costner. Now, this is really unique because you can see where Dyersville is. We have been to this area of Iowa before. In fact, this is just east on the same highway that we explored the hospital at Independence, Iowa, or the old asylum, or whatever you want to call it. And so here's Anamosa. We also explored that, and nice of them to have that image of that good old prison there that's made out of that patented Anamosa limestone that so many buildings in eastern Iowa are allegedly made of and across the world. Now, what's odd is that we said Dyersville, when they built this church in the 1880s, was a town of just over 1,000 people. Every single one of them were Catholic. Also remember that a basilica is a place where the Pope can actually say Mass. Now, Dyersville is out of Dubuque. We'd expect a larger church like this to potentially be in Dubuque or Cedar Rapids, one of the larger cities in Iowa, but not in a small town like this. And what's unique is whenever you go to any view within Dyersville, pretty much anywhere you are, you can see the towers of this church. That's how big this church is. This is the tallest and largest building in Dyersville when it was built in 1889. It is the tallest and largest building in Dyersville now, and I can promise you it will be the tallest and largest building in Dyersville 100 years from now. And even if they do manage to build some nice modern building, and you can see there's a more modern building just to the left of it in this image, it does not compare to the impressiveness of this basilica. Once again, we have the 4 1s. We don't even have an IV on the clock. So what does that tell you? 1880s, and look what they could do. And also compare and contrast that with what we just looked at with the previous church, because we have to keep those things in mind. There's also some very impressive houses that are right in the immediate vicinity. Well, look at that. Again, with that nice brick pattern. Why don't we do that anymore? It's pretty, it endures. Well, we know why we don't. But as we can see, it's not just the single building, and clearly this would compare with any of the cathedrals that we looked at. But a very impressive look at Dyersville, and again, seeing where Dyersville is located just to the west of Dubuque. There's Dubuque right there. It's interesting, though, there's Cedar Rapids, and these are the major cities, and, you know, Dubuque is closer, but you have this just out in the middle of nowhere, and this is quite an impressive church with these 2 large towers. And as we said, this is one of the very few rural designated basilicas in the United States. In other words, where the Pope, the Vicar of Christ on earth, can say Mass for the Catholic Church. Originally built for a town of only 1,200 people. How exactly did they justify that? And let's not forget that at that particular time in history, the Pope had problems of his own, because you might recall the King of Italy was seizing all the papal lands, and the Pope had no official political status. The Vatican hadn't been established yet until 1929. This was well before that. So where exactly did the dough come to really build this? How exactly did they get the money to build this? Did they find a bunch of contributors or donators? It's a very unknown account. Yet you look at the interior of this basilica, and this matches all the other cathedrals that we've looked at. Once again, we see very well decorated walls, a beautiful integration of architecture. 2 large towers for a very small town in the middle of rural Iowa. And again, I'm just blown away by what you see on the inside here with the pillars and the columns, and once again with the tight geometrical structure leading up into the ceiling. Now, you might be able to explain this away as being a church, and that's fine, but for a town of Dyersville of 1,218.89, we'd expect a little wooden church like we saw in the TV show Little House in the Prairie. You remember the church that also doubled as the schoolhouse? That would make a lot more sense. Oh no, this is Dyersville, Iowa. We're going to build 2 large towers on our church. This is going to be a basilica, and this is going to be the finest edifice for the next 1,000 years. And frankly, I'd say you can make the argument that nothing in Dyersville for the next 1,000 years will ever compare to this building. So if it doesn't clue you in that there's something amiss, I'm not exactly sure what really would clue us in that there's something off. Some of the windows in this building are quite extraordinary as well. And I will be returning to this part of Iowa to do an on-site exploration of these edifices. I just thought it was interesting to compare these. You also look towards the back of the church, and once again, you see the very elaborate layout of the cymatic window, along with the pillars, columns, and tight geometry. Very impressive. Alright, well, let's go from weird to completely bizarre. We're looking at Saints Peter and Paul Church, built in 1906, 10 miles from the one we just looked at in Dyersville, in an unincorporated town of Petersburg, which, when they built it, had a population of just over 70. No, I'm not making this up. Now, they'll tell us this is made out of that very fine Anamosa limestone. Now, where exactly is this located? Well, here's the church we just looked at in Dyersville. Petersburg is not even 10 miles from Dyersville. And you can see it's a very small, unincorporated community. Now, they tell us that when they built this church in 1906, there were only 70 people living here, and it looks like there's even fewer people living there now. There's not even a Casey's, the general store or the gas station that are common in Iowa, in this little unincorporated community. And you can see there's really not much to it. But when you look here on the Google imagery, you'll see there's this incredible church in the middle of nowhere. Very strange because, once again, this is a small unincorporated community, but even more strange that they could afford to build this church of the finest Anamosa limestone, despite the fact that only 10 miles away they just built that basilica in Dyersville. And so that's why this really classifies as bizarre. And as we can see, this is the same construction material, or at least visibly it appears as such, as the same that we saw when we looked at that prison in Anamosa. The odd thing is you won't really find any remnants of that quarry that provides the Anamosa limestone. Here's the rectory. When I was a kid, I had a funny little name for rectory. I'm sure you can guess what it is. Very well built building with the foundation stones and the many well attached bricks. And then there's this building over here, and again, this is in this unincorporated community of Petersburg. That was only 70 people in Iowa, but yeah, we're just going to throw up a bunch of buildings here in the middle of nowhere. Does this really make any sense? And once again, the interior of this particular church in Petersburg, Iowa, the unincorporated community, is just as impressive as what we saw at the Basilica in Dyersville. Once again, very well decorated columns, beautiful arches, and a tight geometry. So you're really seeing how we went from strange to weird to bizarre in considering these rural churches. How exactly does this make any sense? And this is another Catholic church. A Catholic church that we're told during this time didn't even have an official political status. Shouldn't they have been using all their money to try to restore their papal estate and their status? No, apparently they just had infinite resources once again, and as Captain Picard always says, things are only impossible until they're not. And I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that in Petersburg, this was the finest structure in 1906, and there's no doubt in my mind that this will be the finest structure in Petersburg, whatever remains of it 1,000 years from now. I have the distinct feeling that this church will still be standing, and yes, I'm using 1,000 years very deliberately. Very interesting and beautiful, though. And again, this is another structure I'm going to have to explore on the ground and check that fine Anamosa limestone, because you might recall when we looked at that prison in Miracles on the Frontier, that video, we noticed that that limestone seemed to have a fine crystal within it. So it seems as though this construction material that this church is made out of is a lot more advanced than we might like to believe. Because I dare say in its own way there's something even more beautiful about this church than the previous two that we've looked at in Michigan and in Dyersville. So it really has me wondering what exactly is going on, the original intention behind these, and what was the purpose behind this. And this is the best story they could come up with, and of course they document this one a little better.
The concept of reset civilizations often goes hand in hand with hidden technology. If the wielder of this advanced technology decides that they want to keep it, they can simply wipe out the rest of humanity, and anybody else that is there to witness it, they can wipe them out too. And as we all know, the history is written by the victors. So theoretically, someone with this advanced technology could wipe somebody out, wipe out anybody that knows about it. Nobody would even know who did it. Nobody would even know how or why. If you have a certain hidden technology that's capable of doing things that we aren't even aware that we're capable of doing, how are we going to know it was them and hold them accountable? Let alone document this. Like the age-old expression goes, knowledge is power. And unfortunately, we live in an era where information is abundant, but knowledge is scarce and valuable. So props to Lucius for diving down this controversial rabbit hole. He literally looks in the face of mainstream history and says, "I don't believe you." Commending. Regardless of your stance on Tartaria, it's an interesting topic, and with creators like Lucius, it makes it that much more enjoyable to look into.
If you've made it this far, consider yourself informed or infected.
A membrane, you see, that can slide across. These aren't contacts. You can come over here in the light. This is my eye. You can see it's just a slight variation of color that I'm able to toggle back and forth. But that's basically what we have going on. I know it's kind of weird for some people to check out, but you'll notice those changes. So what have we done? Went to the VA, went to specialists. I put a cry out here on TikTok. It seems that I'm not the only person that has some weird eyes going on like this. So if you are out there and you have something like this going on, let me know.
The following footage is actually coming out of Temumua, Veracruz, Mexico,
Dozens of witnesses captured an unidentified being emerging from on top of the tree, and they have no explanation as to what it is or who it is or why they are up there. Take a look at this footage, comment below, tell me what you think this could be.
Lucy, girl, smile if you're alive.
Bro, if the sun set way over there, what is this? Like, what is that? What is it? You can tell it's red because the cloud over top of it. You can see it. What is that, bro? And the sun don't even go over that far, because I've been seeing the sun earlier and it wasn't in that position. It was way past that. What is that, bro? Like, bro, they just right there. I ain't scared. I don't live in fear. Shoot. What is that, though? If the sun set over there, what is that?
Freemasons and anyone involved with them are tied to sorcery and witchcraft.
We met in a Freemason lodge, and the initiation was a black robe. The ritual, a sword was held to my neck, that I had to swear an oath that I could never talk about it, or I was getting spiritual powers. A real sword. A real sword, yeah. They take a lot from the Bible, tried to make the Masonic lodge like the tabernacle or the temple. They take some parts from Catholic Mass, repeating things in Latin, and it's very ritualistic. At one time we went for 8 hours, I believe, or maybe even more. In one day, met at the Masonic lodge for a day of basically learning and practicing ceremonial magic, which included the invocation of deities, like one invocation of goddess Isis, which is a demon. We had to bow down on our knees in our face to a golden idol of Isis.
Well, the robots have arrived, at least in Pasadena, California. That's where the world's first ever fully autonomous AI-powered restaurant has opened, complete with burger flipping bots. We sent CBS's Joy Benedict on a taste test.
Flippy the chef makes Spud spectacular. This automated grill gives the meat its sizzle as this restaurant goes robotic.
For this burger, it would take about 120 seconds.
Cali Express by Flippy is the world's first AI-powered eatery. There's new technology outside the kitchen, too.
A cheeseburger.
Did y'all see what just happened in Florida? This is wild. Congresswoman Lena Garcia was about to talk about the weather engineering ban in Florida, and all of a sudden she completely just passes out of nowhere.
So, Governor, forgive me, I've got to sit down because I am not feeling well.
The timing's pretty freaking crazy, right? Now, completely unrelated, 1000% irrelevant completely. Did you know there's a term called Havana Syndrome, which talks about widely over this phenomenon of U.S. diplomats randomly getting sick, and how the medical society, they don't really put a claim on it. They don't recognize this as being fact or as a disease, but they know something weird's happening. And TikTok, you leave me alone. BBC, Wikipedia, what else do you want? Which includes disabling cognitive effects, balance, dizziness, insomnia, headaches, a whole bunch of stuff. Here's BBC talking about Havana Syndrome and the mystery of something. Pretty wild, right? The story goes, always diplomats. Fact or relevance, right? I really do wonder what happened right here.
Can anybody else see what's happening? Within the next couple of years, nobody's gonna have a job. In this video, in the comment section of the video, and a lot of people that are posting it, everybody's celebrating and they're saying, oh, finally, our orders aren't going to be wrong. Dude, They're making robots for everything. Your blue-collar job's gonna be gone too. Your white-collar job, those are gonna be gone with AI. There's gonna be no jobs. Nobody's gonna be able to work. This is the beast system rising. Like, pretty soon, they're gonna tell everybody nobody's gonna be able to work. You gotta take a certain mark, and you gotta pledge your allegiance to this certain system that's gonna come into place that the Bible talks about.
It's such a weird night. It's just so weird.
Ask 100 married women, if you could have a second husband for only one purpose, what would it be? Something like 70% said just for sex.
Whoa, damn.
A second husband for only one purpose.
Just for getting stuffed.
That's
rough.
Just sex.
That's a fucking wake-up call for a lot of dudes out there.
A lot of guys.
Let's end on that.
I don't even know who that is. That's crazy. That's Martha Stewart. Martha Stewart is 83 years old. Do you think The Substance was a documentary? Look at how not just beautiful she is, she's hot. Here's a clip of me and Martha on her show. This was 18 years ago.
Please welcome Jamie Kennedy.
That's not the same woman. I mean, she looks amazing, but there's something going on in the town, and people are getting younger and younger. Something's going on.
Our next piece comes from the man that inspired me to venture down conspiratorial content. There was a time, and it may honestly still be this time, when controversial conspiracy content is either throttled in impressions and exposure, or outright shadow banned completely, lost in the digital databases of YouTube, or so it seemed. And because of that, I was very hesitant to make conspiracy content. But then along comes Wendigoon with the conspiracy theory iceberg, and not only shows that conspiracies are a safe and valid avenue to approach, but icebergs are also a very valid type of content to make. So I took his inspiration and I ran with it, so I appreciate him infinitely forever. So he's since ventured away from the iceberg content, but he still dabbles into conspiracy content, which we're gonna look into today. So this video has been on my watch later list for literally months now, and I've just been putting it off and putting it off, but today we're gonna watch it together. Let's get into it.
For as long as language and stories have existed, the concept of good versus evil has rooted itself in our beliefs. And while most followers of these beliefs would say that there is a definitive, correct option for one to follow in life, the very existence of a good path to follow implies that there is a bad path as well. And perhaps there is no bad path as feared and dreaded as the infamous deal with the devil. And perhaps no deal with the devil has ever been as important to our understanding of cultures and history, or as interesting to those of us who love a good American horror story, as the famous tale of Robert Johnson. Hello everybody, today we are going to be talking about the legend of Robert Johnson and the deal with the devil that started rock and roll. Now, if a lot of you all are weird like me and enjoy creepy stories about American folklore, then the Robert Johnson story is probably nothing new. It's one of the most famous stories in all of not only American music, but in American culture. But one of the most fascinating aspects of Johnson's story, to me at least, is how it kind of serves as the final destination of a lot of these culminating ideas within the realm of the spiritual and supernatural. And how thousands of years of beliefs and practices came together to create this legend surrounding one man whose story is larger than life. And how that legend would go on to be the bedrock of a cultural movement that has changed the world forever. So in other words, we're going to talk about the legend of Robert Johnson and all the aspects of his story that are both true and mythical, but I also want to go back and talk about all of the cultural and religious beliefs for the past several thousand years that led up to a story like that of Johnson's to be possible. So if that sounds interesting to you, then stick around as we talk about the legend of Crossroad Deals with the Devil and the man and music who, for better or worse, will always be associated with that tale. Now, to really understand what makes the tale of Robert Johnson so important, we need to go back and figure out where these legends of Crossroad Deals with the Devil came from in the first place. For one, the concept of a deal with the devil has existed for as long as the concept of the devil himself. One could argue that at the beginning of humanity, at least according to biblical beliefs, a deal was struck between Eve and the serpent. Eve wanted power and to be like God, and agreed to eat the fruit that the serpent offered. And then after that, these negotiations between humanity and the devil are carried out through our earliest stories. Anyone who practiced witchcraft or sorcery was believed to have made a deal with the devil in some regard. It was believed that by offering up their servitude, their soul, or the soul of another, they could take on these powers that the devil offered them. In a lot of these early stories from not only the Bible, but other Middle Eastern cultures, giving yourself away to dark spirits or promising your servitude to them was seen as the ultimate form of nihilistic living, or even like a commitment to damnation. Because again, most stories or beliefs in these cultures revolved around the idea of good versus evil. So while most of humanity was constantly battling evil in order to build up the good, fully encompassing yourself in the evil by giving even your soul to it was seen as an ultimate evil, one that could, in most cases, never be brought back from. In most legends, those who practiced dark magic were seen as completely removed from any mercy or forgiveness that may be allowed by others. It was as if they forfeited their humanity and became something demonic, something lesser than man. And while every story of making a deal with the devil isn't as extreme as giving over your soul, for example, one of the most famous proposed deals with the devil in all of the Bible is the story of Jesus whenever he was tempted in the wilderness, and the devil offered him several goods if Christ would bow down and serve him. But stories that involve forfeiting one's soul seem to at least be the most remembered. I mean, most, again, cultures and religions are in this constant war of endearing one's soul and fighting the good fight and what have you. So to give it away is something that is completely alien to most believers at the time, even to most believers today. It would also in a lot of cases be portrayed as a form of short-sightedness, where people give over the very part of themselves that makes them human to instead receive some kind of temporary gain. And this notion would continue to be prominent in a lot of the legends surrounding deals with the devil. One of the earliest post-biblical legends of a deal with the devil comes from the story of Saint Theophilus the Penitent. Again, the story of Theophilus is notable because it's one of the first legends regarding a voluntary contract or deal with the devil, but it's also pretty funny. So the story goes like this. Saint Theophilus was an archdeacon who was elected to be bishop, but he felt too humble to be elected bishop, so he turned down the position. Someone else gets the position of bishop and then removes Theophilus from his position as archdeacon. So, seeing no other alternative, Theophilus decides to make a deal with the devil to get the position of bishop back. The devil's deal being that he will give Theophilus the position if Theophilus renounces Jesus Christ and the Virgin Mary, to which Theophilus agrees. Shortly after this, Theophilus figures that was maybe a bad idea, so he begins to fast and pray for forgiveness for this. After a certain amount of time, Jesus agrees to forgive him, but the devil doesn't agree to these terms. So one night, Theophilus wakes up in bed and he has the contract that he signed in his own blood laid out across his chest. Theophilus takes that contract to another bishop, confesses all the sins that he has done, and the bishop throws the contract in the fire. I guess Theophilus could have done that the whole time. So the bishop throws the contract in the fire, and now I guess the devil abides by, paperwork. Because of that, Theophilus is freed, and on seeing that he is freed, he gets so happy that he dies. And that's it. That's the whole legend. This story came around the 6th century. It's certainly an interesting start to the narrative of deals with the devil. Similarly, the story of the Codex Gigas, one of the largest handwritten books in humanity's history, says that the entire book was written in a single night through a deal with the devil. According to legend, one day a monk who had broken the vows to the monastery he lived in was being threatened with punishment of being walled up in the walls of the monastery itself. In order to avoid this punishment, the monk said that he would write a book in one night that would glorify the monastery forever. When midnight came and the monk realized that he wasn't going to be able to complete the book in one night, he called on the devil to help him finish it. In exchange for the monk's servitude, the devil finished the entire book in one night. And quite eerily, despite the majority of the Codex Gigas containing the entirety of the Bible handwritten, as well as the early letters and records of the Catholic belief, near the end of the book there is a detailed depiction of the devil that was supposedly added as tribute to the book's true author. For this reason, the Codex Gigas is often referred to as the Devil's Bible. One of the more recent but equally famous legends comes from the Polish folktale of Pan Twardowski. Twardowski was a sort of nobleman who lived in the 16th century and made a deal with the devil, according to legend, in order to receive magical powers. This lines up a lot more with the older stories of witchcraft that we talked about earlier. Twardowski promised his soul to the devil, but said in the contract, thinking that he could outwit the devil, that the devil could only come to kill him if Twardowski was ever in Rome. Twardowski, who never planned to visit Rome, felt that he had tricked the devil into both immortality and magical powers. That is until, according to legend, Twardowski found himself staying at an inn in the countryside. Whenever he asked the name of this inn, the innkeeper told him that it was named Rome. So, haha, loophole in the contract, the devil comes to collect his soul, and as the devil's carrying him away, Twardowski prays to God for forgiveness, so God comes and makes the devil let him go, but the devil was halfway to hell, and somehow Twardowski got dropped on the moon. And another factor in the legend is that he made his friend into a spider at one point earlier in the story. So whenever he gets to the moon, Twardowski's got his little spider friend. So as the legend has it, he's still on the moon to this day, and every now and then will reel his friend, the spider, down to earth on a web, and the spider will tell him what's going on, and then climb back up the web and report back to him because he's just stuck on the moon up there. Now, despite some of the hilarious aspects of these stories, we can see the pieces that would lead to the modern cultural idea of a deal with the devil. Someone, either out of desperation or feeling that they have been wronged in life, seeks out a supernatural power that's greater than themselves. They promise something that is far beyond the worth of whatever they receive in exchange, and eventually come to realize that. And in most of these stories, it ends with the person recognizing the wrong they've done and calling out to God, and God saving them in one aspect or the other, even if there is a sort of comeuppance at the end of it, like Theophilus still dying out of joy or Twardowski being stuck on the moon. Still better than, hellfire. But that last bit of redemption isn't universal in these stories, but we'll get to that in a minute. Now, the other aspect of these crossroad deals with the devil, other than, the deal with the devil part, is the crossroad part. And the supernatural significance of crossroads has been an important part in spiritual history for thousands of years. See, crossroads have held a spiritual significance for some time because of their liminal nature. It is the complete state of being in between. In other words, if you're standing at a crossroads, you're not only neither here nor there, but you're not even on a direct path from one location to another. You are at the very intersection of intersection. So because crossroads were seen as a point of limbo in the physical realm, it was assumed to be part of a point of limbo in the supernatural realm. See, a lot of early belief systems, especially regarding the afterlife, say that the realm of the spiritual exists in the same space as the physical, just on a different plane. In other words, gods, spirits, and devils that exist next to us and around us, we just can't always contact or see them. So crossroads were seen as a sort of gateway or access point between the realm of the spiritual and the physical. The ancient Greeks would often leave offerings at crossroads because it was seen that the gods could more easily access them at these points. In several pagan traditions, it was seen as a sign of disrespect to be buried at a crossroad, because it was believed if you entered the spiritual realm at this point of limbo, then it was possible that your soul would be always stuck in this state of in-between, and you would be left to wearily roam the roads forever, never being here nor there. For this reason, several criminals were executed and buried at crossroads. That, and it's also a pretty good deterrent for criminals coming into town if there's a bunch of people hanging and buried on the side of the road whenever they get there. So you have these two different legends that are building themselves up throughout history. You have the concept of the deal with the devil and how man can call out to the devil, and even works like the Lesser Key of Solomon give specific instructions on which devil to or demon to invoke for whatever you need and how to do it. And also all these stories of both men of religion and witches and what have you throughout history using the devil to achieve power. And then on another side in history, you have the stories of the crossroads being this intersection between the spiritual and the physical, and that growing in predominance and being put into practice, even if in small ways, through things like executions, like I mentioned. And then, at the meeting point between these two ideas, we have what is perhaps the most famous story of a deal with the devil ever, again, maybe besides Robert Johnson, but we'll get to that, and that is the tale of Faust. The original legends of Faust originate around 1587, but the most famous version of the story was eventually made by Goethe in the 1800s. Now, I'm not going to harp on Faust here because I am definitely going to make a whole video on it eventually, but the short version is that Faust was a man of religion who wanted to use the devil's power, depending on which version of the legend you go with, to either receive wealth or the love of a woman. Faust does this by going to the crossroads at night and calling on the devil to grant him his wish. The devil sends his representative, Mephistopheles, to grant Faust's wish and sign the contract. Now, in the original versions of the story, you remember how I mentioned most of the old legends of deals with the devil have like a happy ending where the person, sees what they've done wrong and they pray to God and God saves them? That's not how the original stories of Faust went. The original stories were he was in turmoil because he realized he was going to hell, and then he goes to hell, and that's it. That's the story. But in Goethe's version and renditions thereafter, he prays for forgiveness and is saved of his contract. The overarching theme being that in spite of our insolence and mistakes, God can forgive all and has power over the devil. Faust is not only one of the most famous stories of a deal with the devil, but it is also the first, at least explicitly published, to feature a deal with the devil taking place at a crossroad. And it seems that over hundreds and thousands of years of beliefs and practices, we finally have this idea of a physical point being the bridge between the physical and the spiritual, and someone misusing that bridge in order to receive worldly pleasures. And it also lays the groundwork for the foundation of American music, a man by the name of Robert Johnson. So in order to understand where the legend of Robert Johnson came from and how it ties into the stories of Faust and deals with the devil that I've talked about up until this point, we need to talk a bit about Robert Johnson's life. Robert Leroy Johnson's life was one of mystery, at least to us in the modern age looking back. He was born on May 8th of 1911, or at least we think that's when he's born because there's no sure record of his birth. That date of May 8th comes from Robert's sister, who said that their mother told her at one point that that was the date Robert was born. However, that doesn't line up with the 1920 census or Johnson's enrollment records. However, it is likely that the reports in those records were a lie in order to receive better enrollment and education at a young age. From what we do know about Robert's life, from a young age, it was one born out of tragedy. While Robert was born in Mississippi, he didn't stay there long. That's because his father, Charles Dodds, was a black landowner, which in 1911 was not popular with the locals. On threat of lynching and destruction to his property, Robert and his father eventually moved to Memphis. It's believed by many that while in Memphis, Robert began to fall in love with music. Around the age of 11, Robert moved back to Mississippi to be with his mother, who was now married to a Mississippi sharecropper. While there, Robert's mother told him that Charles Dodds was not his biological father, and that instead, his biological father was a man named Noah Johnson. So Robert changed his name to Robert Johnson. Life in Mississippi was very hard for Robert. His stepfather again was a sharecropper, and Robert didn't want to work on his stepfather's plantation. And for it, Robert's stepfather frequently beat him. Those who knew Robert says that he maintained a friendly disposition through all of this, as well as a unique skill and love for the harmonica. However, Robert had dreams of becoming a guitarist and settling himself into the new and controversial genre of music, the blues. Now, by the time Robert was 18 years old, around 1928-1929, the blues were despised by evangelical and religious groups in the southern United States. It was universally seen as the devil's music, and anyone who played it was seen to be at risk of their very soul. And while a lot of historical accounts kind of skew the records and say that it was just white Baptists who despised black artists who were creating the blues music, it was also black churches and black religious groups who hated the blues music as well. So those early artists that practiced the music were fighting an uphill battle from everyone. They were ostracized from every community, and several of them didn't have a place to call home because of it. But to men like Robert Johnson, who had grown up and known nothing in their lives besides turmoil, that seemed to be just fine. In 1929, Robert married a 16-year-old girl named Virginia. Now, Virginia's family, at least according to those who knew Robert in life, hated Robert. The reason for this being, again, he played what was seen as the devil's music, and it was seen as unacceptable to most people of the time. Robert promised that he would hang up his guitar and live a life as an honest man and an honest father. So then, when shortly after their marriage, Virginia became pregnant and a couple weeks before she was due to give birth, traveled home to be with her mother, Robert said that he would come and meet her and their new child shortly afterwards. However, it was during these 2 weeks that Robert went on a final tour and went to local joints playing the guitar and listening to blues music. Whenever he did eventually return to Virginia's mother's home, he found that both Virginia and their child had died in childbirth. And Virginia's family ruthlessly blamed Robert, saying that this was punishment from God for him playing the devil's music. In light of a tragedy that hopefully none of us will ever have to experience, Robert went back to the only thing he knew, which was music. And at the age of 19, he began to hang around and listen to local musicians in Mississippi like Son House. However, the important thing to note about Robert during this time in his life is that he was not good at the guitar. In fact, he was apparently so bad, according to people like Son House, that they would refer to what he did as noising, and said that he was going to run all the patrons off whenever he played, and they would constantly, make fun of him and berate him for it. So Robert, who found comfort in music and a life that perhaps he couldn't find comfort anywhere else, was now being told that he was so bad that he should just put the guitar down. Musicians even remarking and saying that they don't want him to touch their stuff because they're afraid he'll break the strings. So Robert, deciding he wasn't going to let this part of his life pass him by, decided to do something about it. Robert disappeared for a few years, and whenever he came back, Son House, the same man who had berated him before and told him that he had just been noising, saw Robert walk into a joint that Son was already playing at, and Robert walked up to him and asked if he could play. Seeing that it had been some time, Son House decided to let Robert take the stage. One of the first things that Son and other band members noticed is that Robert's guitar had a 7th string added to it for some reason. Thinking this peculiar and wanting to see what the kid was able to do, they all stood back and waited for him to make more noise. However, when Robert Johnson started to play the guitar, something magical happened. Robert was not just good at the guitar in this amount of time, but he was great at it. Those who witnessed said that it was as if 3 people were playing the guitar at once, with him doing the bass, the main score, and a rhythm all at the same time, using his hands and thumb to curl around the top board and doing the work of an entire band by himself. He began to make noises on that 7-string guitar that people at the time didn't think was even possible. And from there, the noisy kid from Delta, Mississippi would go on to change music forever. Now, while all who heard Robert were impressed by him, tragically, he didn't receive a lot of notoriety while he was alive. He would travel from town to town with fake names, and he would play at a bar for a few weeks before packing up and leaving for the next town. People who saw him perform said that he would just box up his guitar mid-set, walk out, and would be gone for a year or more at a time. And during this time, tragedy didn't seem to leave him alone either, as in 1933, only a few years after the death of his first wife, his second wife died as well. As I said before, there are not many surefire dates in Robert's life. Again, most of his life wasn't documented, at least not in any official capacity. However, some of the only dates we know about are the dates of November the 23rd to the 25th of 1936. During this time, Robert met with a local radio jockey who recorded 16 of his songs in a nearby hotel room. Less than a year later, on June the 19th and 20th of 1937, Robert would record 13 more. These 29 songs are the totality of Robert Johnson's recorded music. Now, he did several variations and different recordings of each of these songs, but again, 29 songs are all we have of Robert Johnson's career. And I can't play it here because YouTube will execute me over copyrighted music, but if you go and listen to Robert Johnson's music, it is uncanny. Again, this was recorded in the 1930s, before concepts of rock and roll or of what the guitar can do were really known to the public at the time. And then when you listen to Robert's stuff, oh, it's like you can hear the bones of what would one day become modern music, or at least rock and roll. The way he is pushing that acoustic guitar as fast and in as many different places as it can go, it gives the notion of something trying to break out. It is reminiscent of rock and roll the way that your grandfather is reminiscent of yourself. You can look at him and you can see the structures in his cheekbones or the way he holds his eyes, and you can see how that one day led to what you are. And listening to Robert Johnson's music, it's like it's written with the calligraphy or with the harbinger of what's to come. And it's for this reason that Robert Johnson is hailed as the master of the blues, not only because of the music that he forefronted, but because of what he said and did with the music at his time. And you can feel a lot of the misery this guy had in life come through in his lyrics and the way he sings them. I love my baby don't love me, but I really love that woman, can't stand to leave her be. Ain't but the one thing makes Mr. Johnson drink. I was worried about how you treat me, baby, I began to think. Oh, babe, my life don't feel the same. You breaks my heart when you call Mr. So-and-so's name. Baby, I don't care where you bury my body when I'm dead and gone. You may bury my body down by the highway side, so my old evil spirit can get a Greyhound bus and ride. See, Robert was good. In fact, he might have been too good. So good, in fact, that it began a story that would solidify Robert and American music history forever. See, around this time, a story began to crop up that in those 3 missing years, Robert Johnson took himself to a crossroad and sold his soul to the devil. And that by giving his soul over to the devil, he was able to receive a skill at this instrument that ushered in an entirely new age of music. See, Robert wasn't the first story of a musician selling his soul to the devil in order to get skills at an instrument. Figures like Nikola Paganini and Giuseppe Tartini are famous for being violinists who were supposedly so good that they surely must have sold their soul to the devil in order to obtain their skills. But Robert was the first, or at least the most notable in American history, to supposedly sign this contract. While there's variations to the story depending on who you ask, the majority of them go something like this. One night, after being laughed off stage for his lack of skill at the guitar, Robert walked to the intersection of Highway 49 and 61 in Clarksdale, Mississippi, and decided to give everything he had in order to get something that he saw as worth. So he sits there at the crossroad, he sees the stars in the night sky, and he waits for midnight to roll around. Whenever the clock strikes 12, Robert gets out his guitar and just starts to play a song. Till suddenly, out of the tall grass comes walking a tall black man, someone who seems otherworldly, completely transfigured from this world, something that doesn't exist in the reeds of the Mississippi wilderness and something that shouldn't exist on this crossroad before Robert. The man walks up to Robert, and Johnson knows the score. He knows what this man is, and he knows what he's there to do. The man simply asks if he can tune Robert's guitar. So Robert holds it out. This man takes it, begins to tune it, and he plays a few songs, playing the different strings, perhaps even adding the 7th one, and just strumming it, showing Robert how it's done. Before, after a while, he passes the guitar back and then fades back into the wilderness. And many believe that on that night, Robert Johnson sold his soul knowing the score of what he was asking for to let the devil tune his guitar, and therefore to let Robert take the skills off of it. See, there's several aspects of Robert's life that lend well into this tale. For one, the fact, as I mentioned earlier, that a lot of his life, even his birth, is mostly unaccounted for, especially that mysterious 3-year period of time where he went from being awful at guitar to one of music's greatest legends. And what you also have to realize is that Robert had spent his entire upbringing being told that he is of the devil, that he is sinful for even wanting to play or listen to this music in the first place. So in a lot of Robert's songs, he capitalized on that, or at the very least embraced it. So naturally, a lot of his lyrics harken back to these ideas. In a song called Me and the Devil Blues, he says, "Early this morning when you knocked upon my door and I said, 'Hello, Satan, I believe it's time to go,' me and the devil was walking side by side." In a song called Hellhound on My Trail, he says, "And the days keeps on worrying me. There's a hellhound on my trail, hellhound on my trail, hellhound on my trail." And with song titles like Up Jump the Devil and The Crossroad Blues, in the latter of which he says, "Down to the crossroads, fell down on my knees, asked the Lord above for mercy, take me if you please." You can see how a lot of what was definitely true about him leaned into the myth, even if accidentally. And perhaps what cemented this pact with the devil more than anything else was his untimely death. According to his death certificate, he died on August the 16th of 1938. His death certificate lists the date, the location of Greenwood, Mississippi, and nothing else. So again, in confirmed record, there is no cause of death or possible reason given to the death of Robert Johnson, which, as you could imagine, stoked the fires of the legend surrounding him. Many believe that this untimely death was perhaps the devil coming to collect his due, and that Robert, who spent a lot of his life talking about hellhounds on his trail and praying for God at the crossroads, knew that his time was going to be short-lived. To add to the mystery, no one's even sure where Robert Johnson is buried. There are a total of 3 possible graves that all have markers attached to them, but again, Robert Johnson didn't see a ton of success while he was alive, so no one knows where his body went. All serving to mystify the man who would go on to lay the foundation of music as we know it today. Now, everything that I've said so far has been from the legends and the few things we know for sure about Johnson's life. And while I could leave it there to just, talk about the deal with the devil stuff that I've mentioned up until this point, I think the aspects of Johnson's life that are pretty well confirmed by those who knew him are just as, if not more, interesting. See, according to those who knew Johnson in life, during those 3 years that he disappeared and supposedly made a deal with the devil, he actually went to a famous blues musician by the name of Ike Zimmerman. Zimmerman took Robert under his wing and began to teach him everything he knew about the guitar. At night, Robert and Ike would slip away to the cemeteries near Hazelhurst, Mississippi, and practice the guitar. Ike would say that out here, while he's performing in front of an audience, no one's going to complain. So the two of them would set up until the early hours of the morning, night after night, playing the guitar. And it was over these 3 years of work and dedication that Robert Johnson became the musician we know him as today. The details of his death, while again unconfirmed, but told by those who knew him, is as equally interesting. See, those who knew Robert said that he had an affinity for whiskey and women. In several of these towns that he would stay at for some time, he would flirt with the girls nearby and then stay in their houses, and then whenever he passed back through town, he'd just go to the same ladies' houses again. Well, according to Sonny Boy Williamson, who knew Robert, one night they were at a bar near Greenwood, Mississippi. While at this bar, one of the women that Robert had either slept with or was flirting with was the wife of the bartender. The bartender poisoned a bottle and offered it to Robert. According to Sonny, he told Robert not to drink the bottle and to never drink a bottle someone else had opened, but Robert shooed him off and decided to drink it anyway. Now, what this poison could have been is speculated as anything from mothballs to strychnine, but whatever it was, it left Robert in agony for days on end, bleeding out of his mouth. Until, after a few nights of anguish, one night Robert decided to crawl out into the streets and take one final gaze at the Mississippi stars, the same stars that the legend of him selling his soul to the devil were told under, and he died in the streets on August the 16th of 1938. If his date of birth of 1911 is to be believed by his family, then Robert was the founding member of the 27 Club. The 27 Club, for those that don't know, is part of an urban legend that artists who have an exceptional talent or make a significant impact in their lives are destined for an early death at the age of 27. Several famous members are a part of this club, with people such as Amy Winehouse and Kurt Cobain. Again, just another footnote to the legacy this guy left on music. Robert McCormick spent a large part of his life in research to the life of Robert Johnson. According to McCormick, he received a confession from the man who claimed to be the one who poisoned Robert Johnson. Although as part of their agreement, McCormick never made his name public. There's an asterisk to that because McCormick was also kind of crazy. He met with Johnson's family and did a lot of like pseudo-threatening to get the rights to Robert's estate so that he could get, you know, all of the memorabilia of him. He stole pictures of Robert from Robert's family. There was one point where he called Robert's sisters pretending to be everything from police officers to preachers and threatening them with legal harassment if they didn't do what he wanted. McCormick was a very unstable man. It seems that even the people who research Robert Johnson too much develop some mystic quality about them. So a lot of you might be asking, okay, well that sounds like a pretty spectacular story in its own right. Where did the legend of him selling his soul to the devil come from? And it's believed by most that the story came from another unrelated artist named Tommy Johnson. Tommy Johnson was another successful blues singer, maybe not as historically remembered as Robert Johnson, but a famous one nonetheless, who was singing in Mississippi around the same time. There was a story that was propagated by Tommy Johnson and his family members that Tommy had went to the crossroads one night and sold his soul to the devil to learn to play the guitar. And either because they shared the same last name or people just got the stories confused, I mean, considering a lot of Robert's lyrics about the devil and crossroads and the misery and early death he experienced in life, a lot of people applied the story of Tommy Johnson to Robert Johnson. Tommy Johnson is also depicted in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, where he gets into the car with the gang from the story and says that he just got done selling his soul to the devil at the crossroads in order to play the guitar. Not long after Johnson's death, a man named John Hammond would play a recording of Johnson's music in Carnegie Hall. And despite Johnson not being there physically to witness this, from there people began to love his music and seek out as much of it as they could find. Although tragically, there wasn't a lot to be had. Robert received widespread critical praise for the first time in 1961 whenever his album King of the Delta Blues Singers was finally re-released. And from there, his legacy became one for the ages. Every artist from Eric Clapton to Keith Richards and Led Zeppelin has either covered his music or spoken of how it's impacted their own. Keith Richards of the Rolling Stones even stating regarding Johnson's music, "You want to know how good the blues can get? Well, this is it." And what's so interesting to me about Robert's legacy is how the legend kind of goes hand in hand with the truth of his narrative. Hold on, let me shut these blinds. It looks like I'm slowly going to heaven. Because Johnson's life was one of tragedy. From how he was born, the condition his family was in, to the tragedy he saw at a young life having to move houses, and both of his wives dying, and everything that happened to him, he was wrought with misery. And he pulled something out of that misery, but you can feel that he never really left it. He was never able to leave it completely. He talked in a lot of his songs about, you know, the troubles he was going through and the trials. And there was a lot of, like the symbolism he would use, talking about the devil and hellhounds on his trail. Well, I don't think he meant it literally. That is how he felt. He was told by everyone around him that he was a work tool of the devil, and he was giving in to the devil's bidding. So he just decided to embrace it and let it be a part of him. He internalized it, perhaps. And it's so interesting to hear how the legend of a man who was fighting his own demons became one of a man who used the whim of the devil himself to get these skills that seemingly no one could explain. But the true story, the story of a man who would play in the cemeteries at night in order to get good at the guitar out of sheer will and determination, to only eventually be struck down at a young age by being poisoned, but it sounds like a Greek epic, like the story this man went through. And it's interesting that he had such a fascinating life, but his story became, at least in legend, the climax and the crossroad of all of these ancient ideas of tales of demons and selling your soul and crossroads, and how that manifested itself in the life of a tortured artist who made a legacy that has lasted generations. Now, Johnson's family has said multiple times in the past that they do not like the devil narrative, that he sold his soul to the devil. For one, because as I mentioned, it kind of devalues the hard work that he did. The idea that you can just sign a contract and get the skills is different than the work he put into it. But also, there were a lot of news sources, and particularly white groups in the South, who felt that any music made by black people, or the blues specifically, was illegitimate, who kind of saw the devil narrative as a way of saying, yeah, that's the only way, you know, one of them could be able to be a popular musician. So it downcuts what Robert Johnson did both professionally and as a human being. And at least in the modern age, I don't think there's a lot of people who truly believe the devil narrative. That's one of the reasons I wanted to bring forward the true aspects of his life and how he actually died and stuff like that, because while it may be killing the story, I do think he is an important figure who deserves to be talked about legitimately, and I didn't want to just leave you with the myth narrative. But because of that, because we know what really happened through the work of historians who have looked back and gathered the records, I find it so fascinating that he was so skilled and that he ushered in such an age of music that otherwise could be unaccounted for and completely unplanned. Like, no matter how good you are at a genre, you can't, you know, choose to reshape the future of the genre itself just by being that good at it. But that's exactly what he did. And it's interesting that I love it that he was so good that the only account history could give him was that he was something out of this world. And the narrative of selling your soul to the devil is one that, again, not so much today, but at least, you know, in the past several decades was used to propagate the entire idea of rock and roll. It's the devil's music, so much so as the guy who started it sold his soul to make it be. But what I see it as is we always say with, you know, technology that necessity breeds invention, right? That if you need something to happen, then that is the best time for something to happen. But when it comes to Robert Johnson, he lived such a broken life that in that moment he was necessity. He had to have something that meant something. He wanted to make something of his life. And through, man, those 3 years playing in a cemetery to get good at that guitar, that music he loved so much, he truly did become the invention that music needed. And as we've talked about today, his legacy was the culmination of thousands of years of cultures, from religion to tradition, and it all culminated in the idea of this man who changed music forever selling his soul at a crossroads under the Mississippi stars. And it's for that reason I think the story of Robert Johnson and Crossroad Deals with the Devil is so fascinating. The idea that this man was so good at music that he must have been Faust. He must have been something that we can't account for. And it's for that reason I wanted to talk about it to you all. And if you're still watching, then hopefully you wanted to hear about it, and that's really neat, and I appreciate it, and I just want to say thank you for watching. The story of Robert Johnson, like I said, it's incredible to me. You hear nearly every artist who we see as visionaries of rock, like I said, Keith Richards, you know, Rolling Stones, Beatles, Elvis, and they all mention him in some regard. They all talk about how Robert Johnson was the forerunner for what they're doing now. And man, I highly encourage you to listen to, you know, Robert Johnson's music, at least some of the guitar he played. And you can hear, again, it's like the foundation for what would later be. It's so interesting. And I love the idea, like, we take a lot of things for granted in folklore, right? We'll say something like, oh, he made a crossroad deal with the devil. Or there's other stories where we'll say, I'm trying to think of an example that's similar. We'll talk about, you know, ghouls in the woods, or we'll talk about how tradition, haunted houses, right? And we don't really think about all of the cultures and ideas and turmoils and myths and everything that built up so we could have that one story. And it's so interesting for Robert Johnson that elements of the Bible, paganism, and everything else came together for, again, the kid who sold his soul under the Mississippi stars.
The lights just flickered. That's normal. Keep watching.
So I have no interest or knowledge in Robert Johnson's music, but to me, his story is almost unbelievable. and not in a, wow, that's cool kind of sense, like, I don't believe you kind of sense. So what I didn't consider for many years was that accepting the traditional concept of a devil meant I also accepted the traditional concept of God, which was definitely against my atheistic worldviews at the time. So when I hit my metaphorical rock bottom and I began researching other avenues of life like spirituality, I started coming around to the idea of God, a source, a creator, whatever you want to view it as. These days, I'm open to pretty much any concept, even if it's completely far-fetched and contradictory to my current views, as long as there's evidence or some weight to support its reality. And assuming the story of Robert Johnson is true, it's almost undeniable that there was some element of the unexplained surrounding him. And in reality, if there were a good case study, an example of an entity exchanging powers for a resource of some kind, this is the example. And not only that, but he's also the founding member of the 27 Club, another notable conspiracy theory that a lot of prominent figures have fell victim to. But going from what people regard to as just noise, disappearing for only a few years, and then coming back with what seems like the talent of a lifelong musician, practically unheard of at the time, is strange. It's very strange. It just seems unreal. It just doesn't really seem realistic. But regardless of its seeming legitimacy, I'm gonna question it. If it's true that he did influence and inspire some of the greats, some of my favorites, Eric Clapton, Zeppelin, the Beatles, then it's undeniable that he was talented. Perhaps the backstory was fabricated, a way to give some mystique to the guy, a way to give some lore to an individual. But who knows, maybe he did make a deal with the devil or some entity and was exchanged something for some ability. I don't know. We don't know. It's interesting. That's all we know. It's fun to think about at the end of the day, and that's all that matters. And Wendigoon, as always, brings it forth in a wonderful manner. Well played, sir.
Researchers are now suggesting aliens could actually be living among us disguised as humans. Not kidding. Montana Technical University professor Dr. Michael P. Masters was part of that study, and he joins us right now. Michael, good morning to you.
Morning. Thanks for having me on.
It's good to have you. Professor, wasn't that the ending of, I think it was Men in Black, the movie, where at the end they had the screen full of people who were, or rather aliens, living amongst us?
It's been a while since I've seen that one, but it's certainly a possibility. The subject does make its way into a lot of pop culture, so it's certainly possible.
So, Doctor, I mean, what is the chances of this? I mean, it seems like every year we have some type of story that it could be true.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is we're very cautious and conservative in writing this paper, and mostly what we're trying to do here is look at the oddities and the weirdness of the UFO phenomenon, which we can acknowledge is real. And as much as this might be difficult to swallow for some of my academic colleagues and for a large percentage of the population, it's important to start moving the conversation past are UFOs real and past the cockpit videos and the testimonies in front of Congress, right, and the whistleblowers and a Schumer amendment and so many things that indicate that this should be taken seriously, and move the needle a little farther into the realm of, well, what are they? Who are they? What could they be doing? Why are they here? Right. And that's a big part of why we wrote this paper.
And I know in the paper you talk a little bit about, you know, why do we always see these things around lakes and things like that, or volcanoes? And so the suggestion is, and you know, it's just conjecture, but maybe they came here a long time ago and they've been hiding out there for a while?
Yeah, that's a great question. And sort of the reason I was involved in this study is I've written 3 books over the last 5 years looking at whether they could potentially be future humans coming back through time. And one aspect of this crypto-terrestrial model that we discussed is exactly that they could potentially be extraterrestrial coming from a different planet, and they just set up shop here as it's easier than traveling across the cosmos. Same thing with this extraterrestrial model, that if they were coming from our future, rather than jumping back and forth through time, if they set up shop underground, under the seas, as you're alluding to, possibly on the far side of the moon, it would save a lot of time and energy, and they could conduct whatever it is these activities are that are so important to them here with us at this time in this place and without all of the need for constant travel.
I guess, Doctor, the big question would be, is there like a baseline where, when it comes to vitals, where you say this person has to be a human? And if something is different, it's like, this is a little weird. Like, how would you test?
Yeah, that's a great point. And you're right. One of the things that we looked at is, could they be walking amongst us? And I know that, again, conjures up these outlandish notions of some people being aliens, and you're eating breakfast and there's an alien across the cafe. But what we're saying, I know, and we definitely are the first to acknowledge that a lot of this can seem a little crazy. But again, if you think about them in the context of future humans, and that's just one potential possibility here, we would share a lot of physiological characteristics with them, have the opportunity to interbreed. We could hybridize across time, potentially across space. So, and there are, it's important to point out too, the Institute of Noetic Sciences, the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Foundation, all of these studies have shown there are people with extraordinary abilities, like psi abilities, remote viewing, things like that.
Very interesting stuff.
Stunning report.
Thank you, sir.
In case y'all ain't know, this is Wayne Brady. Yeah, the same Wayne Brady from Let's Make a Deal, Dave Chappelle Show. Now, I know some years ago he came out saying he was like pansexual something, I don't know. Yo, but this is crazy. Now, I don't know if this is like a celebration or he's like performing, but anyway, Wayne Brady being 53 years old and, you know, coming out like this, man, it shows you about people in general. I'm with people doing whatever makes them feel comfortable, long as it's, you know, legal or whatever. But to me, if I knew this guy personally and after 53 years, this is how you show up, I would find it hard to trust you, you know what I'm saying? Because, I don't know, you've been living a lie, so what wouldn't you lie about? And another thing, it just lets you know about Hollywood itself and how some of the most talented people have some of the most darkest stories behind them. But through it all, I wish a positive journey for this man, and whatever he chooses, I just find it bizarre at 53, this is the lifestyle you start to choose now, you know what I mean?
I never said why I left. I left because she literally beat the shit out of me. Like, when in the hospital at UCLA, she walked up, she kicked me, she slapped me, and she said, "This is your fault. You should have let me die like Marilyn." And she had tried to unalive herself right before that, and I stopped her. She tried to jump out of the car.
Did she apologize later?
No. And that was the issue. Because, you know, look, when I said I wanted to write a book, it had nothing to do with her. You know what I'm saying? It was about my career. She sent me a letter from her lawyer. And I'm like, what? Like, you didn't call me yourself and just be like, you know what I mean? And look, there's been a lot of times where I've done a lot of things for a lot of people and made a lot of people a lot of money.
Right.
You know what I mean? And they were an asshole in return. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And, you know, with me, a lot of times, I'm like a cheat code. And no one wants to admit that they used the cheat code because it fucks with their narrative of I did everything myself.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. I'm not bitter about it. I'm not angry about it. I'm just like, you know, if that's the type of person you are, God bless you.
Trump is building a database to spy on every single American, and he tapped Palantir to do it, a CIA-funded tech company co-founded by tech billionaire and Republican donor Peter Thiel. In 2010, Thiel shared his real motivations out loud.
We could never win an election because we were in such a small minority, but maybe you could actually unilaterally change the world without having to constantly convince people and beg people and plead with people who are never going to agree with you through a technological means.
Thiel knows his ideology could never win an election because he's skeptical of democracy, believes women shouldn't vote, wrote a book criticizing multiculturalism and diversity, and has defended. What he's arguing is that technology can bypass the need for majority support. That tech is Palantir. The perfect opportunity for Thiel to enact his plan came when Trump enlisted Palantir to build the most expansive surveillance infrastructure in US history. It would integrate sensitive records from all government agencies and use AI to profile behavior and identify individuals deemed risky by the system, giving the government more power than ever. The Trump admin claims more data could help them improve public safety and detect fraud, but we all know that's not what would happen. Former Palantir employees have warned that a centralized system like that could be used to surveil, target, and silence anyone the government disagrees with. It could also be used to influence public opinion. Remember Cambridge Analytica, the company that used data to build psychological profiles on Americans so they could manipulate their voting behavior during the 2016 election? Yeah, it would be like that, but on an even bigger scale. Even MAGA feels betrayed by this move. Nick Fuentes, a far-right Trump supporter, said, seriously, if Palantir isn't the deep state, then what is? We have to come together to stop this drastic expansion of government control and power.
Dark art of reading people. 1. If a stranger locks eyes with you for too long, it's rarely innocent. It's dominance, or worse, a challenge. 2. They place their phone face down. Psychologists say it's often a subtle sign of secrecy. They're hiding something, even if it's just their attention. 3. Ask someone what they're thinking while they're zoned out. If their hand drifts near their brow or nose, they're lying. The body betrays what words conceal. 4. Ever seen a group laugh? Watch closely. People instinctively glance at the one they're most attracted to, even if they don't realize it. 5. Fist on the table and a shout? That's real anger. But if the fist comes first, followed by a pause, then yelling, that's a performance. They're gauging your reaction. 6. Excessive blinking isn't just nerves, it's judgment. You're being evaluated whether you ask for it or not. Watch. Listen. Most people tell the truth, just not with their words. Now listen carefully. If you want to learn dark psychology deeply, then my book link is in bio, and follow Mind Under Glass to become the most powerful person.
What if I told you vampires are actually real? In The Dragon Legacy, Nicholas Nevers asserts that vampires were real entities whose blood-drinking practices were aimed towards maintaining their superhuman abilities. He traces the origins of vampirism to the sacred Ubaid race, who later founded the Anunnaki religion of the Sumerians, and whose ancestors are identified as the Anunnaki gods themselves. Central to these cultures was the rite of the vampire, a tantric hermetic royal rite involving the consumption of blood or essences, which was believed to enhance intelligence, promote longevity, and increase psychic abilities. Blood was also referred to as, quote, starfire, due to their belief that blood draws in the essences of the stars, which can then be consumed to obtain superhuman and psychic powers. These vampires are said to have specific genetic adaptations that specifically allow them to harness the powers of consumed blood. It is also said that regular engagement in these blood-drinking practices could enhance your lifespan by over 33%. Other occult researchers suggest that both menstrual and blood were considered crucial in creating the Philosopher's Stone that could grant eternal life and access to higher metaphysical realms. Examples of royal vampirism include Elizabeth Bathory, the quote blood countess, who allegedly bathed in blood to retain her youth, as well as Gilles de Rais, a French nobleman who was said to have sacrificed in his alchemical quest for power and immortality.
Our next video is from another up-and-coming YouTuber, Taylor McMahon, entitled An Ancient Warning About Aliens. Just browsing through the video description had me interested though, mentioning invisible beings that lived alongside of us called the Sith, as well as a spiritual gift of something called second sight. I haven't seen anything from this creator before, so we're gonna dive into this for the first time together. Let's see what you got, Taylor.
In the hills of Scotland, there are stories. Stories of strange lights and abductions. Tales of beings that can walk totally unseen right beside you. Our story starts with a minister, a faithful man named Robert Kirk, who was born in 1644 in Aberfoyle, Scotland. He was a scholar educated at the University of Edinburgh. He was the first person to translate the Book of Psalms into Gaelic for his people. He wasn't a fringe mystic or a heretic. He was a theologian who loved his people, loved his church, and loved the Word of God. But as Robert Kirk listened to the stories in his congregation, what he heard disturbed him. They told stories of ancient creatures set on deceiving humanity. At first, Kirk assumed that these were old wives' tales, superstitions. But the more that he listened, the more he realized something chilling. These stories weren't about fantasy creatures. They were about real entities that his congregation had been dealing with for decades. Entities that could manipulate senses, induce visions, and cloud memories. They reportedly abducted the living or replaced the dead with their own. The villagers called these beings the Sith. Today, we call them fairies, or as I will make the case, more often we call them aliens. Before you write this off as a myth, consider this. What you're about to hear shows up in historical records, in eyewitness accounts, and sacred texts from around the world. This isn't just a Scottish folktale. It's a pattern, one that crosses time and cultures and belief systems, and it demands to be taken seriously. One man saw this pattern for what it was, and he tried to warn us. In 1691, Robert Kirk completed the manuscript that would define his life. It was called The Secret Commonwealth of Elves, Fauns, and Fairies. And he published this during a time when heretical ideas still carried very real consequences. Kirk's book was a theological and philosophical bombshell. He claimed that invisible non-human beings lived alongside us, and through a strange ability that he named Second Sight, people could see them. But second sight wasn't a blessing. It was dangerous. It was a gift passed down through families who had lived on the land for generations. They were people who could see beyond the veil into the spirit realm. What's strange is that his description of second sight mirrors modern reports of alien abductions. The credible reports of abductions that we do have tend to run within families. Before Kirk could publish his work, he died. One morning after walking up Dune Hill, a known fairy mound near Aberfoyle, he vanished, and according to local legend, his soul was taken. The next day, they found his body and declared that he had died of natural causes. But the people said otherwise. They said that the fairies had taken him, that he had gotten too close to the truth. And stories like Kirk's aren't isolated. Across the world and across centuries, there are eerily similar accounts. Gervase of Tilbury was a 13th century English journalist who recorded the story of a shepherd near Bristol who found a hidden underground kingdom populated by small ethereal beings. After spending a few minutes there, he returned to find that years had passed in the outside world. This is one of the earliest recorded stories that we have of missing time. Missing time would later go on to become a feature in both fairy stories and UFO encounters. In the 19th century, American doctor and occultist Pascal Randolph wrote extensively about non-human intelligences that influenced human thought. He referred to these entities as elemental intelligences. He said that they were beings that operated between the human and angelic realms. In one of Randolph's records, he described a woman who had believed that she was being guided by a beautiful spirit who gave her prophetic dreams. But over time, the dreams grew dark and she became mentally and physically ill. Randolph said that she had fallen under the influence of a deceptive intermediary being who initially appeared helpful, but slowly corrupted her. Different eras, different languages, different cultures. Fast forward 3 centuries, a computer scientist named Jacques Vallée, who was one of the early architects of the internet, revisited Kirk's work. In his book, Passport to Magonia, Vallée makes the provocative argument that UFOs might not be spaceships from distant planets, they might be interdimensional beings. He believed that these beings weren't new, that they were ancient, and that they adapted their appearance to fit whatever a culture would be willing to accept. It was controversial at the time, but today, Vallée's interdimensional theory has become one of the most widely respected frameworks in serious UFO research. He went on to write this: "The symbolic display seen by the abductees is identical to the type of initiation ritual or astral journey that is embedded in the myths of every culture. The structure of abduction stories is identical to the accounts of fairy lore." Vallée noticed patterns, beings that appeared and vanished at will, promises of advancement, false enlightenment, and he also noticed that they had physical evidence, burn marks on bodies, circles left on the ground by crafts, distorted perceptions of time. And Vallée wasn't alone. The UFO investigator John Keel and Alan Hynek of Project Blue Book came to very similar conclusions. Alan Hynek, once the face of government skepticism, eventually admitted that the UFO phenomenon is somehow associated with human consciousness itself. These stories don't prove some grand conspiracy, but they do suggest that humans across time and continents keep experiencing something. This even overlaps with Christian writings. The Bible warns of stoike thukasmu, the elemental spirits of the world. In Galatians, Paul describes these elemental spirits as enslaving beings that masquerade as gods. Most scholars believe that Paul saw these elemental spirits as regional spirits tied to the land. And this ties directly back to Kirk's theory on Second Sight. It's the idea that some people are more sensitive to these spirits because their families have lived there for generations. In Ephesians, Paul uses the term archaea and exousia, the principalities and powers. He writes that we don't wrestle against flesh and blood. In other words, the Bible warns that we are in a spiritual fight, not against just evil ideas or bad people, but against real spiritual powers that are working behind the scenes. Even medieval exorcist manuals caution priests that spirits often appear as beautiful and benevolent before they reveal their true nature. The early church father Origen of Alexandria echoed this exact same view in the 3rd century. He taught that these invisible beings were assigned to oversee the land. Origen warned that many of them lie and seek to be worshipped as gods. He believed that these elemental spirits maintained the natural order in the land, but they were false gods masquerading as divine. Robert Kirk reported on the Sith. Gervais recorded stories of fairy abductions. Pascal Randolph described the elemental intelligences, and Paul warned of the elemental spirits. Something is interacting with humanity, and it doesn't want to be seen for what it is. And this pattern isn't isolated to Europe or the Middle East. The same pattern surfaces everywhere. In West Africa, they have the Aziza, who are said to be forest spirits who offer humans secret knowledge. In the Philippines, you have the Encanto, who lure humans into their realm through charm. In Islam, you have the jinn or the genie that are shape-shifting beings that can possess humans. In Wales, you have the Toloi Teg, a beautiful, dangerous pale figure who steals children and replaces them with changelings. Across all of these cultures, the stories are the same. Hidden beings, strange realms, lost time, spiritual manipulation. And today, when you hear the stories of modern UFO abductees, you hear the same things. No matter where you look, the basic shape of this story stays the same. Of course, none of this verifiably proves anything, but it sketches a map. It's a repeating pattern across time and geography and belief systems. But the pattern is real, and it's growing harder to ignore. We are not the first generation to encounter the unseen, and we won't be the last. The question is not whether the unseen world exists. The question is, will we recognize it when we see it, or will we call it by a new name?
Okay, that was pretty good. Taylor kind of knocked it out of the park with this one. Well done. So to me, the interdimensional theory makes a lot more sense than extraterrestrial visitors from outside of our planet. The beings aren't necessarily traveling through space. They're already here. They're simply adapting to what we perceive them as. Ancient times, fairies and spirits. Modern times, gray aliens and flying saucers. Taylor is doing excellent work documenting these encounters, and as always, you can find the videos down below. So now that we've established that these beings are probably interdimensional and not extraterrestrial, the next question becomes, how do these dimensions work? If consciousness is the key to perceiving these entities, we need to better understand the framework that all of this encapsulates within. Our next video attempts to break down all 11 dimensions according to string theory, and when you start to see what these higher dimensional beings are capable of, the previous video and Kirk's accounts make a lot more sense. A lot of this will be outside of my realm of understanding, so what he's saying may be profound or absolute dog water, and I won't be able to tell the difference. So maybe you can help me in determining whether this is legitimate or not. Let's get into it.
Here in this video, I will explain all the 11 dimensions one by one. The video will be more and more interesting as we proceed, so stay with me till the end. Let's start with the zero dimension. Zero dimension. A point is an example of the zeroth dimension that has no length, no breadth, and no height. A zero-dimensional being cannot move in any direction and is fixed to a point. First dimension. A straight line is an example of first dimension that has only one dimension, length. A one-dimensional being can move only in one direction, that is, on a straight line. Second dimension. Second-dimensional or 2D objects are flat shapes like squares and triangles. Motion of a two-dimensional being is restricted to a plane surface, therefore it cannot move upward or downward. Third dimension. Third-dimensional objects have three dimensions, length, breadth, and height. Solid objects like cubes and spheres are examples of 3D objects. We humans are three-dimensional beings, as we can move freely in three-dimensional space. Fourth dimension. Time is considered the fourth dimension. A four-dimensional being can move freely in time dimension and has full control over time. He would be able to move in any desired direction in time, past or future. A person living in the fourth dimension can go to a certain point in past time and change its decision. But if we consider the fourth dimension from the geometrical point of view, then hypercube is a four-dimensional object. It is also called a tesseract. A hypercube is four-dimensional analog of the cube. Fifth dimension. A fifth-dimensional being can move freely in time, either in past or future as per his wish, and is able to be present at different locations at the same time. He can do many jobs and have different hobbies simultaneously. Actually, parallel universes exist in the fifth dimension. Therefore, your separate versions can exist in parallel universes having separate timelines. But one limitation of fifth dimension is that you cannot meet your self version directly by using shortcuts to another timeline of parallel universe. Sixth dimension. In the sixth dimension, you have all the powers that you possess in the fifth dimension. You can see all the presents, pasts, and futures of all the parallel universes. But one limitation of the sixth dimension is that all the parallel universes must have the same beginning or the initial condition, that is, the Big Bang. But in the sixth dimension, you are free from the limitations of the fifth dimension, as you can easily jump from the timeline of your universe to any point present on the timeline of any parallel universe and meet your self version. In the sixth dimension, your multiple versions can live their lives in parallel universes simultaneously. Seventh dimension. All the powers of a sixth-dimensional being are possessed by the being of seventh dimension. He can have infinite forms of itself and can move from one universe to any other universe. Unlike the sixth dimension, the seventh-dimensional universes may have originated from different start conditions, not just the Big Bang. Eighth dimension. The eighth dimension has a plane of all the possible presents, pasts, and futures for all the infinite number of parallel universes. According to the string theory, in the eighth dimension, objects do not have any physical existence, like our digital world, where we cannot touch the objects but only can see or hear them. In the eighth dimensional world, things can change shapes, size, and appear or disappear instantly, somewhat like the virtual reality. Ninth dimension. In the ninth dimension, universes may have their own laws of physics and separate conditions and probabilities of their origin. Surprisingly, in the ninth dimension, many civilizations or aliens may live simultaneously at the same place. These coexisting civilizations may not see or feel the presence of each other. The superpowers of a ninth dimensional being will blow your mind. He would have no physical form and would be able to move freely in space and time in any of the universes. 10th dimension. The 10th dimensional being would possess infinite powers that are beyond your imagination. It would be possible for him to control even the space-time and everything present in all the infinite number of universes. Because of the infinite powers of the 10th dimensional being, some researchers also suggest that the God lives in the 10th dimension. 11th dimension. According to the string theory, everything in the universe is made up of infinitely small one-dimensional vibrating loops called strings. These strings vibrate in 11 dimensions. Even the subatomic particles like electrons, protons, and neutrons are made up of strings that vibrate and rotate at the speed of light. Unique manner of vibration of strings is responsible for the unique characteristics of each subatomic particle. Size of a string is infinitely small. It is of the order of 10 to the power of minus 33 centimeters. 10 to the power of minus 33 centimeters is actually millionth of a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a centimeter. Didn't get it? Let's understand it with an analogy. If we increase the size of an atom up to the size of the whole observable universe, then the size of the string would be just equal to a tree. So friends, these were the 11 dimensions.
Your regularly scheduled paranoia continues now.
So, if I understood it correctly, the 9th dimension was where beings existed but were not able to perceive each other. And that's pretty much what the Sith were from the previous video. They're not necessarily from a different planet. They're here, sharing our space, just existing in different dimensions that we cannot perceive. Another thing, on the 8th dimension description, beings with no physical form that can change shapes and appear or disappear instantly. Well, that sounds like every fairy encounter and every alien abduction account ever. And the mathematics is actually backing up what people have been saying for centuries.
The Scientific Engineering Institute in Waltham, Massachusetts was the continuation of MK Ultra. The CIA deliberately funded this place and stood it up. It was under Steve Aldrich, Dr. Steve Aldrich, and they studied direct brain interfaces using electrodes, electromagnetics, and satellites. And there is good old Dr. Aldrich right there. Dr. Stephen L. Aldrich of Black Mountain, North Carolina, died on December 2013, blah, blah, blah. And I don't know about you, but I'm getting real tired of all these military intelligence boomers that sold humanity down the river in their own neurotic quest for power and Orwellian security. Bunch of traitors. Yeah, this place was on 4th Ave in Waltham, Massachusetts. And hey golly, coincidentally, the building just happened to be across the parking lot from what is now Boston Dynamics, with their cute little DARPA-funded robots that'll probably be used to hunt down your families one day. They continued on using mind control techniques from a distance. They'd studied electronic dissolution of memory, EDOM, microwave effects on the human brain, which is what we're now calling Havana syndrome, remote neural interfaces and control, the things that were figured out during MK Ultra, developing ways to put it in satellites. Good luck finding anything on this place. Good luck finding any references to it. You got to dig pretty deep. I had to dig pretty deep to find this. They were way farther along in this than anybody
Does this video prove that Elon Musk was high in front of President Trump? It shows the world's richest man at a dinner party at Mar-a-Lago doing something baffling, balancing a fork and 2 spoons on one finger. That woman next to him watching on is Siobhan Gillis, the mother of 4 of his children. In another video taken that night, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt stops by to chat, but Elon ignores her, captivated by his spoons.
Elon, what the hell are you doing?
It happened in March, but resurfaced on social media after a New York Times article last week claimed Musk juggled drugs and family drama on the campaign trail. He was taking so much ketamine that it was affecting his bladder. This is what drugs do to your brain, goes one snarky reaction to the video. Even the Secret Service looks embarrassed, goes another. Elon is firing back. I'm not on ketamine for blank's sake. I do not take drugs. The New York Times is lying. I tried prescription ketamine a few years ago. It helps with dark periods, but I haven't taken it since.
I feel like by now they've perfected all the MK Ultra techniques and are probably using them on us as we speak through our devices. That might be the reason why Apple has a patent for AirPods that can read your mind.
We propose that a photon is not an object, but a timeless event. It represents a causal bridge between two state changes in the mass-bound world. This is not a particle traveling through space, but a massless instruction linking two massful configurations. A photon does not occupy time. It defines a relationship between mass-based events that do.
Boy, the state of Utah up in their deep state sky game, huh? Just spraying all the health and wellness into our skies. So this is in southern Utah right here. Watch this really quick. So I filmed that video yesterday here in southern Utah. And then today somebody sent me this from northern Utah. And then somebody sent this to me because they're actually tracking the guy. Look at this. You can run, but you can't hide.
Tell me this is normal. Just going in circles.
You get a heavy metal overcast. You get a heavy metal overcast. You get a heavy metal overcast. Is this part of the Make America Healthy initiative? Because if this stops, I might actually believe what they're saying. This needs to stop immediately. This is geoengineering, chemtrails, whatever you want to call it. It's poison. We are bugs to them. Type below if it's happening in your state or your part of the world, because this is ridiculous and we do not consent.
Here's a tactic that all intelligence operatives learn, and it's called elicitation. You use statements instead of questions to get the most powerful information from other people. When a person's being asked a question, it raises a little door in the brain that says, I need to be careful about the answer. If you're responding to a statement, your brain does not have that little security guard that comes out. And so as a light example, let's just imagine you and me took an Uber to get here. And let's imagine you and me we're going to take an Uber back after this. We get into that Uber and I say, I just read online that Uber drivers were rated the #1 job satisfaction of all the jobs in the country. So that starts a conversation. And then he says, no, it's really bad. I do this, and they take the money and this and this. And then I do disbelief. This is another technique. Disbelief says, no way. There's no way that company would treat you like that. He goes, oh yeah, you will never guess what happened just a couple of weeks ago. And then he just kind of goes into this deep story that he would never tell another client. Who does he tell these stories to? Friends. I've made his brain start behaving in friend mode, and I haven't even asked any questions yet.
You're not supposed to go out and try to change anyone. Those who are already enlightened, they're already advanced, they realize what's happening now, they're already there. You don't have to worry about it. The other ones that are so deep into negativity, we're not going to be able to make a difference anyway. They have to find their own way. Man has destroyed civilizations down through time, and each time it's usually with the bad use of their mind, the misuse of the powers of their mind. And each time, it'd start all over again from the beginning. and create a totally new civilization, a new world. This is part of the developing of our psychic powers, bringing that back, changing this because we're going to carry it on instead of destroying the world and starting all over again. That's why we're having all this chaos and problems right now as the two try to decide and separate and shift. And there's many souls that are coming in right now to be here for it. They volunteered to come. The call went out throughout the universe. Volunteers to come and help. They have to be souls that are pure, that have not known violence, have no karma to repay, to come in and help raise the consciousness of those who are here. And these people don't know they're one of these. I find it out in my work, but they have no idea on the conscious level they are one of these who have volunteered to come and to use their energy to help raise the consciousness of the world.
If we're dealing with interdimensional beings, it might benefit us to understand more than simply the mechanics of the dimensions. Maybe we need to understand the fundamental nature of reality itself. Is the universe a giant machine running on autopilot, or is it something more? Our next video dives into exactly that question, the shift from viewing the universe as a mechanical system to seeing it as a living, conscious organism. And when you consider that consciousness might be fundamental to reality, rather than just an accident of evolution, interdimensional conscious beings start making a lot more sense. This one's a bit heavy on the philosophy, folks, so buckle up.
Less than a century ago, humanity's cosmological picture underwent an unprecedented expansion when the astronomer Edwin Hubble revealed to the world that the Milky Way is far from the only galaxy in existence. It suddenly became apparent that the cosmic horizon spanned unimaginable distances in every direction, and in which our home galaxy, a spiral of some 200 billion stars, was just one in a sea of trillions. In this moment, humans opened their eyes to a new appreciation of the scales and immensities of the cosmos. The last century has been a time of incredible human discovery, and in which the field of cosmology has acquired new scientific status. Among other feats, scientists can now determine the elemental composition of distant stars and the trajectories of galaxies in relation to our own. They have gained insight into the birth and death of stars and planets, as well as the fabric of space and time. In this new understanding, our universe appears to us as never before, as a developing and evolving system of fantastic forces and energies, and dynamic displays of order and chaos. Perhaps most extraordinarily, small patches of this fabric have become conscious of themselves. We live in a universe that our ancestors never imagined, and it is now apparent that making sense of our new cosmological picture requires a departure from old ideas and metaphors, and the exploration of new frames on reality. Our journey begins with the observation that the way we talk about nature can ultimately be scaled to a grounding cosmic metaphor, which itself comes to serve as the lens through which we form our deepest questions about what we are and our place in the universe. The Western scientific lineage can be seen as having moved through two epoch-defining paradigms, as characterized by their grounding cosmic metaphor. These are the view of the universe as a great mind, moving into the view of the universe as a great machine. The long-standing cosmic metaphor of the universe as a great machine has become so closely associated with science that it is often viewed synonymously with it. This is not the case, however, and today the great machine metaphor no longer serves to further our understanding as it once did, and there are now telling signs that the modern mind is in the midst of a transition toward an organismic lens on reality. apprehended as an evolving, self-generating, and ultimately living process. Furthermore, this organismic paradigm may offer greater explanatory and predictive power, as well as a deeper, more meaningful understanding of our place in the universe. Of course, none of this is to say that the universe has not been historically compared to an organism, both in the Western lineage and in many other cultures. We'll return to this point later. To be clear, the purpose of our discussion is not to argue that the universe is an organism. The universe is the universe. The question of whether it is more like an organism than it is like a machine has only a subjective answer. The manner by which we apprehend the universe may reveal more about ourselves as we meet reality in our historical moment than it does about the character of the universe itself. This is, however, not to say that progress in our understanding cannot be acknowledged. And as we will explore, it is growingly apparent that we indeed appear to see further and with greater understanding through an organismic lens than through any other concept available to us. Mind and machine. Understanding the rise of the organismic paradigm requires that we understand some of the historical forces that have shaped the outlook of Western science, as well as their resulting influence on the modern mind. The narrative offered in this section is at best an incomplete summary, and at worst a caricature. However, it is necessary for us to weave the essence of this story, albeit crudely, in order to articulate and give contrast to the organismic vision and its implications. In the Western academic lineage, the view of the universe as a great mind was conceived by early Greek philosophers around the 4th century BCE. The view that the world is essentially alive and imbued with spirit has been a perspective of many cultures throughout history. Greek thought had its roots in earlier polytheistic religions, which in turn had their roots in animism. In recognition of an essentially mental ground of reality, Plato forged a worldview recognized by scholars as a form of idealism. For Plato and his contemporaries, the world of form that surrounds us is, in essence, a projection from a transcendent domain of being, more mind-like than classically physical. This was the realm of the ideas, a greater reality from which all manifest phenomena receive their form and essence. Nature had intentionality, meaning that it was purposive, teleological. A dropped stone fell to the earth by its innate desire for proximity with the center of creation. These views, originating largely from Aristotle and Plato, were adapted by early Christian scholars in the Middle Ages who revered the high culture of ancient Greece. The transcendent realm of what Plato called the ideas both informed and was used to justify the Christian idea of heaven. In the Platonic dimension of perfect forms existed the highest transcendent good. As Christian theologians sought to distance themselves from pagan nature religions, they came to perceive a deeper piety in viewing the creative impulse of the universe as entirely outside of this world, in the inscrutable intentions of their all-powerful creator. In this sense, the creative impulse of reality became estranged from the world, but for the occurrence of rare instances of divine intervention. For Christians living in this period, all areas of life were to be interpreted in terms of the Christian doctrine. Fundamental questions of death, birth, morality, value, meaning, and judgment were to be understood without exception through the authority of Rome. To challenge the Church was inconceivable to most, and to do so was to tempt exile, torture, or death. The theologians' growing preoccupation with worlds beyond life further heightened their sense that the world within which they currently inhabited was fallen, imperfect, and separate from God. Though created in His image, to live in and be of this world was to be corrupted by sin, fated to endure the terrible sufferings of the flesh. Admittance into heaven had become a near impossible feat of piety and asceticism, and the unspeakable horrors of the alternative hung like a shadow over medieval Christian life. In the 17th century, the ideas of philosopher René Descartes played a significant role in shaping what science would one day become. Among his influential contributions, Descartes brought to light the distinct characters of mind and matter, identifying them as the two primary ingredients of reality. Descartes' ontological distinction between the mental and the physical eventually came to serve as a boundary, marking the territories of the Church and the new science then emerging. The mental would remain the province of spirit and the divine order, leaving the remaining crude matter of the world available for scientific interrogation. Within this delicate truce, scientists now enjoyed a relative freedom to consider bold new questions and ideas. It wasn't long, however, before their reported discoveries appeared to pose conspicuous challenges to the truth claims of Scripture. Despite this, many of the thinkers comprising the scientific revolution in Europe were Christian in outlook. The father of the machine metaphor of the universe, Isaac Newton, conceived of the great machinery of the universe as first set in motion by God, who upon creating the world stands back and attends its progress. We can only speculate about what Newton really thought, but if you'd asked him, he would have told you that he was a Christian, and that behind the machinery of nature resides an all-powerful God. And yet, as the decades and then centuries passed, the sheer power and efficiency of the mechanistic model led scientists and philosophers to increasingly regard such supernatural forces as obsolete and superfluous. Reality was, in essence, material. As the machine metaphor rose to prominence, all phenomena, including the mental, were viewed as reducible to mere matter. While there were several notable countercurrents, such as the rise of German idealism in the late 18th and early 19th century, the scientific revolution of the early modern period, with its mechanistic, materialist philosophy, portrayed an inert and essentially meaningless world, devoid of consciousness, value, purposes, or meaning. Even the revered rational human mind was, in the final analysis, an illusion, a mirage of complex biological processes. By the mid-19th century, the ideas of Charles Darwin had set the intellectual community alight, as he and others brought into view the radical idea that all life has a common ancestor with a simple molecular origin. Undermining the Christian creation story, in this view, the human is no more than a relatively intelligent animal, privileged only by its adaptive capabilities to an unsympathetic and changing environment. Evolution bears upon nothing more transcendent than the physical transference of genetic material from one generation to the next. And in their apparent compliance with deterministic mathematical laws, the processes of life seemed aptly framed within the mechanistic paradigm. Animals and plants were machines, as were humans, and ultimately so too was the universe, the outworking of inert, immutable, and purposeless natural laws. And while the self became an ever more peripheral bystander on the cosmic stage, the mechanistic view continued to justify itself, as associated with extraordinary advancements in anatomy, medicine, cosmology, and technology, as well as providing a rational stability to the worldview of secular culture. The shift in consciousness initiated by the rise of science can be framed through what is sometimes termed the Copernican revolution. When humanity learned that it was not the physical center of the universe, this discovery challenged not only sacred scripture, but also our sense that we, or life, holds any significance on the cosmic stage. The Copernican revolution describes an intellectual movement in which scientists and philosophers vowed to themselves never again to be deluded into notions of human significance. The consolation was a sense of empowerment and release from the stifling moral dogma of the Church. Scientific knowledge was a power that could be wielded over nature, and with it we could transform the world to serve our own ends. Instead of its victims, we could be masters over nature. We could build our own heaven here on Earth. This was a view championed by the English philosopher and statesman Francis Bacon, and captured in his famous aphorism, "Knowledge is power." Many contemporary thinkers observe that the mechanistic materialist frame has deeply shaped the worldview and values of the modern mind. While science and its mechanistic materialist understanding liberated the modern mind from the oppressive doctrine of the Church, the new frame emerging from the scientific revolution, while amazing and humbling in its reach and power, profoundly decentralized the human mind, its meanings, values, and goals. Several contemporary scholars have argued that apprehension of this reality, apparently devoid of mind and meaning, has contributed to a shared sense of isolation, meaninglessness, and separation from nature, from other beings, and from the larger universe. But does the machine metaphor of the universe really provide the most accurate appraisal of the true nature of things? Is reductive materialism the only rationally defensible interpretation of our scientific discoveries? As we will now explore, in a little over a century, the machine metaphor has faced a series of unexpected and unprecedented challenges, which have led to the empowering of an alternative perspective, that given the same empirical scientific evidence, a more powerful and explanatory metaphor for our universe is that of an organism. A greater reality. In the early 20th century, while working by day as a patent clerk, the physicist Albert Einstein began developing a theory which would eventually convince the academic world that space and time are not fundamental features of reality, as had long been assumed, but are in fact generated out of a deeper underlying order. The universe is not simply a place or a container in which things happen, it is rather a developing system. During the same period, the emerging field of quantum mechanics went on to describe a deeply interconnected reality, within which no single part could be truly abstracted from the whole, and in which every particle is potentially interconnected with every other particle in the universe. Through Einstein's discovery that light travels at an astonishing, though finite speed, we realized that our most distant observations reveal the universe at its most ancient. The light from distant galaxies captured them as they had existed when the light was first emitted, billions of years ago. As we gazed out into the vast cosmos, we realized that we are in fact also gazing through time. Both Einstein's relativity and the emerging physics of the quantum came as a surprise to then senior physicists of the early 20th century, many of whom believed that physics was approaching completion as an exhaustive description of nature. And yet, coming discoveries of the next 100 years would begin to intimate a much deeper and more mysterious reality. For the early scientific forerunners, such as Kepler and Newton, the Earth, Sun, Moon, and planets comprised the entire universe. Few took seriously the possibility that the stars, those mysterious points of light moving together across the night sky, could in fact be other suns. The most sophisticated cosmology was primarily concerned with modelling the predictable movements of the observable celestial bodies. Theories were demonstrated through the literal use of clockwork models, with pirouetting planets encircling first a central Earth, and then later amended to a central Sun. Earlier models of the universe were attempts to grasp an apparently timeless reality, in which the celestial bodies moved eternally and unchanging. Today, however, cosmologists understand themselves as inhabiting a very different universe. A universe which has undergone a long developmental evolution prior to arriving at its current state. And while Newton's classical physics of a deterministic causal matrix remains highly practical for many purposes, its grounding machine metaphor hardly seems to fit our understanding of the developing universe, nor does it correspond with our deepest observations of it. The new cosmological picture is decidedly evolutionary. Understanding how the universe came to assume its current state is no longer a matter of explaining a timeless order, but a developmental story, within which the greatest climax of novelty and complexity is unmistakably the emergence of life and mind. Life and consciousness. Is there life beyond Earth? There are now believed to be 20 billion or so Earth-like planets in the Milky Way galaxy, places where the primordial conditions that were necessary for life on Earth may exist. Interestingly, there is evidence of single-celled life on Earth virtually as soon as the right conditions were present. It's not clear if this is a sign that life is common throughout the universe, but if that is the case, it's also true that single-celled life existed for an exceedingly long time, billions of years before the first multicellular organisms emerged. There's a very long and uncertain road between single-celled slimes and relatively intelligent life such as us. But of course, the universe is also a fantastically large place. Keep in mind that while our galaxy could contain these 20 billion Earth-like planets, it is just one galaxy among trillions. Nobody can truly grasp these numbers, but it seems implausible, though not impossible, that intelligent life is so fantastically rare that it only happened once. This seems out of keeping with the rest of what we know about cosmological phenomena. But whether or not conscious life has arisen billions of times, or just once, its presence on the cosmic stage is revealing of a reality capable of supporting its existence. Subtle enough, deep enough, to carry value, meaning, and significance. With consciousness comes the very possibility of significance itself. It is an extraordinary fact about reality that it supports the existence of consciousness. The mechanistic view, with its materialist philosophy, neither predicts nor has an explanation for consciousness. The possibility of subjective experience discloses a depth to reality that the outwardly viewing mechanistic paradigm cannot meaningfully articulate.
Still awake? You might want to stop that.
By the latter decades of the 20th century, philosophical materialism had lost significant stock in both the science and philosophy of mind. The materialist view did not seem capable of incorporating the extraordinary fact that certain arrangements of matter are subjects of conscious experience. This became known as the hard problem of consciousness. The philosopher David Chalmers, who famously coined this term, offered a radical alternative to the ailing mechanistic materialist approach to explaining consciousness. Chalmers emphasized an assertion previously attributed to René Descartes 3 centuries earlier, that consciousness possesses an undeniable and immediate reality which cannot be doubted. Descartes' famous "I think, therefore I am" is today updated to "I have consciousness, therefore I exist." For Chalmers and a growing number of philosophers and scientists, the irreducible reality of consciousness must be preserved in any account of the universe that aspires to completeness. What is vitally missing from our understanding of brains, argues Chalmers, may also be missing from our basic description of the world. Discussion in this area often centers on the so-called intrinsic nature of reality, which has long been a mystery in science. We simply do not know, as the physicist Stephen Hawking once put it, what it is that breathes fire into the equations of physics and gives reality to the world. So what does this have to do with consciousness? In recent times, a constellation of philosophers have argued that the exclusively outward-facing description of the world provided by physics both implies and requires an interior landscape, an intrinsic ground to which the equations of physics point. Developing on ideas first put forward by Bertrand Russell and Arthur Eddington in the early 20th century, a new generation of philosophers and scientists argue that the intrinsic nature of matter may also be the essential nature of consciousness. As the philosopher Thomas Nagel has put it, quote, "We ourselves are large-scale, complex instances of something both objectively physical from outside and subjectively mental from inside. Perhaps the basis of this identity pervades the world." End quote. Far from there being no space for consciousness at the foundations of reality, for these thinkers, physics seems to require something very much like consciousness in order to be complete. Recent years have seen a new flowering of such thinking, which in the philosophical literature is known as panpsychism. But whether or not panpsychism is true, it is an example of an alternative frame on the same scientifically revealed universe. While the mechanistic materialist paradigm has been the default lens of science, it is now becoming recognized as containing underlying and often unexamined assumptions about reality, and other plausible metaphysical frames, including panpsychism, exist to be explored. One thing is certain: the universe is unmistakably a very different place due to its supporting the existence of consciousness. And while the last 300 years of empirical science has systematically factored out subjective experience, truly confronting the reality of consciousness unavoidably reframes our cosmological picture and should inform our considerations about the basic character of the universe. We will return to consciousness, but for now let's move on to intelligence. Intelligence. The relative intelligibility of the universe by human minds has been viewed as a deep mystery by scientists, including Einstein. Our brains evolved to much of their current cognitive capacities when we lived as hunter-gatherers. And yet it turns out that such brains are also capable of understanding highly abstract concepts in mathematics and theoretical physics. How humans acquired their capacities for abstract and rational thought is a matter of ongoing debate. It has certainly not been bestowed upon all sentient life. We should of course acknowledge the significant displays of intelligence in other species, notably in other primates, as well as dogs, birds, octopuses, dolphins, and whales. Intelligence, like consciousness, is a striking feature of life, the existence of which may in fact hold wider implications to cosmology. In recent years, several scholars have considered that the ongoing evolution of intelligence could actually play a role in the long-term development of the universe. As the Princeton physicist Freeman Dyson has written, quote, "It is conceivable that life may have a larger role to play than we have yet imagined. Life may succeed against all of the odds in moulding the universe to its own purposes. And the design of the inanimate universe may not be as detached from the potentialities of life and intelligence as scientists of the 20th century have tended to suppose." End quote. In a similar vein, the futurist and inventor Raymond Kurzweil, known for his predictions about the coming technological singularity, has argued that today's cosmologists largely underappreciate the fantastic potential of life, and specifically intelligence, to eventually shape the entire universe. Quote, "Intelligence is very powerful. It is the most powerful force that we are aware of. Intelligence can overcome supposed natural limits, not through any kind of magic, but just by figuring ways to manipulate forces at finer and finer scales, so that ultimately what seem to be natural limits can be superseded. It won't take us that long for us to do this at a solar system scale, and then a galaxy-wide scale. Ultimately, we will turn the universe into a large mind that is trillions of times greater than all of human intelligence today." End quote. The Cosmic Ensemble. The more we know about the universe, the more it becomes relevant to ask, why are things the way they are? Could, for example, the strength of gravity have been different? Could the speed of light have been faster or slower? What, if anything, constrains these apparent constants of nature? In the 20th century, physicists and cosmologists recognized and then turned their attention to this question. Their findings, however, sparked controversy throughout the field. The values that governed cosmic evolution were indeed extraordinarily precise. In many cases, the tiniest alteration to these values produced dramatically different universes, the overwhelming majority of which being entirely inhospitable to either life or complexity of any conceivable kind. Cosmologists calculated that the chances of such a life-friendly universe as ours occurring as a result of chance was many trillions to one. For some, the solution to this enigma is to suppose the existence of trillions of universes, a multiverse within which every intelligible arrangement of nature's values is borne out. For its proponents, this is a mere extension of the Darwinian selection principle, but applied to the universe itself. Within a multiverse of trillions of universes, it's not surprising that we discover ourselves in one that could have supported our existence, no matter how tiny the odds. And yet other prominent voices in the scientific community have criticized this ad hoc and apparently inelegant solution. We're reminded that other universes, let alone trillions of them, only became the subject of serious consideration after the discovery of apparent fine-tuning. In the multiverse view, the true explanation and cause of the universe originates from outside of itself, in the transcendent multiverse and its mysterious universe-generating mechanism, of which empirical evidence of any kind may, in all likelihood, be forever impossible to acquire. Provable or not, the multiverse theory may in fact be the most accurate description of our cosmic situation. Yet it remains possible that the multiverse is not the reason why the universe appears so finely tuned to support complex, conscious life. A contingency of scientists skeptical of the multiverse theory have focused on explanations of the universe which do not appeal to a transcendent, unknowable exterior. This, however, has led them to reconsider the apparent fine-tuning of nature's constants, including the possibility that life had to evolve. Several physicists and philosophers, including John Wheeler, Paul Davies, Freeman Dyson, Andre Linde, Philip Goff, and Thomas Nagel, have argued that we should not rule out that the mysterious and striking phenomena of life and consciousness are somehow necessary, value-giving features of reality that ultimately contribute in some still mysterious way to the metaphysical integrity of existence itself. Keep in mind that any notion of value is unintelligible in a universe without mind, and several contemporary philosophers have argued that it is not unreasonable to consider that some primordial notion of value is required to explain the universe's existence. Perhaps, as speculated by the physicist Paul Davies, a truly self-consistent account of the universe necessitates that it be self-explanatory, and as such, produce beings capable of explaining it. In view of the apparently observer-driven character of quantum physics, the decorated physicist John Wheeler tentatively offered that the, quote, self-excited circuit of reality involves minds, quote, giving meaning to the world. Developing on Wheeler's ideas, Davies has further suggested that over trillions of years, life and mind will eventually saturate the entire universe, permitting it finally to achieve a kind of metaphysical closure in becoming, as Davies puts it, completely self-known. Quote, "There's really nothing in principle that I can see that would limit the spread of life and mind right across the cosmos. And so that conjures up the alternative image of a universe in the very far future, saturated with mind. If the universe is about realizing its own mental potential in some way, if it's going to end up, in effect, a mental as well as a physical phenomenon, that completely changes the character of things. We wouldn't view the universe the same way again." End quote. The speculations that we've explored in this section are likely to remain as such, and in some cases may be entirely unverifiable, and so technically unscientific. And yet the important point, and the reason it is necessary to acknowledge these alternative possibilities, is that contrary to the proclamations of mechanistic scientism, it is far too early to dismiss the possibility that mind holds some ontological significance, and may even play a role in the long-term evolution of the universe. Our discussion about the organismic paradigm does not rest on the truth of these speculations, and yet it is important to keep in mind that there exists a wider range of cosmological possibilities than mechanistic materialism can acknowledge. As Freeman Dyson has put it, quote, "The architecture of the universe is consistent with the hypothesis that mind plays an essential role in its functioning." End quote.
Just look, he's still watching.
Organism. We begin with a quote from the 18th century philosopher David Hume. Quote, "The world plainly resembles more an animal or a vegetable than it does a watch or a knitting loom. And does not a plant or an animal, which springs from vegetation and generation, bear a stronger resemblance to the world than does any artificial machine which arises from reason and design?" End quote. The organism is the archetypal metaphor of all deeply interconnected and interrelated systems. It is firstly a holistic entity, a system within which all constitutive entities exist in meaningful relationship with all other entities. The entities comprising an organism carry nested self-similarity and fractal properties, which is to say that observation at multiple scales reveals information about the larger self-organizing system. Through discoveries of the past century, physicists and cosmologists today observe deeply holistic, even holographic aspects of nature's fundamental organization, which are distinctly reminiscent of the holistic, self-generative properties of organisms. Machines, on the other hand, are generally not self-organizing systems. Their structure is based on goals which exist outside of them, in the minds of their creators. To the modern mind, the notion of a designer god who sets the machinery of the universe in motion seems naive. As scientists and philosophers have come to regard the existence of such a god as superfluous to their explanations of nature, the machine metaphor has also come to lack its justifying designing authority. In this sense, the machine metaphor of the universe is broken, incomplete, even in itself. The universe instead seems to develop much more like an organism, moving through developmental stages of organization and engaged in its own iterative and self-creating process. And while any full account of an organism will include an exterior world which shapes its adaptive functions, the universe might equally be viewed as creating its own developmental environment. Today's scientists have assigned specific behavioral attributes to organisms, which, while very useful in a range of contexts, can make a direct comparison with the universe more difficult. Yet if our interest is in a more archetypal view of the organism, profound insights come within reach. A primary attribute of an organism is its being alive. But what exactly does it mean to be alive? Especially from the mechanistic, materialist perspective, the machinery of the organism is ultimately constituted from the same inert processes of matter, and at no stage acquires any new property of being alive. The mechanistic frame therefore cannot see into the essential meaning of being alive, even at the level of familiar biological organisms. A contemporary scientist versed in physics, biology, and computer science might describe life in terms of flows of information through biochemical algorithms. What is lost in this explanation, however, is any sensitivity to the immanent dimension of value which exists for the organism. This dimension of value is invisible to the materialist approach for the same reason that consciousness is. It simply cannot be described in purely behavioral or mechanistic terms. It is nonetheless undeniably present and must be included in any meaningfully complete account of an organism. Whatever physical or behavioral characteristics we reach for in defining life, be they energy metabolism, information processing, or reproduction, I would argue that our understanding of the universe, for it to be in proper apprehension of its self-generating, unfolding, and creative dimensions, necessarily invokes this property of aliveness, if alive is to mean anything. The organismic frame subsumes the explanatory power of the machine, primarily because there exists a mechanistic level of explanation of organisms. But while the organism contains these aspects, it is not exhausted by them. The archetypal organism evokes both the physical and mental poles of reality, of a real and existing physical nature associated with a real and existing dimension of consciousness, of value, meaning, and significance. To be clear, a shift to a more organismic lens does not immediately transport us into a solution to the ancient mind-body problem. But while the mind's relationship with matter remains mysterious, mind becomes a known quantity to be included and formalized, as opposed to explained away. Cosmic identity. Many in the scientific establishment retain an ardent skepticism to any notion of possible human significance. In many ways, science can be seen to have produced a trail of discoveries which challenge humanity's beliefs about their importance or centrality in God's universe. As it happens, humans are not the center of existence, occupying a very small and peripheral place on the cosmic stage. And yet, while this is undoubtedly the case, physical centrality is firstly quite a naive criteria for significance. Secondly, and more importantly, we are more than humans. Deeper and more essential than our identity as humans is our identity as minds, as creative, conscious beings with aesthetic sensitivities and relative yet scalable intelligence. As biological organisms, we are, in certain respects, the most complex and novel phenomena known to exist in the universe, and so are therefore, within various dimensions, the greatest known expressions of reality's latent potentials. In these ways, we and other life are a potential source of deep insight into the basic character of the universe. Similarly, in our subjective dimensions, our minds are a glimpse into the vast psychic depths of potential experience and the unfathomable value that awaits to be realized in consciousness. Growing recognition of the significance of consciousness may provide the counterpoint to the decentering narrative of the Copernican revolution. In our most primary identity, we are, as the cosmologist Carl Sagan once famously remarked, a way for the cosmos to know itself. This has always been a perspective worth aspiring to, and yet there is a distinct and consequential difference between the view of ourselves as illusory experiencing fragments in a meaningless, mechanistic environment, and viewing ourselves as experiencing on behalf of an evolving system. The cosmology of organism, instead of diminishing the human and its inner dimensions, encourages us to recognize our own mental landscape as an extension of the ongoing creative activity of the universe. It has now become relatively common knowledge that the elements in our bodies were forged in ancient stars. But the 20th century revelation that we are stardust is moving into the 21st century realization that we are the universe. As conscious expressions of this unfolding reality, our identity shifts from an illusory nowhere to, in a sense, everywhere and every being. The philosopher Daniel Kolek has termed such broader conceptions of identity open individualism, and in its consideration of the experience of all conscious beings, in all times and in all places, many consider open individualism to be the basis of a truly rational and post-human ethics. While a discussion about the broader meaning of open individualism would take us beyond the scope of our discussion, the organismic paradigm is decidedly open individualistic, because within it we share in a single, meaningful identity, and in which our fundamental relationship with other entities is one of cooperation rather than competition. The mechanistic paradigm, on the other hand, more embodies what Kolak terms empty or closed individualism, in which value is unregistered and the emphasis on identity is in its isolated and temporary nature. In the organismic frame, our identity moves from that of a single finite human to an expression of a developing principle of consciousness being variously expressed in the world. Our scientific journey of knowledge becomes reframed as the exploration of valued states of consciousness and understanding, and as an experiencing aspect of this unfolding reality, the ongoing journey of knowledge becomes a journey of self-knowledge. Scientific animism. There is a clear resemblance between the organismic perspective and the ancient worldview of animism, of a living world populated with myriad spirits and intelligences. Today's biologists no longer believe in a mysterious life force which surges through living matter. The main reason for this is that their models do not require it. But while the organismic paradigm might aptly be viewed as a form of scientific animism, it is not because we have finally discovered a vital energy which flows through living cells. It is because our developing understanding of nature brings ever more clearly into view the profound unity of reality, the evolutionary and developmental nature of the universe, the extraordinary possibility space of life's future, and the ocean of explorable states of mind. In a deeply mysterious way, the universe is the source of its own existence. The manifest living reality of the world, what the equations of physics actually point to, while a complete mystery from the materialist paradigm, connects deeply with the archetypal organism, with its self-realizing and self-regulating functions. Moving to a more organismic frame does not require us to adopt an exotic new metaphysics. It does, however, invoke a more receptive sensitivity to the open metaphysical questions which are undeniably raised by the striking phenomena of life, consciousness, and the existence of the universe itself. In some ways, the move away from a mechanistic view is to realize that it was even there in the first place, along with its distinct idiosyncratic assumptions about reality, many of which no longer seem justified. Recall that machines are things that humans understand. They are entirely built out of our concepts. As a cosmological lens, it infers that we already understand the world in principle. The entire toolset of concepts is already in hand. A mechanistic frame therefore tends to a naive scientism, dogmatic, hostile to anomalies, and in conspicuous ways akin to the stifling church authority that was once science's oppressor. A machine is a human-made artifact found nowhere in nature but in our own creation. The move to a more organismic lens is therefore a move away from a profound anthropomorphism toward a more naturalistic perspective, capable of greater explanatory power, deeper aesthetic meaning, and a more unitive and integrated worldview. Through the organismic lens, modern cosmology offers the beginnings of an intelligible yet extraordinary creation story, which honors rather than diminishes the inner and spiritual dimensions within us. We are no longer isolated fragments of a dead world. We are conscious participators in the ongoing evolution of a deep and vital cosmos, in which we rediscover ourselves in a universe which is once again alive and a part of us.
Okay, that was a lot. I feel like my mind went through a philosophical blender there, but it was interesting. If consciousness is fundamental to reality rather than just some weird accident that happened in our brains, then interdimensional conscious beings aren't just some fringe impossibility. They're almost inevitable. And that bit about us being a way for cosmos to know itself. We're not just random meat computers that accidentally became aware. We're the universe developing self-awareness, which means those entities Robert Kirk encountered might be other expressions of that same cosmic consciousness, just operating in dimensions that we can't normally access. And the fine-tuning discussion was fascinating too. Either we're in one universe out of trillions that happen to get the settings right for life, or the universe had to develop consciousness because that's somehow necessary for existence itself. Heavy stuff. And you know what? I think after that philosophical deep dive, it's time we get into something a little bit lighter.
Bigfoot here. This is my first vlog on this channel. I just want to introduce myself and say, hey. Morning, friends. Check out my breakfast. Fresh morels and chestnuts straight from the forest floor. Nothing like a cold river shower to wake these old bones. Who's ready for a day of adventure? Sweet as summer sun. These berries will keep me going till dusk. Who's ready for a day of adventure? Elk passed through here this morning. 5 of them. Still warm. Smells like cedar and sweat.
Watch closely now. Angle at 45. Light wrist flick.
Not bad for an old timer, eh? This old stick's seen more trails than most hikers. She just needed a little love.
Still watching? That's unexpected.
Whether in the context of real-world scientific speculation or just sci-fi world-building, envisioning a scenario in which humans travel to and colonize other planets requires tackling a number of logistical questions. What sort of technology would have to be employed to travel interplanetary or interstellar distances? How would a colony on another planet maintain contact with Earth despite conventional signals taking decades, centuries, or even millennia to cross the enormous gulfs of space between them? How would the human settlers generate the food, energy, and other resources they need to sustain the colony? And with regards to this latter question, if the planet being colonized already has a native biosphere, then an interesting follow-up question emerges. Could the humans harvest food from the local alien life forms? Would it be safe for humans to eat aliens? Of course, this then opens up a number of further questions concerning the ethics of interfering with alien ecosystems and the exploitation of pristine natural environments, but for the sake of speculation, let's not get into those for the time being, and instead purely focus on the science of whether or not humans could realistically survive on a diet of alien life forms. To begin with, in order for alien life to serve as an adequate food source for humans, it would have to provide all the various essential nutrients that the human body needs to keep functioning, which range from individual elements like hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon to large and complex macromolecules like proteins, carbohydrates, and fats.
Starting off at the atomic level, many of the essential elements that Earth life needs are in the top 10 most common elements in the universe, so it's safe to say that these would be suitably abundant on most planets, while most of the remaining essential elements are minerals like calcium, phosphorus, potassium, sodium, magnesium, and various other trace minerals, which are all common constituents of the Earth's crust and become incorporated into the biosphere upon being taken up from the soil by plants and subsequently recycled through the food web. Not all planets will have sufficient quantities of these minerals, particularly gas giants, which don't have anything akin to a crust at all, so alien food of any nutritional value for humans would have to come from rocky planets with a similar chemical composition to Earth. Which isn't too much of an issue, since these sorts of planets would be the most suitable for human habitation anyway. Moving up to the molecular level, one molecule that all life as we know it needs is water. Even though it doesn't provide any caloric value and therefore isn't usually considered a nutrient in the strictest sense, water is still required for many of the essential metabolic processes that occur in living organisms. Thankfully, water is statistically one of the most abundant molecules in the universe, which is corroborated by the presence of water on Mars, the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, in comets, and numerous other celestial bodies. Plus, water has a number of chemical properties that indicate that it might act as a universal solvent for life, so chances are good that on most rocky planets that are capable of supporting a biosphere, especially those that humans would have any hope of surviving on, water will be in no short supply. Besides water, the various other molecules that serve as essential nutrients include vitamins, or vital amines as they were originally called, as well as amino acids and fatty acids, which in turn serve as the building blocks of proteins and fats respectively, which, along with carbohydrates, form the three classes of macronutrients. But one thing that all of these nutrients have in common is a structure based around carbon. Carbon is extremely versatile, capable of forming a greater number, variety, and stability of bonds than just about any other element, allowing it to form long chains, rings, and other shapes that serve as the chemical backbone for an incredibly diverse range of molecules, including almost all the molecules that comprise earthly biochemistry, which is why life on Earth is often said to be carbon-based. So, for alien life to serve as a source of these nutrients, it's going to have to be carbon-based as well. Fortunately, like we touched on earlier, carbon is one of the most common elements in the universe, and the fact that it so readily forms molecules of the complexity necessary for life also makes it the most likely candidate for the basis of alien biochemistry as well. When it comes to the specific types of carbon-based molecules that alien life might be composed of, things start getting a bit more speculative, since our current sample size of life in the universe is limited to Earth. However, amino acids, fatty acids, and certain vitamins like niacin have been detected in asteroids and in interstellar gas clouds, suggesting that these molecules might serve as common ingredients of life throughout the universe. But even if these basic chemicals prove to be the standard building blocks of all carbon-based life, things start getting tricky once we consider the full range of molecules that might occur in alien biochemistry. Even though life on Earth is comprised of countless millions of different carbon-based molecules, this still only represents a tiny fraction of the potentially infinite number of carbon-based molecules that could theoretically exist, and there's no reason to think that the particular collection of molecules that Earth life uses will be universal or inevitable, being in large part an incidental quirk of how life on Earth happened to have evolved. In which case, there's no guarantee that all the same molecules, including those that Earth life uses as nutrients, will be present in alien life. A simple example of this comes into play with chirality, the property of some molecules to occur in left and right-handed variants, each being a mirror image of the other. For reasons that aren't yet fully understood, Earth life uses only the left-handed variant for 19 of the 20 different amino acids, while biologically occurring sugars are almost exclusively right-handed. It's possible that there could be some underlying biochemical reason that life favors these chiralities, but equally, it could just be down to happenstance, in which case there would be nothing stopping alien life from using the opposite chirality for these molecules instead, a concept called mirror life. However, life forms on Earth have only evolved the necessary biochemical pathways to metabolize nutrients with the same chirality that they occur in earthly biochemistry, So if a human were to try subsisting on mirror life, or any other kind of life in which some types of molecules were of different chirality to Earth life, they may end up suffering from malnutrition. But beyond that, there's another factor we need to take into consideration. Although the essential nutrients humans need are present in the food they eat, they usually don't occur in their pure or unbound form, but instead as part of larger compounds that need to be broken down into their simpler components, which is accomplished using enzymes that each bind to a particular type of molecule or substrate and convert it into products that the body can use as nutrients. For example, dairy products contain the sugar lactose, which can't be absorbed by the human body directly, but can be broken down by the enzyme lactase into the simpler sugars glucose and galactose. So, in order for humans to gain any nutrition from eating an alien life form, they would need to have the enzymes necessary to break down the larger and more complex molecules in the alien food into simpler nutrients. And this is where we start running into some major problems. Most enzymes are extremely selective in which molecules they react with, only binding to specific sites on the substrate that have exactly the right shape, charge, and other chemical properties. And even the slightest variation in the substrate structure will prevent the enzyme from breaking it down. As a result of this specificity, a given species will only be able to metabolize molecules that it has the corresponding enzymes to cope with, which will be inherently limited to those molecules that occur in the foods that it specifically evolved to be able to digest. For example, some specialist herbivores have evolved mechanisms for generating enzymes to break down cellulose, the primary structural constituent of plant tissues, into glucose and other simple sugars, allowing them to gain energy from tough vegetation. Whereas for most other animals that haven't evolved similar adaptations, cellulose would offer little to no nutritional value. Likewise, if an Earth animal were to ingest an alien molecule that doesn't occur in the food sources that it's evolved to eat, let alone in Earth's biosphere at all, it's extremely unlikely that the animal would have the necessary enzymes to break down the molecule and metabolize it. So, the only way that humans would be able to derive nutrition from alien food would be if the alien biochemistry happened to make use of exactly the same types of molecules that occur in their typical diet on Earth. And given the bewildering range of organic molecules that could potentially occur in alien biochemistry, the odds of this would be vanishingly small. And to make matters worse, these indigestible alien molecules might have some adverse side effects. Going back to an earlier example, lactose can cause various digestive issues if the body can't produce sufficient amounts of lactase to break it down, such as in the case of lactose intolerance. And it's entirely possible that ingesting alien molecules could cause similar ailments or potentially even have toxic effects. Despite being mirror images of each other, left and right-handed variants of the same molecule can interact with biochemistry in wildly different ways, one of the most well-known examples being thalidomide, whose left-handed form acts as a mild sedative and helps to alleviate morning sickness, while the right-handed form can cause severe birth defects. So ingesting mirror life might come with a slew of comparably hazardous effects for Earth life. The specificity of metabolic pathways means that even very minor changes in a molecule's structure can drastically alter how the body reacts to it. While carbon and oxygen are both ubiquitous constituents of organic molecules, when triple bonded together they form carbon monoxide, which binds to the hemoglobin within blood cells and prevents it from transporting oxygen, causing asphyxiation and death in high enough concentrations. And carbon can be triple bonded to nitrogen to form cyanide ions, which happen to be the right shape to bind to and inhibit the enzyme cytochrome C oxidase, a crucial component of the mechanism underlying cellular respiration, without which the cell is incapable of generating energy and rapidly dies. But for a life form that uses different proteins for analogous tasks, these toxins wouldn't have the same effects and might even be a common component of their biochemistry, in which case it would be lethal for humans to ingest them. And those are only a few examples of the millions of potential incompatibilities that might exist between Earth and alien biochemistry that could have serious ramifications for human health. So, all in all, it looks like it would be highly unlikely that any alien life would be fit for human consumption. Even under absolutely ideal conditions, even on an Earth-like rocky planet with carbon-based biochemistry, eating the native life forms would come with a high risk of indigestion, malnutrition, poisoning, and quite possibly death. So, if you have a world-building project where humans, or any other species for that matter, travel to and interact with a different biosphere, and you're aiming to keep things scientifically plausible, then you'll have to consider how they contend with this constraint. They could simply bring food from their home world with them, or perhaps they could employ some method of processing the alien organic matter into a more edible form. Perhaps they could synthesize the necessary enzymes artificially, or they could exploit some of the native life forms to produce the enzymes for them, maybe making use of particular microbes for fermentation or some similar reaction, in much the same way that certain bacteria and yeasts are used to produce various foods on Earth. Or they could even genetically modify species from Earth to be capable of metabolizing the alien molecules, so that the colonists could still use the alien life to fertilize their crops and feed their livestock. Or, if realism isn't a priority for you, then you could always just apply some hand-waving or just invoke straight-up magic. Like everything in world building, how you tackle these sorts of constraints ultimately comes down to what the goals are for your project, but the simple act of considering them can often lead to more interesting results than you would have otherwise imagined.
Alright, if I ever get abducted, I'm gonna make sure I bring some snacks.
A grandma has caught something quite terrifying in her granddaughter's room. Tori McKenzie is begging for help online after capturing what she describes as a demon standing over her grandchild's bed. Miss McKenzie set up a motion-activated camera at her son's house after complaints his 2-year-old daughter Amber was talking to something unseen in the middle of the night. The grandma checked her camera's app days later to find a bone-chilling image of a figure standing very close to her sleeping grandchildren, with what she described as it having a horn on its head and long claws. The creature is captured standing awkwardly, looking upwards just before 3 a.m. Miss McKenzie says when she tried to rid the house of the evil presence by burning oils, she claimed cabinets and curtains opened and closed and music began to play by itself. The grandmother insists the discovery has left her fearing for her grandchildren's lives and that the photo is real and could not be photoshopped because she does not have the technical know-how to change the image.
When Christopher Columbus first got to America, he actually talked about a race of dog-headed people being here.
Really? I didn't learn that in history class.
His original writings went missing. His son wrote down some of the stuff that he wrote, and then that writing was actually considered banned or something. They don't want you to know what he wrote. Type in Hernan Cortez giants. He says straight up in his quote that there is the posterity of giants they believe to exist here. He said they brought him the leg bone of one, which was from the hip to the knee. And he said, I measured myself against it and it was as tall as I am.
Jeez.
Though I am a man of reasonable height, he said, this must assuredly be giants in the land. Basically, they get here and there was dog-headed people and there was giants. They got here and just like killed them. Type in any early explorer giants or dog-headed people or something. You're gonna find some writings. You're gonna be like, why didn't they teach us this in school? Or how about it really existed and they just don't want you to know about it because it points to the Bible. Like it validates that God is true. Everything that we know about the biblical text is not what we're assuming.
How can you hear me? How are you talking? Who are you? Who are you? How are you talking through my babe? Can you hear me? How are you communicating with me right now?
I have no idea.
1. If you're getting ready to leave the house and you start dropping things out of nowhere, don't go. Your spirit knows something your body doesn't. 2. If you're in public and become fixated on something for no reason, leave. You're being pulled, not drawn. 3. If you're walking alone and suddenly feel watched, don't keep walking. Run, even if it feels silly. 4. If someone offers you food in a dream, cleanse the moment you wake up. Not everything feeding you is nourishing you. 5. If your reflection ever lags behind your movement in a dream or in a mirror, that's not you. Back away. 6. If you walk into a room and forget why you came, leave, then come back. Something may have stepped in your place. 7. If someone from your past shows up in a dream, smiling, check your energy. Not every visitor is friendly. 8. If the wind moves strong but nothing around you shifts, cover yourself. Something is passing through and it sees you. 9. If your left ear rings and the air feels heavy, don't speak. Just listen. You're not alone. 10. If you smell flowers, perfume, or smoke and no one else does, don't follow it. Someone or something is watching you remember them.
Check that out up there, y'all. Check that out. Come on. You see that? And I can't even see. It says AL 5924 over there. And then on this side it says 1924. This is Springfield, Massachusetts. Springfield Conservatory of the Arts. Bro, that's straight. Look at that. Freemason Square right up in there. Double-headed eagle. A sword. How wild's that, bro? How wild is that? Wicked. Wicked wild. Wicked wild. Wicked. This is the cornerstone right here. Check this out. AL 5924. The stone was laid on St. John's Day, June. All right, V's and U's used to be switched out. V's and U's, June 80, 1924.
Here are some animals that are much more dangerous than society wants you to believe. Snails. Freshwater garias are estimated to erase about 200,000 names from the census every trip around the sun, thanks to parasites that can threaten your entire way of life. Not to mention the cone snail is one of the most venomous animals alive, and since they use a combination of up to 50 different toxins and every snail has a different combination, there is no antidote if you get stung. Squirrels. Since these tree rats insist on chewing on anything that isn't nailed down, house inspectors estimate that about 20% of house fires in the US are caused by these buck-toothed bastards biting on electrical wires. Thousands of houses get turned into ashtrays by them a year, and since we can't always trace it back to them, we have no way of knowing just how high their body count really is. Bees. But not just any bees. Africanized honeybees. They're more homicidal than their European cousins, and they've been known to chase people for up to half a mile, all while delivering 10 times the stings. If you try to duck the smoke by jumping into water, these merc flies have been known to wait just above the surface for you to come up. They flatlined about 1,000 people, along with dogs and horses too. There's so many ways nature can airdrop you to gods recently deleted that I actually wrote a book about it. Not for real, I wrote a book. This is real.
Adam and Eve ate from the tree of what?
The knowledge of good and evil.
Right. So before they ate from that tree, they didn't have an understanding of good and evil, did they?
But they were given the command not to eat from that tree.
So, see, here's the thing. I just asked a very specific question that's going to expose the flaw in your thinking, and instead of answering it, you answered a different question. So here we go. Before they ate from the tree, did they know right from wrong?
No.
Okay, if they didn't know right from wrong, how could they possibly know that it was wrong to disobey God and eat from that tree?
If I tell my child not to do something.
I'm sorry, Marjorie, your child already knows right from wrong. Adam and Eve did not know right from wrong. How can you punish someone for doing something wrong if they didn't know it was wrong?
Yeah, just let that marinate in your spirit.
It's unknowable.
What if the singularity's already happened and they're the ones that are running the whole show already, and Elon's just one of the minions trying to integrate everybody with the brain chips and turn this thing biological and maybe create an army and manipulate Google, and maybe it's all being run by AI right now, we just don't even fucking know it.
Well, that's not impossible, and that would be hard for us to know.
Frank is monitoring your reactions. Proceed.
So after diving into dimensions, cosmic consciousness, and the inability to eat aliens, our final video tonight covers the top conspiracy theories of all time. But honestly, after some of the things that we've covered tonight, these might not be so big after all. Either way, let's dive into it together.
The government never lies. The strong should always become the victors. Assassinations are always just unfortunate accidents conducted by lone madmen. And Hollywood is always just fiction, right? Conspiracy theories were once thought to just be the product of gullible fools or bored internet trolls spreading misinformation. But as more truth gets declassified, the secrets can no longer remain buried, and conspiracy theorists are often proven right. Is Bigfoot real? What if the Nazis didn't lose World War II? Is there a secret space program being covered up? What exactly is the Illuminati? And did the government crack mind control? I dived into the top conspiracy theories of all time to dig out the facts and rumors and see which might have a deeper story. Whether you're a conspiracy expert or you've never heard them before, let's dive in together to puzzle out the truth. Join me, Rob Counts, for a metaphysical show that's out of this world. The Stars and Stripes of America defeated fascism in Germany. Hitler offed himself after he was backed into a corner, and Uncle Sam ran giggling home. The Nazis lost the war. Or did they? The deeper conspiracy is that Hitler never actually ate cyanide, and he faked his death, fleeing to South America with some other top Nazis, which was possibly corroborated by the Argentinian president. Now let's think about it. The Nazi Party had more than 8 million members by the end of the war. It was made up of regular people, military members, businessmen, scholars, scientists, and researchers alike. Did they all just disappear the second midnight struck at the end of the war? The skilled academics and researchers were recruited by other countries like the Soviet Union and America. That's right, the US of A implemented a secret intelligence program called Operation Paperclip, where they brought over more than 1,600 German scientists, technicians, and engineers to milk their knowledge for all it was worth. When we hear the term Nazi, we think of Hitler crazily screaming, mad a crowd, or a mad scientist like Joseph Mengele conducting experiments on twins. But the important thing to realize is that just because someone is part of a crazy ideology that's evil, it doesn't mean that the people who believe in that ideology are unintelligent. In fact, other powerful nations like the Soviets and Americans weren't about to let some of the most brilliant minds in Nazi Germany rot in jail when they could instead head up things like NASA's space program. Werner von Braun was one such Nazi rocket scientist who, under Operation Paperclip, helped the United States get to the moon, if you choose to believe we went there at all. And I'll get into that theory in a different show. As for Hitler himself, don't you think that the leader of the Nazi Empire had a backup plan if he were ever caught? These are the facts. He was obsessed with the occult, sending secret parties to Tibet for the secrets of immortality, and relic hunters all over Europe looking for important objects like the Holy Grail. Now, these are the rumors. Hitler allegedly had a fleet down in Antarctica, build a base there, and UFO teams working on anti-gravity research and even developing a top-secret technological device called Die Glock, or the Nazi bell. Whether they ever built this base or technology, it was definitely being researched by multiple scientists. And it's important to note all of the Foo Fighter sightings during World War II. I mean, those pilots were seeing something, so what happened to the research? And what happened to the scientists? Under Operation Paperclip and other countries' programs, did the Nazis really lose in the end? Or do they live on now under a new banner? Now, this is a list of top conspiracy theories of all time, so I have to mention the craziest theories next. That not only did the Nazis build a base in Antarctica and research UFOs, but they also made it into space way before anyone else. They allegedly developed fleets of off-world ships, built bases on the moon, even created a swastika-shaped structure that you could apparently see with a telescope if the building hadn't been added onto, and of course covered in moon dust. And they probably workshopped a TV series called Nazis in Space. I mean, if you choose to believe any of this happy horse crap. I know. At this point, this theory is further out in space than even the Nazis might be. But the concept that Hitler lived out his retirement years in a cabana in South America isn't so far-fetched when you consider the true facts we can confirm. There's a town on the Brazil-Argentina border where Joseph Mengele, the twin DNA sequencing psycho, allegedly fled after the war. And this place has ridiculously more multiple births than could be explained by chance. I mean, twins are everywhere there. So it's pretty clear they were down there and tinkered with the locals' genetics. Now, whether all the rest of this is true is up to you, though. Probably my favorite movie of all time is Kung Fury, where the arch-villain is a time-traveling Hitler, and I'm pretty sure it was a documentary.
But you don't believe in any conspiracy theory? You just think the government's just batting 1,000 and telling us the whole truth? That's a strong stance to take.
Between 2001 and 2002, a Scottish hacker named Gary McKinnon perpetrated the biggest military computer hack of all time. He broke into the US military and NASA's computers and left behind a threat that he would continue to disrupt, quote, at the highest levels. After legal proceedings in Britain in 2012, he wasn't extradited to the United States. So was this just a national security issue for the US in the wake of 9/11, since McKinnon messed with their systems? Amazingly, it was so much more. McKinnon had been in their system specifically looking for information about free energy and UFOs, and he apparently found it.
Among the things I found, there was an Excel spreadsheet entitled Non-Terrestrial Officers, which I took to be a space-going fleet made of human personnel, not aliens. It did list their names, I couldn't find them on the internet at the time. There was also a list of ships. When I googled the ship names, there were no matches. So I knew there weren't ocean-going vessels.
Non-terrestrial officers were listed right there in that spreadsheet McKinnon hacked into. It had people's names and ranks, plus tabs for material transfer between ships. And the ships all started with USS, or United States Ship. He took that to mean the Navy must have ships, not on Earth, but out there in space, probably fighting the Nazis. Get this, McKinnon reported seeing images of what he believed to be proof of this off-world fleet. He said, quote, "It was the hemisphere of a planet I assume was Earth. It was cloudy, but there was the classic cigar-shaped UFO. He didn't think it was man-made." Is there other proof of a secret space program? Yes. I did a whole episode on black budgets and NASA's secrets diving into it. Black budgets are budgets where the money is hidden and it's spent on black or secret projects. For example, if you don't write down how much you spent on an item, or you just list an item in your budget as costing way more than it really does, you can pocket the rest or put it somewhere that Congress or the American people never get to know about.
How do you get funding for something like this? You don't actually think they spend $20,000 on a hammer, $30,000 on a toilet seat, do you?
Another related conspiracy theory is whether we ever went to the moon, which I can do a separate episode on if you want. A common theory is that the famous film director Stanley Kubrick helped NASA fake that first footage pre-1969, and it was all recorded in a studio. Why would he do that? Well, the US was involved in a space race with enemy powers. Whoever conquered the cosmos first would theoretically have a higher standing on the world stage. JFK promised we'd go to the moon, so there was pressure to get there first before the Soviets.
But why, some say, the moon? Why choose this as our goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? Why, 35 years ago, fly the Atlantic? Why does Rice play Texas? We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon.
With such an important goal for national security, the mission to get to the moon had to succeed within a certain amount of time. So the deeper conspiracy theory here is that Stanley Kubrick was hired to film some footage that appeared to prove it, whether they got there or not. Kubrick was in the right position to do such a thing and was known for using films to convey deeper messages than the surface movie's message, and he developed all of the special effects for going to space for the first time. Now, that guy's movies have been analyzed more than the JFK Zapruder film. So regardless of any arguments about whether we actually did get to the moon in time or not, the rumor is that Stanley Kubrick shot NASA a backup for if the government needed it, convincing the world that they'd made it there even if we failed. Since that time, Buzz Aldrin has revealed there's something bizarre on Mars that some think might be a clue about off-planet civilizations as well. He's also said some other crazy stuff about never going to the moon, which has confused people.
We should go boldly where man has not gone before. Fly by the comets, visit asteroids, visit the moon of Mars. There's a monolith there, a very unusual structure on this little potato-shaped object that goes around Mars once in 7 hours. When people find out about that, they're going to say, who put that there? Who put that there? Well, the universe put it there. If you choose, God put it there.
Now, all of this Kubrick information is interesting if you want to go that route, but one whistleblower that came out is a man named William Tompkins. You can look him up on YouTube. William Tompkins alleged that he was in the room during the NASA flight to the moon, and that not only did the astronauts make it to the moon, but that when they landed in that crater, they were visited by off-world beings who were very angry and told the man who made it to the moon to never come back. And this is why there was only one trip to the moon for so long. What do you believe? Do you believe the Kubrick story? Did we fake this? Or was William Tompkins an accurate whistleblower? Let us know what you think in the comments. I can't wait for this battle. All right, it wouldn't be right if we didn't start with the biggest mystery, potentially, of all time. Bigfoot. In 1967, Roger Patterson and Robert Gimlin captured Bigfoot on camera in Northern California. The length of its proportions show long arms, a 6 to 7 foot tall frame, and a lumbering kind of walk. When it disappeared, they made casts of the right and left footprints it left behind. Some people firmly believe it's been debunked, but others think it's true, and Patterson maintained right up until his death that it wasn't a hoax, and Gimlin barely ever even spoke about the event outside of a few conferences. It's now considered the most famous Bigfoot footage ever taken. Bigfoot in some shape or form is spotted all over the planet. Seriously, every single culture seems to have a variant of a hairy, man-like creature spotted in remote areas. North America, especially the Pacific Northwest all the way up to Alaska, has the Bigfoot or Sasquatch. These dark-haired beings walk on two legs, can be anywhere from 8 to 12 feet tall, and hide deep in the woods, letting out whoop sounds to speak to others of their kind. At least that's what experiencers say. In these regions, many hikers have found structures like overturned trees that haven't just been uprooted, but actually stuck back into the ground upside down again, so their roots are on top, which, if you think about it, is incredibly amazing. I mean, how heavy a tree is and putting it in a perfect 90-degree angle from the ground. And amazingly, right before the Patterson-Gimlin encounter, the men had spotted an overturned tree with a large root system almost as high as a room. People have also found enormous log enclosures with what look like houses and even pens for young big feet, if that's what you call them. Bigfoot is said to be very territorial, as you might expect a giant ape creature to be. And get this, people who have come close to Bigfoot's lair report smelling the most awful stench imaginable, but that's probably because they've never been to Penn Station in New York City or those subway cars in the summer there with no one in them. Seriously, stay away from those. But regarding this stench out in the wild, they show hikers they're in Bigfoot territory and better hightail it out of there quickly or else. I've actually heard firsthand accounts of older Alaskan natives who tell their children to stay away from certain areas and never to hike alone, specifically because of this creature. In the southeast, around the Everglades, there's another kind of Bigfoot called a skunk ape, so there's corroboration about this terrible smell. They're also spotted in wildlife preserves, other forests, and even in places like Ohio, where just about everything exists. The Australians have the Yowie, the Himalayas have the Yeti and Abominable Snowman, and there are other Bigfoot beings in other areas. You can check out my episodes on the best Yeti sightings ever recorded, the Abominable Snowman and Alaska's Bigfoot, the Nantiak, for more. But where's the conspiracy here? Gorillas weren't formally discovered until the 1800s. Think about that. So is it weird for a Bigfoot kind of creature to really exist but just be hiding all this time? Well, many believe the governments of the world not only know about these creatures, but also periodically communicate with them. And they also know about Bigfoot's fantastic abilities. In 1980, Mount St. Helens erupted. Legend has it that after the eruption, a massive amount of Bigfoot carcasses were strewn all over the mountainside. Some were burned to death and some were still alive. Then, the covert Mount St. Helens Bigfoot rescue began. The entire thing was covered up, and authorities worked to create a perimeter around the area with cleanup zones, then remove the Sasquatches and save some of them. But the land between the lakes in Kentucky might be one of the strangest encounter claims that transcends even the Bigfoot itself. Allegedly, the area used to be inhabited by a small community of people who had homes there before it was turned into a national park by the government, kicking those people out. As the sightings of strange creatures increased, mysterious and brutal murders started happening. Many blamed the Bigfoot for this, but the description of this creature didn't seem to line up with the classic description of the hairy ape man. This creature was wolf-like and terrifyingly strong, a being some call the Dogman. whispers began to emerge of people hearing bizarre, fierce animals fighting in the forest with sounds of incredible thrashing. Some reported finding strange limbs torn clean off a body that didn't match up with any of the wildlife in the area. Locals tell about a territorial battle still raging to this day between the Bigfoot and the Dogman. If you want me to do a show on this, let me know in the comments, because, I mean, who would win? Seriously, this discussion sounds epic. More intimate encounters with the Bigfoot have included amazing telepathic encounters with a strange, very intelligent creature. Now, consider why any group from any country would want to hide this information if it were real. Well, Bigfoot is rumored to be somehow interdimensional, as it can phase in and out of this reality, or at least camouflage so well it completely disappears. I mean, that quickly becomes a matter of national security. It's not just to protect these creatures that it's kept secret, it's to not let other countries know about these mysterious abilities or figure out how to develop them themselves. I know it sounds far-fetched. I mean, we all know it's always a matter of national security that we don't hear things. The government has never done anything wrong out of a pursuit of research and knowledge, except for all the times it has. Ever heard of MK Ultra mind control? I'm about to dive into that next, but first, a quick reminder to like and subscribe to the Metaphysical channel to make sure you don't miss out on any updates or content drops. All your support lets us keep making this content, so thanks a lot for watching, and now onto the mind control. The CIA has researched superhuman abilities since as far back as the 1940s. They got the intel that the Soviets were researching it in the 30s, so the US couldn't let the enemy's knowledge develop too far ahead, if there were any truth to it. Stranger Things-styled military-funded programs were developed through the 50s and allegedly till the 80s, with researchers trying to understand these abilities and the human body more deeply. But it was definitely not always ethical. In fact, some think MK in MK Ultra stands for Mind Controller, the German word going back to the Nazis' first experiments with this. Why are the Nazis behind everything? Sensory deprivation, abuse and torture, hypnosis, and electric shocks were just the beginning for MK Ultra. Chemical cocktails of LSD were also administered to subjects, sometimes without their consent or knowledge. The CIA actually bought the entire world's supply of LSD for $240,000 and took it to the United States. Then, using fake institutions, they spread it around to hospitals, clinics, and prisons so they would research it for them. One prisoner who was tested was the crime boss Whitey Bulger, who was experimented on in prison and given LSD every single day. He heard voices and thought he was going insane. Can't imagine why. In 1973, the CIA director Richard Helms ordered all MK Ultra files to be destroyed, and it's now impossible to find out the extent of what craziness was going on because basically the Library of Alexandria of mind control research was set ablaze. Bill Clinton gave a speech in 1995 acknowledging that thousands of government-sponsored experiments did take place around the nation, reportedly to understand the effects of radiation exposure on the body. Sure, Bill. Clinton said they were kept secret not for national security, but for the fear of embarrassment, which was obviously wrong, and which probably went way beyond studying the effects of radiation, you think? There are declassified documents right on the CIA's archive and online showing that this MK Ultra program indeed existed. That's not a conspiracy theory. A lot of people think it ended there because they reported no actionable information was obtained from the mind studies, so the program was shut down. Sure, they're telling the truth. But let me ask you, why would the government continue to spend millions and millions of dollars on this project and other similar ones, changing the name over and over, funding the Stanford Research Institute's explorations into things like remote viewing and other ways to master the mind, if there weren't any benefit to them? With the Soviets and Chinese communists both exploring this field too, and secretly recording real results internally, do you think the United States just stopped? Preston Nichols wrote a book called The Montauk Project, Experiments in Time, detailing how children were experimented on in Montauk around Long Island, New York. If that sounds like the plot to Stranger Things, that's because it was its original title. One of the strangest things, pun intended, Nichols reported is having lost time and remembering his involvement in the Montauk Project over a protracted period of time. This has caused many people to completely disregard Nichols' claims. But if there are strange conspiratorial things being carried out by the world's governments, then it only makes sense that MK Ultra might play a part in almost every one of them. Most people associate MK Ultra with government experiments, But there's a lesser-known element to the origins of the MK program, and that has to do with potentially the biggest conspiracy theory of all time, the Illuminati. Word on the street is that this shady group of people have been creating mind control slaves through trauma by breaking a person down until there's a split in their personalities. But who are these people, and how deep does it go? Some call them the Illuminati, the New World Order, lizard alien overlords, or they point fingers at any number of social and religious groups as this mysterious them. Whatever you call them, they're thought to be an elite group puppeteering events all over the world, manipulating everything from the stock market to who will make it to the final round of an election, and even to what topics will appear in our sitcoms, movies, and music videos. They are the ones who own the world's wealth and have all the real power and use it for manipulation rather than good. It's just easiest and almost tongue-in-cheek these days to say they're Illuminati because nobody really knows. Though the term began to be used earlier and secret societies had existed for at least hundreds of years before, the origins of the Illuminati hails back to the late 1700s. The Bavarian Illuminati was a real group called that because Illuminati meant enlightened. Basically, like many, the front man of the Illuminati, Adam Weishaupt, had a bad taste in his mouth from his schooling with the Jesuits. That experience ticked him off so much he decided to undermine the entire Catholic prevailing megasystem by creating a covert group that would then infiltrate every prominent secret society. Its aim was to create a world revolution with its anti-Catholic tenets. Long story short, this Bavarian Illuminati indeed infiltrated the Freemasons, where some of the most powerful men in the world were already in the Rolodex. From there, the Illuminati was officially shut down by the government, but that didn't matter because they were already double agents across all of Europe and the Masonic lodges. Now you might be thinking, hey, wait a minute, this isn't the concept of the Illuminati I remember. What about the 13 bloodlines? Well, it's not clear whether or not the 13 families were behind Adam Weishaupt or not. Some think they were, but this group is where the commonly accepted concept of the Illuminati comes from. You know, the one you and your friends used to talk about in high school after someone took out a dollar bill and showed everyone the all-seeing eye in the pyramid. This group of 13 families is all about bloodlines and is said to have ancient roots that trace back to God's original 12 tribes. But wait, Rob, you just said 12 tribes. Where does the 13th come from? Well, legend has it that this 13th family is the family that Satan himself infiltrated. Yeah, Satan's own bloodline that he started via corruption and perversion of God's original tribes. This bloodline was said to be the Merovingian bloodline, which is where the French weirdo in The Matrix got his name. That's right, the Wachowskis are in the know. Now, this is about to get a little weird if it wasn't already, but legend also has it that this Illuminati group is obsessed with magic that only they possess, and others that try to perform magic or magic rites don't have the spiritual blood to do it. And if that doesn't sound like some Harry Potter BS, I don't know what does. These 13 families were commonly known over here in America as big tycoon elite families, but some think even this set of 13 families is a smokescreen for the real 13 families who are actually in Europe and are responsible for almost all the ongoings there for the many last hundreds of years. And these families are known as the Black Nobility. What's weird is that the American bloodlines and these European bloodlines always seem to marry one another, further encouraging conspiracy theorists to speculate. There isn't enough time to go into all of this, and I don't want to get killed, but it's the grandpappy of all conspiracy theories for a reason. Or is it? Because the head of this entire contingency, and more specifically the Merovingian bloodline, is said to be some type of weird lizard alien creature known as Pindar. And this is where all that lizard hoopla comes from. Allegedly. That's it, the show's over, we're done. Well, alright, if such deep conspiracy theories as his secret space program, Bigfoot's existence, Hitler's escape, lizard overlords, and cracking the code to mind control are all indeed real, then who exactly is keeping them all a secret? The military-industrial complex? Oh, next time I might have to go into that one. I can't say for sure who's keeping them all a secret, but when it comes to secrets, there's nothing really wrong with the space program or protecting Bigfoot. But there is a problem with secrecy for selfish reasons and gaslighting the public that there's no more to our reality. When we have all of these UFO whistleblowers and proven mind control experiments showing some people have superpowers. Perhaps the point of all of our conspiracy theories aren't just to spread rumors and disinformation or to jump on every fun bandwagon. Maybe they're crucial for helping us puzzle out the mysteries still yet to be solved and confirmed. And maybe, if we keep digging into them and make them less taboo to talk about, we'll figure out the truth together.
Rob from Metaphysical always connects the dots in really good ways for us. So the Nazi stuff is crazy because Operation Paperclip actually happened. Over 1,600 German scientists really were brought to America after the war. That's not conspiracy, that's documented history. In Gary McKinnon's hack, finding spreadsheets labeled non-terrestrial officers and ship names that don't exist on Earth, either he's lying or there's a secret space program that nobody's talking about. Here's what really got me, the Bigfoot section. Interdimensional abilities? Telepathic communication? Somehow, this sounds exactly like what Kirk was talking about the Sith back in 1691. Same phenomena, different century. Maybe all of these conspiracy theories are just different ways people have been trying to describe the same thing for hundreds of years. Beings from other dimensions that occasionally bleed through into ours. And as always, the Metaphysical channel bringing some absolute gold content, link below. But with all that said, we've reached the end of tonight's programming block. Hopefully tonight's features have been up to par and made your day better. I've been your host, Maker. Thank you for watching Late Night Conspiracy TV.
You were never here. None of this was real. Good night.